BookEmpathy.com presents Copycat by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The Jericho Falls Historical Society closed at 5. Earl Duchamp knew this the way he knew everything about the old Beaumont building, in his bones, in the soles of his feet after 14 years of walking its creaking pine floors. He knew which floorboard in the Civil War gallery sang a high B-flat under pressure, which window latch in the cotton economy room never quite seated properly, and which fluorescent tube in the back corridor would stutter for 30 seconds before it decided to commit. He knew the smell of the place at night, old paper and linseed oil, and the faint mineral ghost of the river that had flooded the basement in 1987 and never fully left. At 61, Earl was a compact, deliberate man with a gray mustache. He kept trimmed close and hands that were still strong from 20 years of pipe fitting before his knees gave out and forced him toward quieter work. He had a daughter in Hattiesburg, and a rescued beagle named Corporal, who waited for him at the end of every shift with the focused devotion of something that had once been very hungry. Earl was not a man who thought much about danger. Jericho Falls was not a town where the night watchman needed to think about danger. It was a town where the biggest security concern was the Beaumont building's ancient wiring, and whether the dehumidifiers in the textile storage room were doing their job. He finished his 9 o'clock round at 9:17, a final, unhurried circuit that was more ritual than requirement. He walked the perimeter of the main hall, his flashlight beam sweeping over the glass-fronted cases of arrowheads and pottery shards, their edges catching the light for an instant before being swallowed by dark again. He paused at the foot of the grand staircase, listening to the absolute stillness above. He knew the second floor was empty, but he listened anyway, out of habit, hearing only the familiar, hollow silence of the unoccupied gallery. He passed the door to the basement, gave the padlock a habitual tug with his thumb, felt the solid click of the hasp. His boots made soft, scuffing sounds on the worn runner in the central corridor, a sound so familiar it was part of the silence itself. He noted the completion in the log on the front desk with his customary neat block letters, the pen's scratch loud in the quiet, and settled back into the wooden chair that had shaped itself to him over the years. The chair groaned softly, accepting his weight. The desk lamp threw a warm circle of yellow light that made the grain of the old oak desk seem to swim. Outside the tall front windows, the Delta night was thick and dark, the street beyond empty, the nearest functioning streetlight half a block away, and losing the argument with the dark. Rain was coming, he could feel it in the ache behind his right knee, a deep, familiar throb, but it hadn't arrived yet. The air was very still, heavy waiting. He unscrewed the cap of his thermos, the metallic squeak and subsequent hiss of vacuum release startlingly loud. He poured coffee into the plastic lid cup, the liquid glugging out, steam rising in a thin curl that caught the lamplight. The smell of cheap, strong coffee filled his little island of light. He opened the paperback he kept in his shirt pocket, the spine cracked from similar nights, and smoothed the page with a calloused thumb. He read 3 pages, following the words with a slow, methodical focus. Then his eyes stopped moving. He set the book down flat on the desk, aligning its edge with the corner. Something about the silence was different. Not wrong exactly. Just textured in a way it hadn't been a moment ago, as if a single thread had been pulled from the fabric of the quiet. He listened, his head tilting a fraction of an inch. The Beaumont building had a vocabulary of sounds at night. The tick and settle of old timber adjusting to the cooling air, a sound like distant knuckles cracking. The low, steady hum of the climate system, cycling on in the east wing, a vibration he felt more than heard through the floor. The occasional, inexplicable creak from the second floor that he had investigated exactly twice in 14 years and found nothing, and had subsequently made his peace with. He knew all of it. He catalogued it the way a man catalogues the breathing of someone he has slept beside for a long time. The rhythm, the depth, the slight variations that meant nothing. This was not one of those sounds. It was nothing he could name. Not a footstep, not a creak. More like an absence, a small pocket of silence that was differently shaped from the silence around it, the way a held breath is different from an empty room. It was a void where the hum should have been, or a space where the settling timbers had paused. It came from the East Wing. The Permanent Collection. Mississippi Delta, Life and Labor, 1820–1920. Earl set his coffee down, without looking away from the dark rectangle of the corridor entrance. The plastic cup made a soft talk on the wood. His breathing, which he only now realized had been shallow and automatic, deepened and slowed. He was not a man who spooked easily, and he did not spook now. He simply became careful. His shoulders squared slightly, his spine straightening in the chair. His right hand, which had been resting on his thigh, moved slowly, deliberately to the edge of the desk and then beneath it. His fingers found the familiar, ridged rubber grip of the long flashlight. He wrapped his hand around it, his grip tightening until the tendons stood out on the back of his hand. It was a solid thing, 18 inches of aluminum, more useful as a club than as a light source, and he knew it. He stood up from his chair with the slow economy of a man who did not want to announce himself, letting his weight transfer smoothly, keeping the movement silent. The chair gave the faintest sigh as it was relieved of his weight. The corridor to the East Wing was a tunnel of black. He had killed the display lights at 6, after the last of the volunteer docents had locked up and gone home. His thumb found the switch on the flashlight. The click was sharp, and the beam that lanced out was a hard, white oval that painted the floorboards ahead of him, illuminating swirling motes of dust stirred by his movement. He moved along the left wall, keeping his footfalls to the runner of braided rug that muted sound. His own breathing sounded loud in his ears. The high B-flat floorboard was 15 feet from the corridor entrance. He stepped over it from memory without looking down, his boot clearing the worn board by an inch. The East Wing opened before him, long and rectangular, the display cases looming like dark, angular beasts along the walls. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but it couldn't reach the high ceiling, which was lost in a pool of shadow. The air was cooler here, drier. The smell was different, older, a compound of dust, slow decay, and the faint, sweet chemical scent of preservatives. It was the smell of things that had been dead for a very long time and preserved with great, futile care. His beam swept over cotton samples under glass, the fluffy bowls looking like captured clouds. It glinted off the glass covering a plantation ledger, its pages stiff and yellow, the copperplate handwriting a frozen scream of numbers. It passed over iron implements, shackles, a branding iron, shapes he had never liked to look at for long, and always let his gaze slide away from. His flashlight found the far wall, the white paint looking gray in the beam. He stopped. His feet planted themselves. The display case at the center of the far wall, the one that housed the 1890s medical equipment on loan from the Delta Regional Medical Museum, was open. The glass door hung at an angle, unlatched, a black slash of emptiness. The interior was rearranged. He could see that from across the room, the beam of his flashlight harsh on the white display fabric, catching the stark, rectangular absence where the surgical bone saw should have been. The velvet-lined indentations for the other items, The scalpels, the bullet probe, the glass syringe were still occupied. But the centerpiece was gone. He had done the receiving inventory on that piece himself 6 weeks ago. He'd held the padded box, signed the form. 19 inches of carbon steel, the handle wrapped in deteriorating gutta percha, the teeth of the saw small and precise and vicious. Circa 1887. Valued at $4,000 by the Lending Museum's insurance writer. It was gone. Earl's mouth was dry, a sudden pasty dryness that made his tongue feel too large. A coldness that had nothing to do with the air temperature seeped into his gut. His pulse, which had been steady, began a low, quick drumming in his throat. He swept the flashlight in a slow, controlled arc across the room, the beam jumping from corner to corner, probing the deep shadows between cases, illuminating the spaces behind the freestanding exhibits. Empty. Nothing moved. The rain arrived then, sudden and total, hammering the tall windows with a sound like 1,000 fingers drumming, then like applause, then like a solid wall of noise. He did not flinch. The sound was outside. The problem was in here. He was already reaching for the radio clipped to his belt, his left hand moving down, fingers finding the hard plastic casing, the familiar ridged channel selector. He was already forming the words he would say to the dispatcher, Betty, who would be on duty, his voice calm and measured. He was already working out the logical sequence. Case had been tampered with, bone saw missing, no sign of forced entry that he had seen yet, would need to check the cotton room window latch, the one that never seated right. He never heard the man behind him. There was no intake of breath, no rustle of cloths. The blow came from the left and slightly above. There was a whisper of air displaced, a fraction of a second before impact. Then the world dissolved into a white-hot star that burst behind his left ear. The force was immense, a shocking, professional precision that spoke of patience and practice, of a swing that used the whole body. Earl's head snapped to the side. His legs, which had been solid beneath him, turned to liquid. He went down hard, his shoulder hitting the pine floorboards with a jarring thud that drove the air from his lungs. The flashlight was torn from his hand, skittering across the floorboards with a frantic metallic clatter. It spun, came to rest against the leg of a display case, its beam pointing straight up at the ceiling, throwing long, grotesque shadows of display stands and case corners that leaped and wavered. He was conscious for a moment on the floor. The world was a tilted, blurry slide. He saw the shadows moving, not from any object but from the beam of his own flashlight, creating a chaotic dance of dark shapes. He felt the cold, gritty smoothness of the pine boards against his cheek. A warm trickle, thick and slow, began a path from his temple into his hairline. He understood, with a dull, fading clarity that felt like a thought sinking into deep water, that something had gone very wrong in the Beaumont building tonight. Not a theft. Something else. The bone saw. The open case. It was a setup. The lure. The knowledge was there, complete and terrible, and then it was slipping away. Then the rain and the dark came together, the sound of the downpour merging with the blackness crowding his vision, and Earl Duchamp did not get up again. The Jericho Falls Historical Society did not open the following morning. At 8:52 a.m., a volunteer docent named Patricia Auber arrived for her Tuesday shift, her sedan crunching over the gravel of the small lot. She gathered her tote bag and her lunch cooler, frowning at the unlocked front door, which had never happened in her 11 years of volunteering. She pushed it open, the hinges groaning, and stepped inside the cool, dim foyer. The silence felt heavier than usual, watchful. She called Earl's name twice, her voice echoing slightly in the high space. Girl. You forget to lock up, no answer. She walked past the front desk, noting his thermos and closed paperback, a bookmark neatly in place. She walked as far as the entrance to the east wing, her sensible shoes clicking on the hardwood. She did not walk further. Her eyes took in the scene in the center of the room, her brain refusing to parse the shapes at first. The flashlight on the floor, its beam dead, batteries drained. The strange, pale object positioned on the cotton gin stand where it didn't belong. The darker shape sprawled behind a case. A sound escaped her, a small choked gasp. She took 2 stumbling steps backward, her hand flying to her mouth. She called 911 from the front steps, sitting down hard on the top step because her legs had stopped working reliably, and she stayed there in the thin, gray morning light with her hands clenched in her lap until the first cruiser arrived 7 minutes later, its tires spraying gravel. Then she told the deputy what she had seen without looking back at the building, her words coming in a flat, rapid monotone, and she did not go inside again that day or for a long time after. In the center of the east wing, positioned with deliberate care on a wooden display stand that had previously held a scale model of a Delta cotton gin, was a lampshade. It was not a cotton gin. It was not made of fabric or parchment. It was pale off-white with a subtle porous texture. It was shaped like a classic empire shade, wider at the bottom, and it stood about 10 inches tall. It was utterly, appallingly out of place. The deputy who entered the building, a young man named Hughes, understood within seconds that this was above his pay grade. His face, initially set in professional neutrality, went slack. He stopped just inside the east wing, his hand going to his belt radio, his eyes fixed on the thing on the stand. He called his sergeant, his voice tight. The sergeant arrived, a heavy-set man with a veteran's weary eyes. He walked to the east wing doorway, looked for approximately 4 seconds, his jaw working silently. He turned on his heel, walked back outside and called the sheriff. The sheriff arrived, his hat in his hand. He looked for approximately 3 seconds, his face draining of color until it matched his pale shirt. He walked back to his car, sat in the driver's seat with the door open, and called the FBI field office in Jackson, his voice low and urgent. By the time the call worked its way through the appropriate channels and landed on the right desk, it was early afternoon. The rain had stopped, leaving the world damp and steaming. The lampshade was still there, patient and terrible in the center of the room, lit now by the harsh, white glare of portable work, lights the crime scene technicians had brought in. They moved around it with the focused, impersonal efficiency of people who had learned not to think too carefully about what they were illuminating, their Tyvek suits rustling, their cameras clicking from every angle, measuring, documenting, preserving the horror. Earl Duchamp had been found in the east wing as well, behind a display case, still and cold and no longer in need of his thermos or his paperback, or the beagle named Corporal, who would wait by the door that evening with absolute faith, tail thumping a slow rhythm on the floorboards, for a man who was not coming home. In Chapter 2. In Chapter 2. In Chapter 2. The courtroom on the 4th floor of the E. Barrett Prettyman Federal Courthouse was the kind of room that had been designed to make people feel the weight of the proceedings. Dark wood paneling, buffed to a soft, depthless sheen. High ceilings that swallowed sound and light, leaving a perpetual, respectful hush below. Flags flanked the bench with the particular rigidity of things that had been standing at attention for a very long time. The gallery was half full. The air smelled of recycled air conditioning, old carpet, and the faint, clean scent of lemon-scented polish. Katie Ford had been on the witness stand for 2 hours and 40 minutes. She didn't mind. The first hour had been foundational. Hargrove, the defense counsel, had established her credentials with a slow, methodical care that was meant to feel tedious, to lull the jury into a rhythm he could later disrupt. He walked her through her education, her tenure at the Behavioral Analysis Unit, her publication history. He'd asked her to define terms like signature behavior and organized offender in her own words, his head tilted in polite, earnest listening. Katie had answered each question with the same measured clarity, her hands resting lightly on the polished oak rail of the witness box. She watched the jury as she spoke, not to engage them directly, but to read the room. The older woman in the second row who took meticulous notes, the younger man who kept glancing at the clock, the collective focus that tightened when she explained the difference between what a criminal does to complete a crime and what he does to satisfy a psychological need. Now, in the final stretch, Hargrove had shifted. The questions were the same in substance, but the temperature had dropped. The polite listener was gone, replaced by the strategist. Agent Ford. Defense counsel was a trim man in his mid-50s, with a silver tie, and the deliberate cadence of someone who had learned long ago that juries responded to patience. He had been patient for 2 hours and 40 minutes. He consulted a single note card in his hand, though Katie knew he didn't need it. You testified that the behavioral signature you identified in the Morrow case was, in your words, consistent with a highly organized, mission-oriented offender. Incorrect. Incorrect. Her voice was calm, carrying easily in the still air. And this assessment was based on your analysis of the crime scene photographs and the victimology report. He didn't look at her, instead letting his gaze drift toward the jury as he stated the fact, making it sound like a limitation. Among other materials. Yes. She added the 2 words deliberately, forcing the full scope back into the record. Not on any direct interview with the defendant. No direct interview. That's correct. She didn't blink. Profiling wasn't mind reading, it was pattern recognition from evidence. He was trying to frame it as guesswork. Hargrove let that sit for a moment, turning fully to face the jury box with the practiced subtlety of a man marking a point without appearing to mark it. He adjusted his cufflink, a small, deliberate motion that drew the eye. Katie watched him. She had been watching him for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and she had a reasonably complete picture of his technique by now. He was good. He understood pacing, the power of silence, the importance of physical presence in a space designed for theater. He was not, she thought, good enough. His tells were small, a slight tightening at the corner of his mouth before he moved in, a barely perceptible shift in his stance when he was about to oversell a point. Agent Ford, isn't it true that behavioral analysis of the kind you've described is considered by significant portions of the forensic psychology community to be imprecise? Katie said, cutting him off before he could land the softer synonym. Her interruption was clean, without challenge, merely completing the thought. Contested in peer-reviewed literature. Dependent on the interpretive framework of the analyst. Hargrove paused. A small pause, but she caught it, the briefest flicker of recalculations behind his eyes. He hadn't expected her to say his quiet part out loud, and with such clinical detachment. In the jury box, the note-taker looked up, her pen hovering. I was going to say subjective, he said, recovering, his tone gently correcting, as if she'd been impolite. That's a softer word for the same concern, Katie said, her hand still relaxed on the rail. She could feel the grain of the wood under her fingertips, a solid, real anchor. And it's a legitimate one. Behavioral analysis is not fingerprint matching. It doesn't produce certainty. What it produces is a probabilistic framework for understanding a pattern of behavior. Who is likely to produce it? Under what psychological conditions? With what degree of organization and premeditation? She paused, letting the definition hang. The air conditioning hummed softly overhead, a vein of cool air tracing its way down the back of her neck. She continued, her eyes moving from Hargrove to the jury, meeting their gazes one by one for a fraction of a second. In the Morrow case, that framework is supported by 7 discrete behavioral indicators, each independently documented in the case materials, and each consistent with the profile I've described. Taken individually, any one of them is arguable. Taken together, they form a pattern that is, in my professional assessment, unambiguous. She said it without heat, without emphasis, in the same level tone she had used for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Not because she was performing composure. Because she was composed. Her breathing was even. Her shoulders in the tailored jacket were loose, not hunched. When she had finished, she simply waited, her posture open. This was the part of the work she understood completely, sitting still inside a complex problem and seeing it clearly while other people argued about the edges. The witness stand was just another container for the work. Hargrove studied her for a long moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as he searched for a seam, a point of entry he'd missed. He glanced down at his notes, then back at her, and seemed to find nothing. The silence stretched. Judge Alvarez, a lean man with a perpetually harried expression, looked up from his file and raised an eyebrow. "Nothing further," Hargrove said, the words clipped. The prosecutor, a woman named Chen, stood briefly. "No redirect, Your Honor." Judge Alvarez thanked Katie and released her from the stand with the brisk efficiency of a man running 14 minutes behind schedule. "We'll recess for 15 minutes, he announced, bringing his gavel down with a sharp crack. Katie stood, the muscles in her legs protesting the long stillness. She stepped down from the raised platform, the soles of her shoes making a soft, definitive tap on the hardwood floor. She collected her leather portfolio from the rail, her fingers finding the familiar worn edge. Then she turned and walked up the center aisle toward the heavy oak courtroom doors. The walk was 20 paces. She moved deliberately, not slowly but without hurry. She felt the eyes on her, the defendant's family, the press row, the idle spectators. The atmosphere in the room shifted as she moved through it, the formal focus of the testimony dissolving into the muted rustle of people standing, whispering, gathering coats. She pushed through the door into the corridor, and the sound changed completely. The bailiff was waiting just outside. A young man, early 20s, with the slightly stunned look of someone who had been given a task he did not fully understand. His uniform was crisp, but he held himself awkwardly, as if unsure where to put his hands. He was holding a plain white envelope, pinched carefully between his thumb and forefinger. "Agent Ford." His voice had a nervous edge. She stopped, turning fully toward him. Yes. This came for you." He held it out, arm extended, as if passing a baton. Plain white envelope, her name typed neatly on the front in a standard font, no return address. But in the upper left corner, in small, precise block letters, Director's Office. FBI Headquarters. Washington, D.C. Katie took it. Her fingers brushed against the paper. It was a standard weight, nothing special. The bailiff's hand retreated quickly, with evident relief, and he gave a short, almost imperceptible nod before turning to resume his post by the door, his posture now one of studied indifference. She stood in the corridor outside courtroom 4B. The noise of the building moved around her in layers. The sharp, percussive click of heels on marble, the low murmur of lawyers huddled in consultation, the distant, melodic chime of an elevator arriving, the rustle of paper from a clerk wheeling a cart of files. Sunlight slanted in through high windows, cutting through the cool, conditioned air and illuminating motes of dust. She turned the envelope over. No seal, just a simple flap tucked in. She slid a finger under it and opened it. Inside was a single photograph. No cover letter, no memo, no explanatory text. Just the photograph printed on plain, slightly glossy paper in color. She looked at it for a long time. The image had been taken in what appeared to be a large room with high ceilings and dark wood floors. Portable work lights on tripods had been set up at angles, the kind used by crime scene technicians, and their combined illumination was flat, bright, and merciless, bleaching color to a stark clarity, and casting hard, distinct shadows behind every object. In the center of the frame, on a simple wooden display stand, was an object. The photographer had shot it straight on, no artistic angle, no context-giving distance. The clinical, centered framing of someone documenting evidence rather than composing an image. Katie had spent 11 years reading crime scene photographs, the way other people read text. Quickly, completely, with her full attention on what the image was saying rather than what it was showing. She read this one in approximately 4 seconds. The first second, recognition of form. A lampshade. The second, analysis of construction. A human skin. Tanned, stitched with a precise, careful hand. The third, contextual memory retrieval. The dimensions, the specific pattern of the seams, the slight unevenness in the stretching near the base. The fourth, conclusion. The lampshade was the work of someone who knew exactly what he was doing and had taken time to do it correctly. The construction technique, the dimensions, the specific material, all of it mapped precisely onto a set of facts she had memorized from a case file she had first read at 23 years old, sitting in the Quantico library at 2 in the morning because she couldn't sleep, and the library was where she went when she couldn't sleep. The cool silence of the stacks, the green glow of the desk lamp, the feel of the laminate cover of the file. Abed Jane. Plainfield, Wisconsin. 1957. She knew the artifact dimensions from the evidence inventory. She knew the construction methodology from the forensic anthropologist's report. She knew what she was looking at. She knew what it meant. A cold, solid weight settled in her stomach, a sensation distinct from intellectual understanding. Her breath caught just once, a slight, involuntary intake of air through her nose. Her fingers, holding the photograph, went perfectly still. Around her, the corridor noise continued, a laugh from a nearby group, the squeak of a janitor's cart, but it all receded, muffled by the silent, screaming fact of the image in her hands. The photograph did not include a location. It did not need to. The return address on the envelope told her the director knew. The fact that there was no cover letter, no briefing document, no formal tasking memorandum, just the photograph delivered by hand to a courthouse corridor, told her the director wanted her moving before the paperwork caught up, before questions could be asked, before anything could slow her down. This was a silent starter's pistol. Katie slid the photograph back into the envelope. She folded the envelope once, crisply, and put it in the inside pocket of her jacket, against her sternum, where she could feel its slight pressure. She stood still for one more moment in the corridor, letting the shape of it settle in her mind. The pattern. The deliberateness of it. The specific, esoteric historical knowledge required to produce what was in that photograph with that degree of accuracy. This wasn't a copycat in the vague, sensational sense. This was replication with a scholar's attention to detail. Someone knew their history very well. She turned, her movements precise again, and walked toward the bank of elevators, her heels echoing with a new purpose on the marble floor. She kept her go-bag at the apartment because she had learned, in the first year after Quantico, that going home to pack was a form of hesitation she couldn't afford. The bag lived by the front door, a weathered black duffel, packed and repacked so many times that she no longer had to think about what was in it, only verify it. Change of clothes, dark and practical. Toiletries travel-sized. The secondary holster, and 2 extra magazines. The portable hard drive, encrypted with her case reference files. 2 protein bars she replaced on the first of every month, so they didn't expire. A universal phone charger. A small, powerful flashlight. It was a kit of essentials, a portable version of her professional self. The apartment itself offered no argument for staying. She had moved in 8 months ago and had not unpacked beyond the essentials. Boxes were stacked against the living room wall in a configuration that had seemed temporary in October and had since achieved a kind of permanence by default. There was no art on the off-white walls. There were no photographs on the bare surfaces of the IKEA furniture. There was a coffee maker, a desk with a laptop and a neat stack of files, a bed made with tight, hospital corners and the go-bag by the door. There was, however, a thriving pothos on the kitchen windowsill. She watered it on Sundays because someone from the office had given it to her as a housewarming gift, and it had proved difficult to kill. She had developed, in spite of herself, a reluctant appreciation for things that were difficult to kill. Its vines trailed over the edge of the pot, lush and green, catching the late afternoon light on their broad, heart-shaped leaves. As she didn't sit down, she placed the envelope on the kitchen counter and unzipped the duffel. Her hands moved through the contents by rote, a touch to confirm the hard drive, a shake of the toiletry bag to listen for liquids, a check of the protein bar dates. She removed her service weapon from her hip holster, secured it in the bag's padded compartment, and strapped on the secondary holster, adjusting the fit at her ankle with a few practice tugs. She filled a water bottle from the tap and drank a full glass standing at the kitchen sink, looking out at the brick wall of the building across the alley. The light was turning golden, long shadows stretching in the narrow space between the structures. She zipped the bag closed, the sound loud in the quiet apartment. She turned off the kitchen light, plunging the pothos into shadow. She picked up the go-bag, its familiar weight settling into her shoulder, and walked out, locking the door behind her without a backward glance. The drive to Reagan National took 22 minutes in the late afternoon traffic, a flow of brake lights and merging lanes she navigated with automatic focus. She was through security in 9 minutes, her badge and credentials moving her quickly through the priority line. The terminal was a cavern of noise and movement, but it all felt distant, filtered. Her mind was already ahead, on the image, on the geography it implied. The last flight to Jackson, Mississippi departed in 40 minutes from gate C-17. The departures board confirmed it, and a quick, terse conversation with the airline agent at the gate confirmed there was 1 seat remaining in coach. She bought it with her government card, the transaction swift and silent. She accepted the boarding pass, a flimsy piece of paper, without looking at the seat number. The decision had already been made in the corridor outside courtroom 4B the moment she understood what she was looking at. Everything since then was just execution. The drive, the security line, the ticket, these were merely physical steps in a sequence that had been activated the second her brain completed its 4-second analysis. She found her seat, 23B, a window. She stowed her duffel in the overhead bin, keeping only the envelope. She sat down, the aircraft seat upholstery cool against her neck. As the cabin filled with the rustle and murmur of other passengers, she took the photograph from her jacket pocket once more. In the recycled, slightly blue-tinged light of the cabin, the details were no less stark. She studied the edges of the frame, a glimpse of a baseboard, the grain of the wooden stand, the way the light glared off the skin's surface. She wasn't looking for new information now, she was imprinting it. Fixing the details in the specific part of her memory, she reserved for things she needed to be able to find quickly in the dark. The mental file drawer labeled urgent. The cabin door thumped shut with a final sound. A flight attendant's voice, smooth and practiced, began the safety briefing. Katie slid the photograph back into the envelope, and the envelope into her pocket. She closed her eyes, leaning her head against the cool plastic of the window frame. The engines built to a deep-throated roar, and the plane began to move, pushing her back into her seat with the force of acceleration. She did not sleep. Behind her closed eyelids, she saw the flat, merciless light, the careful stitches, the shape of a horror pulled from history and laid bare on a stand. She felt the aircraft lift into the air, and she began, silently, to work. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The flight from Reagan National to Jackson touched down at 11:47, and Katie Ford was the third person off the plane. Dee spent the final hour of the descent not looking at the case file on her tablet, but at the dark landscape scrolling past her window, a grid of isolated lights separated by vast pools of nothing. The man in the aisle seat had tried to make conversation about the weather in D.C. She'd given a monosyllable and turned back to the window, and he'd taken the hint. The disconnect was always the same. The civilian world of recycled air, soft drinks, and polite disinterest, and the grim destination waiting on the ground. Dee reviewed the photograph until the details were burned into her retinas, then shut it off. The work would begin when she landed, not before. Pre-gaming it only led to assumptions. The terminal at Jackson Medgar, Wiley Evers International was quiet at that hour. A scatter of travelers moving through corridors lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed and flickered in sections, casting wavering shadows on polished linoleum. The air smelled of industrial cleaner and recirculated dampness, a cold, wet smell that clung to the back of the throat. A janitor's cart sat abandoned beside a shuttered newsstand, a mop handle leaning against a bucket of gray water. From somewhere down a connecting corridor came the tinny, cheerful jingle of a vending machine cycling through its options. Katie walked through it all without slowing, her stride even and purposeful, the leather strap of her go-bag a familiar weight on her shoulder. The envelope with the photograph was a flat, hard presence in her jacket pocket against her sternum, a touchstone. A man was waiting just beyond the security checkpoint, leaning against a pillar where the light was poor. Lean, mid-50s, wearing a brown county sheriff's jacket that looked a size too large, the cuffs frayed. He stood with his hands deep in his pockets, and his shoulders slightly hunched against a draft, but his eyes were awake and tracking every movement in the near-empty hall, pale, watery blue, set in a map of fine lines that spoke of years spent squinting into sun or headlights. They carried the focused exhaustion of someone running on willpower, past the point where sleep was still a reasonable option. It showed in the slight, unconscious tremor in his right hand as he pulled it from his pocket, and in the shadowed hollows beneath his eyes, but the gaze itself was clear and assessing. He gave a short two-fingered wave when he spotted her, a gesture that cut through the air from the wrist. Not a greeting so much as an acknowledgement of a fact: you are here. I am here. Let's go. Agent Ford. His voice was a dry southern rasp, the kind that came from decades of too many cigarettes and too many difficult conversations held in low tones. It had a gravelly texture. Dale Mitchell, Jericho Falls County Sheriff. He didn't offer his hand. Instead, he turned his body slightly and pushed through a heavy door marked Authorized Personnel with his shoulder, the muscles in his back tightening against the weight of it. He held it open, the door groaning on its hinges. Appreciate the Bureau moving fast on this one. What's the current status? Katie asked, following him into a concrete service corridor, lit by bare bulbs caged in wire mesh. The air was cooler here, smelling of concrete dust and industrial soap. Victims been transported to the county ME. In Greenville. Scenes still being worked by our techs and the Bureau Forensics team out of Jackson. His boots echoed on the stained floor. He paused, a brief hesitation that lasted 2 steps, and she heard the slight catch in his breath before he continued. It told her he hadn't yet found a clinical term he was comfortable with. The artifact is still in place. Your partner wanted it documented in situ before anything got moved. Said it was non-negotiable. They came out into the night through a steel door that opened onto a loading zone. The air was cold and thick, carrying the sharp tang of jet fuel and the distant, organic dark smell of the wetlands, decaying vegetation and damp earth. His county SUV was idling at the curb, a white Ford Explorer with a faded green stripe and a light bar on top, its exhaust pluming white in the yellow glow of a sodium vapor lamp that buzzed overhead. Katie pulled open the rear passenger door. The interior light revealed a clutter of maps folded into squares, 2 empty paper coffee cups in the holder, a shotgun locked upright in a rack between the front seats. The smell was a layered cocktail, pine-scented air freshener dangling from the rearview, old coffee, the ingrained sweat of long shifts, and the faint, sweet odor of chewing tobacco. The vinyl seat was cool and cracked under her hands as she climbed in, setting her bag on the floor. Mitchell settled behind the wheel, with a sigh that was more a release of breath than sound. He adjusted the rearview mirror, his eyes meeting hers in the glass for a half-second before he looked away, and pulled away from the curb without ceremony, the transmission clunking into gear. The police radio chatter was turned low, a stream of static-punctuated codes and laconic voices. Agent Shaw's been here since this afternoon, Mitchell said, tapping a cigarette from a crumpled soft pack in his shirt pocket. He rolled it between his fingers for a moment before leaning forward to punch the dashboard lighter. He waited, the vehicle eating up the 2-lane access road, the headlights cutting a tunnel through the darkness. When the lighter popped, he pulled it out and touched the glowing coil to the cigarette tip. The ember brightened, a tiny orange star that briefly illuminated the deep creases around his eyes and the tight set of his mouth as he inhaled. He tossed the lighter back into its slot with a practiced motion. Flew in from Quantico on a bureau plane the moment the field office in Jackson made the call. She's been running the command post out of our conference room since about 4. He took a long, slow drag, held it, then exhaled a stream of smoke out the window he'd cracked an inch. The cold air rushed in, mixing with the smoke. Doesn't sleep much, far as I can tell. Just works. Drinks coffee black. Doesn't say much unless it's a question. What's your read on the scene? Katie asked, watching his profile. The dashboard lights cast his face in a greenish hue. Mitchell was quiet for a long moment, one hand resting on the wheel at the bottom, the other holding the cigarette outside the window. He watched the 2-lane blacktop unspool into darkness ahead of them, a ribbon bordered by shallow, weed-choked ditches. The country was flat on both sides, fields lying fallow and dark, the occasional stand of pines or oaks a solid black mass against a black sky pricked with a few cold stars. The only signs of life were the distant, solitary yellow squares of farmhouse windows, miles apart. "I've been doing this work for 22 years, he said finally, his voice lower now, almost conversational, as if confiding in the night itself. Seen car wrecks that looked like bomb blasts. Domestic disputes that ended in pieces. Things that required some time to file away correctly in my head so you could still put your boots on the next morning." He took another drag, the ember flaring. "What's in that east wing?" Another pause, shorter this time, more controlled. He flicked ash out the window. "That's going to require some time. And a different filing cabinet." Katie looked out her own window at the dark Delta night rushing past, a void punctuated by the ghostly shapes of irrigation rigs standing sentinel in the fields. "The bone saw. It was taken from the display case." "That's right." He nodded once, a sharp dip of his chin. "Exhibit on loan from the Delta Regional Medical Center archives. Circa 1887. Antique surgical kit." The saw was mounted on a velvet backing with little brass brackets. His jaw worked. Whoever took it knew what he was looking for. Case was the third one along the east wall. He went straight to it. Used something to pop the lock, clean, professional. Didn't touch anything else in the room. No vandalism. No theft of petty cash from the front desk. Just that. And the watchman. Girl Dutchamp. Mitchell's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles pushing pale against the skin in the dashboard glow. It was a small, muscular movement, but Katie saw it clearly in the rearview mirror. 61 years old. 22 years on the job at the Historical Society. Before that, Army. The mechanic. Decent man. Quiet. Paid his taxes on time. His dog's at my deputy's house right now. He cleared his throat. His daughter's driving in from Hattiesburg tonight. We've got a victim's advocate with her. Katie absorbed that and said nothing. There was nothing useful to say, no platitude that wouldn't sound hollow in the close, smoky confines of the SUV. She watched the lights of Jericho Falls appear ahead of them, a low cluster of illumination against the flat dark, streetlights tracing a grid, the brighter glow of a gas station sign, a few neon beer logos in bar windows. She turned the photograph over in her mind, not the image itself, which she had already filed in the part of her memory that didn't forget, but the implications of it. The specificity of the stitching. The historical fidelity to a template over 60 years old. The immense, quiet patience it required. Whoever had built that lampshade had not built it quickly. It was not the work of frenzy. It was craftsmanship. The Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department occupied a low, utilitarian brick building 2 blocks off the main square, next door to a feed store that had been there long enough to have its own historical marker out front. The parking lot was full of county vehicles and 2 unmarked sedans with government plates. A single fluorescent bulb shone over the entrance, attracting a cloud of tiny moths. Mitchell led her inside through a side door, bypassing the empty front desk. The bullpen was a wide room with scarred wooden desks, humming computer towers, and a large county map on one wall. It was empty, except for a young deputy typing slowly with 2 fingers. He glanced up, saw Mitchell, and gave a tired nod before returning to his work. The air here was warmer, smelling of photocopier toner, stale microwave popcorn, and old carpet. The conference room that had been converted into a command post was down a short hallway. Mitchell pushed the door open, holding it for her. The room was rectangular, with acoustic-tile drop ceilings and fluorescent lights that cast a flat, shadowless glare. A large wall-mounted county survey map dominated one wall, dotted with a few colored pins. A long laminate table was covered in a spill of manila folders, legal pads, and white paper coffee cups from the gas and go, some empty, some half full with cold dregs. A portable whiteboard on a wheeled stand stood at the head of the table. And there were 3 deputies, 2 men and a woman, who had been there long enough to have developed the particular stillness of people waiting for someone to tell them what to do. They weren't slouching, but they weren't at attention either. One leaned against a filing cabinet, arms crossed, staring at the floor. Another sat at the table, turning a pen over and over in his fingers. The woman stood by the coffee station, holding a mug but not drinking from it. They all looked up as Katie entered, their eyes moving from her to Mitchell with a flicker of expectation that was quickly banked. Nina Shaw was standing at the whiteboard when Katie walked in. She was smaller than Katie had expected from the case files and the reputation that preceded her. Not physically diminished, but compact, contained, built with an economy of dimension that matched the economy of everything else about her. She wore a black suit jacket over a white blouse that was still crisp and sharp at midnight, which seemed like a deliberate act of will, a statement of control. Her reddish hair was pulled back from a pale, composed face into a severe knot at the nape of her neck. She was writing on the whiteboard in clean, block letters, her back to the door, and she did not turn around when Katie entered, though the shift in the room's atmosphere, the slight straightening of the deputies, Mitchell's movement was palpable. The room smelled of old carpet and the ozone of electronics, and the accumulated staleness of people who had been working in it for hours without opening a window, breathing the same recirculated air. Shaw capped her marker with a definitive click. She turned around. Her eyes were a pale, unsettling blue, the color of winter sky at altitude, clear and depthless, and they covered Katie in a single, comprehensive sweep that started at her practical boots, moved up over her dark trousers, her jacket, and ended at her face. The sweep took approximately 1 second and seemed to miss nothing: the travel fatigue, the alertness, the readiness. It was an appraisal, not an introduction. "Ford," she said. Her voice was cool, even, devoid of inflection. Not a question. She had clearly read the file, memorized the photo. "Agent Shaw," Katie responded, matching the tone. Shaw set the marker in the aluminum tray at the base of the whiteboard with precise alignment. She picked up a single manila folder from the table, the top one in a stack. She held it out, her arm extended, not moving from her position. "Tell me what you see." The folder contained a set of crime scene photographs. 8 by 10, glossy, color, shot under portable work lights with the flat, merciless exposure of forensic documentation that eliminates shadow and nuance, revealing only fact. Katie took the folder without looking at Shaw, her fingers brushing the cool cardboard. She opened it, found the first photograph on top, and looked at it. She was aware of the deputies watching her, their earlier stillness now replaced by a focused curiosity. She was aware of Mitchell moving to the coffee station in the corner, the soft clink of ceramic, the splash of liquid. She was most acutely aware of Shaw's absolute stillness at the other end of the table, waiting, a presence like a held breath. Katie worked through the photographs in the order they were arranged, which was logical and chronological. The exterior of the Beaumont Building's east wing, a wide shot. The interior, display cases lining the walls. A close-up of the empty bracket on the velvet where the bone saw had been, the brass fittings bent outward. Earl Duchamp, as found behind a large case, his body in a fetal position, the brutal blunt force trauma to the back of his head, documented with clinical precision from multiple angles, the dark blood stark against the pale floor. And then the lampshade. It was shot straight on, and from two angled perspectives. The work lights made it the most illuminated object in the room, turning the pale, treated skin nearly translucent, highlighting the meticulous, tight stitching along the seams. The shade was conical, wider at the bottom, narrowing at the top where it would fit a harp. It was grotesquely elegant. Katie closed the folder, the glossy pages slipping against each other. She set it down on the laminate table with a soft tap that sounded loud in the quiet room. Ed Jane, she said, her own voice calm, factual. Plainfield, Wisconsin. November 1957. He walked into Worden's hardware store, shot Bernice Worden with a .22 rifle, took her body back to his farmhouse, and constructed various objects from human remains, including a lampshade, a bowl, a belt. She looked up, meeting Shaw's winter blue eyes directly. The construction technique in these photographs, the dimensions, the seam methodology, matches the documented evidence inventory from the 1957 case to a degree that is not coincidental. This isn't inspired by. It's not a homage. It's a replication. Whoever made that was working from the source material. Deliberately. Precisely. He either has access to the original case files or to photographs with precise measurements. The room was quiet. The hum of the fluorescents seemed to grow louder. One of the deputies, the one leaning on the filing cabinet, shifted his weight, his boot scraping softly on the floor. The woman by the coffee station set her mug down silently. Shaw's expression did not change. Her face remained a composed mask. But something in her eyes did, a fractional shift, a minute intensification of focus. Not warmth exactly, but the acknowledgement of a tool that was sufficiently sharp for the work at hand. It was there and gone in a blink. Correct, Shaw said, the single word a verdict. She turned back to the whiteboard with a swift pivot. She uncapped her marker again. Now tell me what that means about who we're looking for. Katie pulled out the nearest chair, the metal legs scraping on the linoleum. She sat down, the weight of the long day settling into her joints. She slid the go bag off her shoulder and let it rest against the chair leg. She looked past Shaw at the whiteboard, at the sparse, precise notes already there, a timeline, the victim's name, the artifact. She looked at the county map on the wall with its empty delta geography, the winding line of the river, the small cluster of streets that was Jericho Falls. It means he's not done, Katie said, the conclusion forming as she spoke it. Jane wasn't the only one he knows. Replication like this is a study. It's practice. If he's moved from studying to doing, and he's chosen Jane as his first template, he has a curriculum. A list. Jane is chapter 1. He'll have other chapters. Other artists. Shaw didn't respond immediately. Instead, she raised the marker and wrote 2 words on the whiteboard in her clean block letters, the tip squeaking against the surface. Who's next? She capped the marker, placed it perfectly in the tray, and turned around. She looked at Katie with the pale, focused attention of someone who had been waiting for this specific conversation, with this specific person, to start for several hours. All the coffee drunk, all the reports reviewed, all the waiting had been a prelude to this moment. That, she said, her voice cutting through the static of the room, is the question. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. They left for the museum at first light. Mitchell drove. Shaw took the passenger seat. Katie sat in the back with a manila folder of crime scene photographs on her knee and the pre-dawn darkness of the Delta pressing against the windows. The town was still asleep, the streets empty, the storefronts dark. A faint ground mist lay over the road, and the headlights of the Explorer turned it silver, carving a tunnel through the gloom. The only sound was the hum of the tires on wet asphalt and the low rush of the heater. "Walk me through what your people found on entry," Shaw said, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, her profile sharp in the dashboard's green glow. Mitchell lit a cigarette, the dashboard lighter glowing cherry red before he snapped it back into its socket. He took a long drag, the tip flaring. "Patricia Auber," he began, exhaling a stream of smoke that the ventilation system pulled toward the cracked window. "Volunteer docent, been with the Historical Society 11 years. Arrived for her Tuesday opening shift at 8:52. She had a key, but the front door was already unlocked. Said it felt wrong the second she turned the knob, too easy." He paused, his eyes on the mist-shrouded road. "She went in, called for Earl. No answer. Said the building felt hollow. She made it as far as the east wing doorway, saw enough and backed out. Called 911 from the front steps." He took another drag, the muscles in his jaw working. "She didn't go any further. Smart woman. Forced entry." Shaw asked, her voice a low monotone. "And none found. Front door, back door, all windows, no signs of prying, no broken glass. The east wing has a fire exit that opens from the inside only. We're working on how he got in." He tapped ash into a cupped hand. "Building's old. Locks are original to the last renovation in the late 90s. Simple deadbolts. Our theory is he was already inside before closing. Hid in one of the storage areas in the west wing, waited out the afternoon docent shift. There are closets full of old exhibit materials, a boiler room. Plenty of places." "So he was in the building for hours," Katie said from the back seat, looking up from the photograph of the lampshade on her lap. The glossy image felt slick and cold under her fingertips. "At minimum 3-4 hours, Mitchell confirmed, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. His eyes were tired. "Museum closed at 5. The last docent, a college kid, left by 5:15 after a quick sweep. Earl did his last documented round at 9:17. If the killer was in there the whole time, he was patient. Sat in the dark, listening to Earl make his rounds, waiting for him to settle." Shaw said nothing. She watched the mist move in the headlights, a slow, swirling dance. Her hands rested on her thighs, palms down, perfectly still. Katie closed the folder. Did Mrs. Auber describe what she saw? From the doorway. Mitchell was quiet for a beat. She said it was sitting up on a stand in the back of the room. That the lights were off, but the dawn was coming through the windows enough to see the shape of it. She said she knew what it was before her mind could really put it together. She said the worst part was that it looked like it belonged there. Like it was part of the exhibit. He flicked the cigarette butt out the window. She ran. Didn't touch a thing. The Beaumont building was a 2-story federal-style brick structure on a corner lot 3 blocks from the main square, separated from its neighbors by a wrought iron fence and a line of old live oaks, whose massive, twisted roots had long since buckled the sidewalk into uneven slabs. At this hour, with the crime scene tape strung between the fence posts, yellow plastic fluttering in a faint, damp breeze, and the portable work lights visible through the tall front windows, it looked less like a historical society and more like the set of something that had gone very wrong. The harsh white light from within bled out around the edges of the blackout sheets hung over the windows, clashing violently with the soft, pearlescent gray of the Delta dawn. A lone mockingbird cried from a power line, its song sharp and out of place. Mitchell killed the engine. The sudden silence was heavy. A deputy stationed at the front gate, huddled in his jacket against the chill, nodded them through, his breath pluming in the air. The morning was cold and damp, carrying the rich, decaying smell of river mud and something else, faint, sweet, organic, that Katie recognized without wanting to. It was the tinny scent of old blood, carried on the damp air from the dumpster, where the initial biohazard waste had been bagged. They gloved up on the front steps, the coarse texture of the latex snapping against their wrists. Mitchell produced shoe covers from a kit in his jacket pocket, the blue fabric rustling. Shaw pulled hers on without comment, bending slightly at the knees, her movements economical. Katie followed suit, the ritual of it focusing her mind. The stretch of the latex over her knuckles, the rustle of the shoe covers, the act of sealing herself off from the scene even as she prepared to enter it. Shaw pushed through the front door, and the cooler, stiller air of the building washed over them. Inside, the foyer was high-ceilinged and dim, the original pine floors gleaming dully under the crime scene lights set up in the corridor beyond. Dust motes swirled in the crossed beams like agitated snow. A framed portrait of Jefferson Davis hung on the near wall, the varnish cracked, the eyes seeming to follow them. A characteristically Mississippi Historical Society choice, Katie thought. The building smelled of old paper and linseed oil, and the particular, dense cold of a space that had been sealed overnight with something terrible inside it. Underneath it all was a faint, coppery tang that no amount of cleaning solution could yet erase. Two Bureau forensic technicians in Tyvek suits were working the front corridor, their suits rustling with every movement. One was dusting the frame of a doorway for latent prints, the brush whispering against the wood. The other was photographing the floorboards at a low angle, the camera shutter clicking softly, rapidly. The first tech looked up at their entrance, his face obscured by his hood and mask, nodded once at Shaw, and returned to his work without speaking. The silence was professional, respectful, and complete. "'Tis Earl?" Shaw asked Mitchell, her voice low so as not to carry. Mitchell cleared his throat quietly. "Found behind a display case in the East Wing. The one with the Civil War medical instruments. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Coroner's preliminary puts time of death between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Mitchell's voice was flat and professional, the flatness of a man maintaining control through practiced compression. He kept his eyes on Shaw, not letting them drift toward the corridor that led to the East Wing. A muscle ticked near his jawline. He was alive when he went down. The blow was deliberate, controlled force. The coroner said the angle and fracture pattern suggest the perpetrator was right-handed, struck from behind and slightly above. Enough force to incapacitate, not necessarily immediate. He would have been conscious for a short time afterward. Minutes, maybe. Katie thought of Earl Duchamp on the floor of the East Wing in the dark, the rain hammering the windows, understanding what had happened and unable to do anything about it. She imagined the feel of the old pine boards against his cheek, the taste of blood in his mouth, the retreating footsteps of the man who had put him there. She took a slow, deliberate breath, visualizing a steel drawer in her mind, cool and dark. She placed the image of Earl dying alone inside it, pushed the drawer shut, and heard the solid thunk of the lock engaging. She refocused her eyes on the dust motes in the light beam, on the texture of the pine floor, on the present, tangible reality of the investigation. She put the thought in the part of her mind where she kept things that needed to be filed and not felt, and followed Shaw down the corridor. The east wing opened before them. It was a long room with high ceilings and tall windows, the original display cases arranged along the walls like solemn sentinels, glass boxes holding cotton samples, plantation ledgers, rusted iron implements. The forensic lights were set up at clinical angles, their combined illumination flat and shadowless, bleaching the color from the wood and fabric. At the far end of the room, positioned on a wooden display stand that had previously held a scale model of a Delta cotton gin, was the lampshade. Katie had seen the photographs. She had studied them carefully on the plane, tracing the seams with her eyes, and again in the command center under bright fluorescence, and again in the back of Mitchell's SUV during the drive over, the images illuminated by passing streetlights. She thought she had prepared herself adequately for the transition from two-dimensional image to three-dimensional reality. She had not. The photographs had communicated dimension and construction and material, the pale, stretched surface, the careful stitching, the wire frame. They had not communicated presence. The thing had a presence in the room that the photographs couldn't capture, not malevolence exactly, but a dense, focused intention. Someone had made this carefully, had taken time with it, had wanted it to be seen and understood. It sat in the center of the room like a statement, and the very air around it seemed thicker, colder. The forensic lights, which had merely illuminated the rest of the room, seemed to cling to it, highlighting every pore, every subtle variation in the stretched material. Shaw stood 5 feet from it for a long moment, her hands at her sides perfectly still. She didn't blink. She looked at it the way she had looked at everything since Katie had walked into the command center, with the focused, absorptive attention of someone cataloging rather than reacting. Her head tilted slightly, as if measuring angles, assessing craftsmanship. Katie saw the minute movements of her eyes, tracking from the top seam down to the base, pausing at the knots of the stitching, analyzing the tension of the material on the frame. Mitchell stood just inside the doorway, one hand resting on the doorframe. He had been inside this room several times in the past 12 hours, and the distance he maintained from the object, the way his shoulders were slightly turned away from it, suggested that familiarity had not made it easier. He looked at the floor near his feet, at the windows, anywhere but directly at the stand. "The display case," Shaw said finally, without looking away from the lampshade. Her voice was dry, almost a whisper. "Show me." Mitchell led them to the far wall, to the empty case with its glass door still hanging open at an angle, secured in place by a forensic technician's clip to preserve any trace evidence on the handle. The white display fabric inside was deeply disturbed, where the bone saw had sat for 6 weeks. A clean, rectangular impression pressed into the velvet-like material. A small descriptive placard remained in place on the wall inside the case, held by brass pins. Katie leaned closer, her breath fogging the glass slightly. The printing was crisp, amputation saw. Carbon steel with gutta-percha handle. American manufacture, circa 1887. On loan from the Delta Regional Medical Museum. Around the edges of the case, in the fine layer of dust on the glass shelves, were the smudged arcs of fingerprints, some old, some perhaps very new. Shaw read the placard. She looked at the empty space where the saw had been, her eyes tracing the impression in the fabric. She looked back at the lampshade across the room, then let her gaze travel slowly over the rest of the case's interior, the adjacent exhibits, a tourniquet, a bullet probe, a set of scalpels. She was quiet for a moment, the only sound the distant rustle of a tech in the hallway. "The saw was taken," she said, a statement not a question. "Not left behind. Not used here. Taken." "Correct," Mitchell said, his voice tight. "It's not in the building." We've searched the grounds, the dumpsters, the nearby shrubs. Nothing. So it goes with him. Shaw turned slowly on her heel, scanning the full room, the high windows, the other dormant exhibits, the doorways. The lampshade is left. The saw is taken. One is a display, one is a tool. He's not finished. She said it as a factual observation, without emphasis, but the words hung in the chilled air. Katie had been standing slightly apart, working through the photographs again in the folder, cross-referencing the stark crime scene images against what was in front of her. The photo of the lampshade on its stand, taken from this very angle, lacked the profound stillness of the real object. She was aware of Shaw's analysis moving in one direction, toward the killer's logistics, his tools, his next physical action, and her own mind moving in another, through the darker corridors of symbolism and legacy. She let Shaw's words settle, let the cold reality of the missing saw penetrate, and then she looked up, closing the folder with a soft thwap. The saw isn't just a tool, she said. Shaw turned to look at her, pale eyes intent. It's the next prop. Katie held the folder against her chest. She looked at the empty display case, at the precise impression left behind, then at the lampshade, then back at Shaw. He came here for two things. The lampshade he made and brought with him, that's his tribute, his reproduction of what Jane left behind. It's a signature. The saw he took because he needs it for what comes next. It's not just any saw, it's a period instrument. 19th century. A specific. Authentic. She looked at Mitchell. Was anything else disturbed in the building? Any other exhibit touched, moved, or even looked at? Any other cases unlocked? Nothing, Mitchell said, shaking his head slowly. We've done a full inventory, room by room. The East Wing medical case is the only one he went near. The lock was a simple cam lock, picked cleanly. The others are untouched. Because that's the only one that had what he needed. Katie turned back to face the lampshade. The room was very quiet, the hum of the forensic lights now a noticeable drone. Ed Jane didn't just make lampshades. He made masks from facial skin. He made a vest from a female torso. He made bowls from skull caps. He kept skulls on his bedposts. He was a collector, a repurposer. She paused, choosing her words with care, feeling the weight of the history she was invoking. But the thing that Jane is most known for, the thing that burned him into the public consciousness, and made him the template for every fictional serial killer that came after, is the suit. The skin suit. He wanted to become his victims. To wear them. The tools for that, they're specific. Knives, saws. The silence in the East Wing had a physical weight, pressing in from the high, dark ceiling. Mitchell's expression was very still, his face pale under the flat light. He didn't blink. He was seeing it now, too, the trajectory Katie was outlining. The lampshade is an announcement, Katie continued, her voice steady, clinical, forcing the horror into the framework of analysis. It tells us he knows his history. It tells us he's accurate, he's careful, he's patient. He did his homework. And the missing saw tells us he's moving on. He didn't come here just to recreate a single Jane artifact. He came here to open the series. She looked directly at Shaw, holding her partner's impassive gaze. Jane is just the first one. Shaw's pale eyes held hers, unblinking. The first one, she repeated, the words flat. There are others on his list. The saw is for whoever's next. Katie's eyes went back to the empty bracket on the wall, where the bone saw had hung under its descriptive placard for 6 weeks. Circa 1887. A tool from another century, selected with purpose. He's not building a tribute to Ed Jane. He's building a museum of his own. A collection. And he's just put up the first exhibit. He's the curator. This, she said, with a slight nod toward the lampshade, is his opening piece. The room was quiet for a long time after that. The implication expanded to fill the space, cold and inescapable. Mitchell shifted his weight, the floorboard creaking softly under his shoe cover. He looked from the lampshade to the empty case and back again, his earlier weariness now overlaid with a grim, dawning comprehension. Shaw uncrossed her arms, a single smooth motion. She turned and looked at the lampshade for another moment, a long, final look, her head tilted again, as if memorizing it. It was the kind of look that meant she was done processing the object itself and was now calculating its implications, its vectors. Then she turned away from it decisively and walked toward the doorway, her low heels precise and quiet on the pine floor. At the threshold she paused, not turning back, her silhouette framed against the brighter light of the corridor. "Then we'd better figure out who's next on his list before he does," she said, the words clear and devoid of inflection. "And we'd better be faster than he is." She walked out. Her footsteps moved down the corridor toward the exit, unhurried and deliberate, the sound of someone already working the problem, already shifting from observation to pursuit. Mitchell watched her go. He let out a long, slow breath he seemed to have been holding. He looked at Katie, his eyes asking a silent question. "And she always like this?" he asked, his voice barely above a murmur. "I don't know yet," Katie said truthfully. She took one last look at the lampshade, at the terrible patience and specific knowledge it represented, at the person who had stood in this room in the dark, perhaps with Earl Duchamp dying nearby, and placed it on the stand with the careful deliberateness of a curator arranging a prized acquisition, and then she turned her back on it. She followed Shaw out, the blue shoe covers whispering against the wood. Behind them, the east wing of the Jericho Falls Historical Society was quiet in the flat, unforgiving forensic light. The empty display case gaped like an open mouth. The lampshade sat on its stand, a silent, crafted testament. They were the only witnesses to what had been decided there, to the pattern that had just been named, and to the race that had now, irrevocably, begun. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Katie knocked at 7:15. The hollow sound of her knuckles on the hollow core motel door was swallowed by the morning quiet. Shaw opened the door before the second knock, already dressed, already focused, the kind of person who had been awake for some time before anyone came calling. The door swung inward without a sound. Shaw's face was clean of any morning softness. Her eyes were clear and fixed, already calibrated to the day's work. "Coffee's done," Shaw said, her voice flat and immediate. She turned back into the room without waiting for a reply, her movements economical. She poured 2 cups from the carafe on the desk, the dark liquid steaming in the weak light from the window. She set one on the corner of the desk, precisely aligned with the edge, then stepped back, cradling her own mug. "Tell me your theory." "All of it. The version you didn't finish last night." Katie stepped inside, letting the door click shut behind her. Shaw's motel room was identical to Katie's, same beige walls, same framed print of a heron over a marsh, same coffee maker with its orange power light now dark on the counter. The air carried the faint, burnt smell of cheap coffee grounds and the underlying scent of industrial carpet cleaner. The difference was that Shaw's had been converted into a working space sometime in the previous 12 hours. Case files, manila folders swollen with paper, covered the small desk and half the bed, weighted down at the corners by spare change or pens to keep them from sliding. A portable whiteboard on its wheeled stand had been brought over from the command center and positioned against the wall opposite the window. Shaw had already written on it in her clean block letters, though not much, Duchamp E. /9, 17 p.m. final log, no forced entry /Albert disk. 6:42 a.m. The investigation was still young enough that the whiteboard was mostly white, a blank slate waiting for connections. Katie picked up the coffee. The ceramic was almost too hot to hold. It was weak motel coffee, the kind that apologized for itself with a taste like lukewarm brown water, but it was heat and caffeine. She stood in front of the whiteboard, her back to Shaw, and organized her thoughts into the order they needed to be said. She took a slow sip, letting the heat ground her, feeling the weight of Shaw's silent attention on her back. "He's working a list," she said, turning to face the room but not Shaw directly, her eyes on the neutral space of the whiteboard. Not improvising, not evolving, executing. The museum was his opening act. He chose Ed Jane first because Jane is the foundation. He's the first one that most people think of when they think of this particular category of monster, and this killer knows that. He's building from the ground up, starting with the origin point. She finally turned, leaning a shoulder against the whiteboard's cool metal frame. It's deliberate pedagogy. He's teaching us, or himself, or both. Shaw leaned against the desk with her coffee, her hips resting against the particle board edge. She watched Katie the way she'd watched her in the East Wing, the same evaluating stillness, her gaze moving from Katie's eyes to her hands holding the mug and back, reading the physical presentation of the theory as much as the words. The lampshade was left behind deliberately, Katie continued, pushing off from the whiteboard. She began to pace the short length of free floor between the bed and the window, 2 steps one way, 2 steps back. He wanted us to find it. He wanted the identification to be immediate and unambiguous. He's not hiding what he's doing. He's announcing it. She stopped, set her mug down on the desk with a soft tap, and picked up the blue dry erase marker from the whiteboard tray. She uncapped it with a quiet click and wrote 2 words in clear capitals: announcement. Escalation. The marker squeaked faintly. The bone saw being taken tells us the announcement is over. He's moved on. He has a next step already planned, and he needed a specific tool for it. That's not impulsive behavior. That's a prepared itinerary. He didn't take it as a souvenir. He took it as a piece of equipment. "What's on the itinerary?" Shaw said. It wasn't a question. Her tone was flat, demanding specification. "I don't know yet. That's what we need to build." Katie turned back to the whiteboard, capping the marker. She stared at the 2 words, as if they could bleed more meaning onto the white plastic. "I need the full cold case file pull from the last 10 years. Every unexplained homicide, every missing person, every unresolved violent crime in the county and the adjacent counties. If he's been working this list for a while, there may be earlier tributes that were misidentified. Cases written off as isolated incidents that were actually rehearsals. Or earlier entries in the sequence." Shaw's expression didn't change, her mouth remained a neutral line, her brow unfurrowed, but something in her posture shifted. It was a fractional tightening. Her shoulders drew back a half-inch, her spine straightened away from the desk, and the hand holding her coffee mug lifted slightly, bringing the rim to her lips for a slow, deliberate sip. It wasn't disapproval exactly, but a pulling back, a physical recalibration to a position of greater skepticism. Katie recognized it for what it was, the instinctive retreat of an evidence-driven investigator from the precipice of pure pattern. "You're going to tell me to focus on the physical evidence in front of us," Katie said, meeting Shaw's gaze directly. "I'm going to tell you that cold case pulls take time and produce noise," Shaw said, setting her mug down on the desk with a definitive clack. "And that right now we have a fresh crime scene, a specific victim, and a small community that may have seen something. Those are faster, more reliable paths to a useful lead than historical pattern matching. Witnesses forget. Evidence degrades. Every hour we're not knocking on doors is an hour of memory fading." "They're not mutually exclusive," Katie countered, her voice level. She crossed her arms, not defensively, but as if holding her ground. "The pattern is evidence. If he's following a list, the list is a piece of evidence as tangible as a fingerprint. It tells us his mindset, his preparation, his next move." "No. But agents have limited hours and limited bandwidth. And I've watched good investigators lose 6 months chasing historical symmetry that turned out to be coincidence." Shaw's eyes were pale and unblinking. "Confirmation bias isn't a theory. It's an occupational hazard. Do the cold case pull. But do it in parallel, not instead of. You work the files here. I'll work the victim's family." She pushed off from the desk, reached for her jacket from the back of the chair, a practical dark wool blend, and shrugged into it. She slid one arm in, then the other, the fabric whispering, and then straightened the collar with 2 precise movements. A tug at the back, a smooth flattening with her palms over her shoulders. "Earl Duchamp's daughter arrived from Hattiesburg last night. Mitchell called at 6. She's at the family home. That's a live source. That's today's priority." "I want to be there for that," Katie said immediately. She took a step forward, her hand half outstretched. "You'll be more useful here." Shaw's reply was final. She picked up her car keys from the desk without looking at them, her fingers finding them by touch among the scattered papers. The keys jingled once, then were silenced in her fist. "You think in patterns. I use it. The cold case files will be at the bullpen by the time you get there. Mitchell arranged it." She moved toward the door, her shoes making no sound on the thin carpet. Then she paused. Her hand was on the handle, her fingers curling around the cool metal lever. She didn't turn around. "The Jane identification last night was good work," she said. Not warmly. The way a person states a fact, the sky is overcast. There was no lift in her voice, no softening around the eyes that Katie could see from behind. "Don't let it make you careless. Pattern recognition is a tool. It's also a bias. You start seeing what you're looking for instead of what's there. The file room is full of ghosts that only look like a pattern if you want them to." She opened the door and left. The door side shut on its hydraulic hinge, cutting off the view of her. Her footsteps moved down the exterior walkway, a measured, unhurried tap-tap-tap on the concrete, fading into the morning sounds of the Delta. A distant truck engine growled through its gears. A bird, unseen in the dense canopy of the live oaks, issued a repetitive, questioning call. Beneath it all was the slow, constant hum of the highway, a river of sound that never ceased. Katie stood in the room for a moment, alone with the smell of coffee and paper. She looked at the 2 words on the whiteboard, announcement. Escalation, her own handwriting looking strangely alien in the quiet room. She finished her coffee in one long swallow, the bitterness sharp on her tongue, then placed the empty mug neatly next to Shaw's. She picked up her go-bag from where she dropped it by the door, the weight of her laptop and files familiar and solid, and followed. The Jericho Falls County Sheriff's bullpen was a rectangular, low-ceilinged room that smelled of burnt coffee and old paper, and the particular, astringent linoleum cleaner that seemed to be issued to every law enforcement facility in the country. The air was cool, almost cold, carrying the metallic hint of the HVAC system working overtime. Faded linoleum tiles, a motley green, showed the scuff marks of a decade of duty boots. 2 phones on separate desks rang with the chronic, jangling persistence of things that expected not to be answered. A rack of police radios squawked and hissed on one wall, dispensing bursts of static and coded, tinny voices. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a flat, shadowless glare. 3 deputies occupied the far end of the room, near the coffee station, a beat-up urn steaming beside a stack of styrofoam cups. They were talking in low tones, but their body language was angled toward the entrance, and they made no serious attempt to conceal the fact that they were looking at her, their gazes lingering on the stranger in professional clothes. A 4th deputy, early 30s, with an easy smile that didn't reach his watchful eyes, and the comfortable, broad-shouldered authority of someone used to being the largest presence in a room, appeared at her elbow almost immediately. He carried a cardboard box, the kind used for reams of paper. "A sign for these." His voice was friendly, but carried an edge of performative command. He set the box on the corner of a cluttered desk, with a thump that sent a cascade of papers sliding. "Cold case pulls, last 10 years, Tri-County. Sheriff Mitchell said you needed them." He pushed a clipboard with a triplicate form toward her, his finger tapping on the signature line. His name tag, pinned slightly crooked on his uniform shirt, read Miller. Thanks." Katie took the clipboard. The pen was tethered by a grimy string. She signed without looking up, her signature a quick, efficient slash. She could feel him standing there, a solid presence radiating expectation. She could smell his aftershave, something sharp and citrusy, and the starch from his uniform. He didn't move. She could feel him waiting for something, acknowledgement, conversation, the social transaction that she had no interest in performing at 7:45 in the morning in front of a fresh crime scene. She finished signing, placed the pen back in its loop, and glanced up. She met his eyes for exactly long enough to convey the information. "Transaction complete. You are dismissed," her own gaze flat and impersonal. She looked back at the clipboard as if checking her work, then handed it back. Miller's easy smile tightened at the corners. He took the clipboard, his knuckles whitening slightly on the edge. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head, then retreated back toward the coffee station. One of the deputies by the coffee machine, a younger man with a close-cropped beard, said something she couldn't hear, his voice a low murmur. There was a low, collective laugh, quickly stifled. Katie ignored it. She pulled the heavy box to a desk in the corner, a scarred, government tissue metal desk positioned away from the main traffic flow, facing the wall. She shrugged off her jacket, draped it over the back of the chair, and opened the box. The smell of old paper and dust wafted out. Inside were 37 manila folders, each of a slightly different shade of tan, each tagged with a case number and date written in various hands. She lifted them out in stacks, her fingers brushing against the rough cardstock. She arranged them chronologically on the desk surface, oldest to newest, creating a timeline in physical form. She put her coffee, procured from a gas station on the way, on the corner of the desk where it wouldn't touch anything important, the lid securely on. She sat down, the chair squeaking under her weight, and opened the first one. She worked in silence for 2 hours. The bullpen's rhythm became a backdrop. The ring of a phone, answered now by a bored drawl, the crackle of dispatch codes from the radios, the rustle of paperwork, the occasional scrape of a chair. The light from the high, narrow windows slowly brightened, cutting through the fluorescent gloom. Katie's world narrowed to the pages in her hands. She read reports, examined copies of evidence logs that were often incomplete, studied autopsy summaries that were sometimes cursory. She made occasional notes on a legal pad, her handwriting small and precise. The cold case files were what cold case files always were: incomplete, poorly organized, the narrative of each investigation interrupted by staffing changes and budget constraints, and the ordinary entropy of a small county department trying to manage too many cases with too few resources. The stories were tragedies, large and small. Most of them had clean, mundane explanations. An elderly man found in the cypress swamp had almost certainly drowned after disorientation from early dementia. His shoes were found neatly placed on the bank. A woman found at the base of a highway embankment was almost certainly a hit and run. Paint chips were noted but never matched to a vehicle. A teenage boy found in a drainage canal after a party, alcohol content high, death by misadventure. Katie stopped. Her finger, tracing a line of text, went still. She pulled the folder out of its chronological sequence. It was thicker than most. She read it from the beginning, carefully, the way she read things that might matter, her eyes tracking each line, each official stamp. Lauren Simmons, 17. A school photo was paperclipped to the inside cover, a girl with a shy smile and dark hair. Last seen hitchhiking on State Route 61, about 60 miles southwest of Jericho Falls, 3 years prior. Body recovered in pieces from the cypress swamp over a period of 9 days. Manual strangulation, hyoid bone fractured. Dismemberment post-mortem, cuts noted as crude but effective, likely with a non-specialized saw. Restraint marks on both wrists, abrasions consistent with coarse rope. No suspects. No leads. Case status inactive. She set the folder aside, placing it deliberately to her left, separate from the main pile. She kept reading, but her focus had shifted. She was no longer reviewing, she was hunting. The mundane cases blurred. She was looking for the rupture in the pattern, the crime that didn't fit the local landscape of loss. Eleanor Moss, 81. A folder from a neighboring county, its header different. Found in her bed in a small house on the edge of a pecan orchard, 14 months ago. Stabbed 31 times. The report described a frenzy of overkill. Personal items taken, a gold locket necklace containing a picture of her late husband, a small portable television from her bedroom. And on the victim's thigh, documented in the forensic photography with the flat, brutal clarity of a flash, was a detail that had puzzled the responding detective and been noted without explanation in the evidence log. A smear of red lipstick, placed deliberately in a single stroke, not smeared in struggle. The brand was listed, a drugstore variety. Not the victim's. No prints on the tube found in a nearby ditch. Katie sat back in the government issue chair, which groaned in protest. The station noise, the persistent phones, the squawking radios, the low conversation of deputies, receded to a distant hum, a sound from another room. Her own breathing sounded loud in her ears. She stared at the two folders, side by side on the desk. She knew about Edmund Kemper. She had read his case file at 22, memorized it at 23, and returned to it a dozen times since, the details etched into her professional memory. The co-ed killer. 6'9", intelligent, preying on young women hitchhiking. A strangulation. Post-mortem decapitation and dismemberment. The geographic scatter of remains. The haunting normality of his voice on tape. Lawrence Simmons was a near-perfect echo of his methodology, translated from the California coast to the Mississippi bayou. The hitchhiking, the strangulation, the dismemberment, the swamp as a dumping ground instead of the Santa Cruz Mountains. She knew about Richard Ramirez. The Night Stalker. The home invasions, the sacrilegious symbols, the random brutality. The elderly victim chosen in her own home, the extreme overkill, the stolen objects, trophies, and the deliberate, personal markings left behind. The lipstick. Eleanor Moss was Ramirez rendered in a different geography and a different decade, but recognizable. The overkill, the trophy-taking, the signature mark. Kemper. Ramirez. Jane. 3 of them. Not 1. Not 2. A cold, clear certainty settled in her chest, heavy and solid. She wasn't looking at a single killer who had evolved or deviated over time. She was looking at a performer who had been running this sequence for at least 3 years, moving from one monstrous archetype to the next, and the Jericho Falls Museum was not the beginning. It was the continuation. The one that was finally visible because he had wanted it to be visible. Because he was ready to be seen. The announcement. The bone saw wasn't just a tool for the next act, it was proof the performance was ongoing. The phones rang. The radios crackled with a call about a loose dog on Highway 49. Deputy Miller said something to someone near the coffee machine and got a response she didn't register. Her entire consciousness was focused on the architecture taking shape in her mind. Katie pulled a fresh legal pad from her bag, the yellow pages bright under the fluorescent light. She uncapped her pen and began writing, her handwriting getting faster and more angular as the connection solidified, the pen digging into the paper. Kemper, Simmons, hitchhiker/strangulation/dismemberment. Ramirez, Moss, home invasion elderly overkill trophy plus mark. Jane, Duchamp, grave robbing anatomical artifacts public display. The list wasn't random. The list had an internal logic. They weren't in chronological order of the killer's own crimes. Was it by notoriety? By body count? By the nature of their signature? Kemper, Ramirez, Jane, there was a sequence here, a progression in the killer's selection, and if she could identify the principle of ordering, the rule he was following, she could predict the next one. She drew lines, circled words, wrote why this order. In block letters. She was still writing, her head bent low over the pad, the world narrowed to the web of ink, when the cold voice cut through the noise behind her. It wasn't loud, but it carried, slicing through the bullpen's murmur like a blade. And she's sure. Find somewhere else to loiter, Miller. Don't you have patrol logs to falsify? Katie looked up, her neck stiff. Shaw was standing at the entrance to the bullpen, coat still on, keys in hand. She was fixing Miller, who had been ambling back toward Katie's desk with a fresh cup of coffee in hand, with the particular, withering attention of someone who had dealt with 100 versions of this specific deputy in 100 different counties, and found all of them equally tedious. Miller froze, his expression shifting from casual interest to defensive neutrality. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He was already in retreat, his easy smile gone, replaced by a tight line. He changed course without a word, heading toward the file room. Shaw crossed the bullpen, her footsteps silent on the linoleum. She stopped at Katie's desk, her shadow falling over the spread of folders and the legal pad. Her pale eyes moved methodically over the scene. The chronological array, the legal pad with its dense, frantic handwriting, the two folders pulled to one side like pieces of a puzzle solved. She looked at it for a long moment with the same absorptive, total attention she gave everything, missing nothing. "Tell me," she said. "No greeting. No preamble." Katie tapped the two pulled folders with her pen. "He's been running this longer than we knew. 3 years at minimum." The museum wasn't the start. It was the moment he decided to stop hiding. She met Shaw's eyes, seeing her own certainty reflected back as sharp assessment. "The list has a pattern. I'm working out the ordering principle. When I have it, we'll know who's next." Shaw's gaze dropped to the legal pad. She looked at the two folders, her expression unreadable. Then she pulled the chair from the adjacent desk, the legs scraping loudly on the floor. She sat down without being invited, the chair positioned so she could see both Katie and the files. She reached out, her movements deliberate, and picked up the Lauren Simmons file. She opened it, her eyes scanning the first page, then the photograph, then the autopsy summary. She read in silence, turning pages with a soft shush of paper. The bullpen noise continued around them. A phone was answered. "Sheriff's Office, Deputy Wells." The radios crackled with a 10 code. Someone laughed by the water cooler. Neither of them looked up for a long time. The only sound between them was the turn of a page, the scratch of Katie's pen as she returned to her notes, building the architecture of a killer's mind, one connection at a time. In Chapter 6. Mitchell had a war room face. Katie recognized it the moment she and Shaw walked into the command center, at just past noon, the particular set of jaw and eye of a man who had been living inside a problem long enough that his features had reorganized themselves around it. The room was a converted storage space in the sheriff's department annex, high windows letting in a flat, midday glare that cut across the long table and illuminated dust motes dancing in the stale air. The smell of old coffee grounds and reheated tomato soup from someone's lunch lingered. Mitchell was standing at the county survey map tacked to the wall, hands deep in his jacket pockets, his shoulders set in a rigid line. He wasn't just looking at the map. He was staring a hole through it, his gaze tracing the snaking blue line of the river, the grid of county roads, the shaded green blocks marking the town limits of Jericho Falls. He'd been standing there long enough that his presence seemed etched into the space, a part of the problem's furniture. Two deputies sat at the long laminate table, one tapping a pen against a legal pad, the other sipping from a foam cup. A bureau forensic liaison from the Jackson field office, a compact woman named Hess with dark circles under her eyes, was positioned at the far end with a laptop open and a stack of evidence bags beside it. She had the look of someone who had been processing the Beaumont building since the previous morning and had not seen a bed, her movements precise but slow with fatigue. Shaw shrugged off her jacket, the material whispering as she slid it from her shoulders. She turned, located an empty chair back, and draped the jacket over it, smoothing a wrinkle with a quick pass of her hand. "Close the door," she said to no one in particular, her voice cutting through the low murmur of the climate system kicking on overhead. One of the deputies, a younger man with a close-cropped beard, got up without a word and pushed the heavy door shut with a solid thud, sealing them in. The sound seemed to pull Mitchell from his study. He turned from the map, the movement deliberate, and his eyes found Katie first. The lines around his mouth were deep, his skin pale under the fluorescent lights. "All right," he said, the words gravelly. He looked at Katie, a direct, expectant look that held no preamble. "Walk me through it." Katie moved to the whiteboard mounted on the side wall. The surface was clean, except for a few ghostly smudges from a previous meeting. She picked up a black dry erase marker from the tray, the plastic body cool and solid in her hand. She uncapped it with a soft click that sounded loud in the quiet room. 3 victims, she said, her voice level. She turned and wrote 3 names in a neat, capitalized column on the left side of the board. SIMMONS. Imos. DUCHMP. Not one case. 3 cases that were never connected because they were investigated as isolated incidents in different jurisdictions, with different methods, different victim profiles, and different responding departments. On the surface, they look unrelated. She capped the marker and set it down with a tap on the tray. She turned to face the room, her back to the names. They're not. She let that sit for a beat, meeting the eyes of the deputies, Hess's tired gaze, Mitchell's unwavering focus. Lauren Simmons, 17 years old. Hitchhiking on Route 61, 3 years ago. Strangled. Dismembered post-mortem. Remains scattered across the cypress swamp in 7 separate locations. Katie's hands came up, sketching the geography in the air. The case was worked as a probable transient homicide and went cold after 6 months with no viable suspects. No witnesses, no physical evidence that led anywhere. She paused, letting the bleak summary hang. Zedmund Kemper. The co-ed killer. His primary methodology was picking up hitchhiking young women, strangling them in his vehicle, and dismembering the bodies. He was known for scattering remains over wide areas, often in rural or wooded locations. The Simmons scene matches his documented methodology with a specificity that is not coincidental. Victim type, disposal method, the geographic scatter of remains, these are not generic markers of opportunistic violence. They are specific to Kemper's operational signature. Mitchell hadn't moved. His expression, the weary set of his jaw, had not changed, but his attention had sharpened. She could see it in the way his eyes stopped drifting, locking onto her, and in the slight forward tilt of his head. The fingers of his right hand, still in his pocket, were no longer relaxed. She could see the tension in the fabric of his jacket. One of the deputies, the one with the legal pad, had stopped writing. His pen was poised an inch above the paper. He was just watching her, his brow furrowed. Katie turned back to the board, picked up the marker again, and wrote a name next to SIMMONS, KEMPER. The marker squeaked faintly. Geleaner Moss. 81 years old. Found in her home in St. Clair Parish, 14 months ago. The official cause of death was exsanguination from 31 stab wounds. Costume jewelry was taken from her dresser. A deliberate mark was left on her inner left thigh. Katie turned, her gaze sweeping the room. Applied in red lipstick. A specific symbol. She turned and wrote on the whiteboard next to Moss, RAMIREZ, Night Stalker. Richard Ramirez's signature was home invasion, targeting elderly or isolated victims, extreme overkill with a knife, taking small trophies like jewelry, and leaving deliberate, often satanic, markings on the bodies. The lipstick mark on Geleaner Moss appears in exactly the form and location documented in 2 of the original Ramirez crime scene reports from the 1980s. She set the marker down again, harder this time. It is not a common marker. It is not something an unrelated killer would happen to reproduce. It's a copy. A deliberate, studied copy. The deputy with the frozen pen slowly lowered his hand, letting the pen rest on the pad. He exchanged a quick, uneasy glance with the other deputy, who had stopped drinking his coffee. Earl Duchamp, Katie didn't need to write the name. Everyone in the room already had his face in their mind. The crime scene photos from the museum were a fresh, shared wound. The lampshade. The stolen exhibit. The specific theatrical staging in a public building. She let her gaze land on Mitchell. Abed Jane. The foundational figure. The one everyone knows. She took a slow breath. 3 killers. 3 tributes. 3 years of documented activity, minimum, in this geographic area. The same person is responsible for all of them. The room was quiet. The hum of the climate system was a constant, low-grade vibration in the ceiling. From outside, the growl of a diesel truck moving down the street filtered through the windows, growing loud and then fading away, leaving the silence even more profound. Mitchell's eyes shifted from Katie to Shaw. "You agree with this assessment?" His voice was careful, measured. Shaw was leaning against the wall near the door, her arms crossed over her chest. She had been watching the room rather than the whiteboard, her eyes tracking the reactions of the deputies, the slight shift in Hess's posture. She looked at Mitchell with the same level, appraising attention she gave everything. The cold case correlations are well constructed. The specific markers Agent Ford has identified, the scatter pattern for Kemper, the lipstick placement for Ramirez, are not easily explained by coincidence or generic criminal knowledge. The pattern is real. She paused, her head tilting a fraction. The question I'd put to Agent Ford is what the ordering principle is. Kemper first, Ramirez second, Jane third. Why that sequence? Why not Jane first? Why not Ramirez? Because if there's a logic to the order, a curriculum, then we can predict the next one. That's the operational value. All eyes in the room moved back to Katie. The weight of the expectation was a physical pressure. The flat light from the windows felt suddenly hot on her neck. She had been working on this since the bullpen in Quantico, on the plane, in the motel room before dawn. She had 3.5 pages of dense, handwritten notes on the legal pad in her bag, a tangle of timelines, victimologies, and geographic plotting. She had theories, frameworks, but the core logic, the killer's personal syllabus, remained just out of reach. "I'm still building that," she said, the admission feeling like a concession in the silent room. "There are several possible frameworks I'm evaluating. Chronological, based on the original killer's active periods. Kemper was active in the early 70s, Ramirez the mid-80s, Jane the 50s, so that doesn't fit. Geographic, based on the location of the original crimes or the tributes, but the pattern there is inconsistent. Thematic, perhaps based on the killer's own escalating needs or a specific narrative he's constructing. Escalating body count or notoriety of the original killer. She shook her head slightly. "I need more time to cross-reference the data and identify which principle he's using. What I can say with confidence is that the sequence is deliberate. And the intervals between tributes have been getting shorter. Simmons to Moss was approximately 20 months. Moss to Duchamp was 14 months. She looked directly at Mitchell. He's accelerating. The pace is increasing. Accelerating toward what? The question came from the deputy who had stopped writing. He'd leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his voice tight with a mix of skepticism and dread. "The next one," Katie said simply. "A 4th tribute. And based on the shortening interval, it will likely be sooner than 14 months. Possibly much sooner." Mitchell exhaled through his nose, a long, controlled sound that was more a release of pressure than a sigh. His shoulders dropped 1/2 inch. He looked away from Katie, back to the survey map on the wall, his eyes tracing the geography of the county again. The river, the swamps, the clusters of towns, the vast blank spaces of farmland and forest in between. You're telling me this man has been operating in my county, in this region, for 3 years. That he's killed 3 people. And we didn't see him. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of a failing, and he was the one voicing it. Not your fault, Katie said, her tone firm. Look at the design. The 3 cases were engineered to look unrelated. A teenage hitchhiker, an elderly woman in her home, a night watchman in a museum. Different victim types, completely different methods: strangulation, stabbing, blunt force trauma, and post-mortem arrangement. Different jurisdictions: county, parish, town. The dispersal of the crimes across time and geography wasn't careless. It was strategic. He was staying deliberately below the threshold that would trigger a multi-agency task force or a formal serial investigation. She took a step toward the table. Until the museum. The museum was different. Why did he stop hiding? Hess asked from the laptop end of the table. Her voice was raspy from disuse. It was the first thing she had said, and it cut through the room. She looked up from her screen, her tired eyes sharp. If the pattern was working, if he was invisible, why change it? Why take the risk of a public building, a scene that was guaranteed to get federal attention? The question landed in the center of the table and sat there, heavy and unavoidable. Katie nodded, acknowledging it. He wanted to be seen, she said. The museum was a deliberate announcement. A statement. He chose Ed Jane for this first visible act, because Jane is the most recognizable name in this specific, macabre category. The one that immediately signals to any law enforcement officer or crime reporter what kind of killer we're dealing with. The archetype. He didn't just want to kill, he wanted us to understand the framework. He wanted us running the right investigation, looking for the right connections. She paused, letting the implications sink in. The hum of the climate system seemed to grow louder. He's inviting us to keep up. He's setting the terms of the engagement. Shaw unfolded her arms, the movement smooth and deliberate. She pushed herself away from the wall, taking 2 steps toward the table. Which means he's confident, she said, her voice carrying a new, grim certainty. He believes his methodology, his plan, his next move, is already ahead of anything we can anticipate. He's not worried about us putting the pattern together. He expects it. A chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning seemed to pass through the room. Mitchell's jaw worked. He looked down at the scuffed surface of the table, then at his deputies, at Hess with her evidence, at the 2 FBI agents. The war room face was still there, but it had changed, hardened around this new and exponentially larger problem. The map on the wall was no longer just a map of Jericho Falls. It was a game board, and they had just been told the rules were far more complex and dangerous than they'd imagined. Then we need to get ahead of it, Mitchell said, his voice low but gaining strength. He was reorienting, shifting from shock to action. We can't theorize our way to his next target. What do we have locally? What's the first thread we can actually pull, right now, today? Dennis Werner, Shaw said immediately, moving to the table and pulling out a chair. Her voice carried the flat, efficient momentum of someone shifting gears from analysis to actionable steps. The victim's ex-husband. He had a documented history of domestic violence against Earl. She caught herself, a barely perceptible tightening at the corner of her mouth. Against Earl Duchamp. Arrests, restraining orders, the whole history. In this case, he's connected to Earl Duchamp through the Historical Society. Duchamp's daughter told me this morning That Werner did odd jobs for the Historical Society Board about 2 years ago. Painting, minor repairs. He knew the building. He had access. She sat down, the chair creaking under her weight, and pulled a thin manila folder from a stack in the center of the table. As she opened it, he has a history of violence. He has no verifiable alibi for last night, claims he was drinking alone at his trailer. And his name keeps appearing at the margins of this community, connected to the victim in multiple ways over time. She looked up at Mitchell. That's enough to start. That's a thread. Katie looked at Shaw. Internally, she weighed the lead. The Werner connection was thin, the link to the museum was peripheral from 2 years ago. The profile of the killer they were actually hunting, meticulous, intelligent, theatrical, engaged in a multi-year pedagogical project, was nothing like a bitter, dissolute ex-handyman prone to drunken rages. Werner was a blunt instrument, their killer was a surgeon with a philosophy. But Shaw was right. You started with the threads you had. Thin threads sometimes led to the core, or they snagged on something else useful along the way. In the vacuum of a fresh, horrifying theory, you needed a first step, a direction to move. When do we go? Katie asked, her voice pulling Shaw's gaze from the folder. Shaw looked up, her expression all business. The time for theory was over. Now, she said, closing the folder and standing up in one fluid motion. She looked at Katie, a clear directive in her eyes. You're driving. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The morning light did nothing to separate one grim day from the next for Nina Shaw. She woke in the sterile motel room with the same heavy weight in her chest, a familiar pressure that had settled there years ago and never truly left. The alarm hadn't gone off. Her eyes had simply opened at 6:15 a.m., as they did most mornings, a brutal internal clock that needed no winding. The room was cool, the air conditioner humming a low, constant note against the gathering humidity outside. She lay still for a full minute, staring at the water-stained ceiling tile directly above the bed, letting the reality of the day assemble itself. The forensic details of the Duchamp murder were already scrolling behind her eyes before the cheap coffee maker, which she'd set up the night before, began its sputtering cycle. An old man on a pine floor in the dark. A lampshade on a display stand. The clinical terms blunt force trauma, pre-mortem incapacitation, did nothing to sand down the sharp, ugly edges of the images. They were just words. The pictures in her head were not. Just another case file in a career built on them. She pushed back the stiff, bleached sheets and sat on the edge of the bed, the industrial carpet rough under her feet. The routine was a bulwark. She dressed methodically in the gray light filtering through the blinds, dark slacks, a simple blouse, a blazer that concealed her sidearm in its shoulder holster. Each movement was practiced, automatic, a ritual that partitioned the person from the professional. She checked her weapon with a smooth, unthinking efficiency. Magazine out, slide racked, safety on before securing it. She poured a mug of the bitter, thin coffee and drank it standing at the small desk, reviewing her notes from the previous night. The black ink on her legal pad a stark contrast to the chaos it described. Her reflection in the dark television screen was a ghostly outline. A woman in her 40s, dark hair pulled back, features composed into neutrality. She held the expression for a beat, then turned away. The cab ride to the victim's daughter's house was a quiet torment. The driver, an older man with a radio tuned to static-tinged gospel, made no attempt at conversation. Shaw was grateful. She gave him the address and then retreated into the passenger seat, the vinyl warm and sticky against her blazer. She stared out the window as Jericho Falls slid past, a diner with a flickering, open sign, a shuttered video store with posters faded to pale blue ghosts, a group of men drinking coffee from foam cups outside a gas station, their movements slow and deliberate in the humid air. The town had a worn, resigned beauty, like a photograph left in the sun. She had conducted 100 next-of-kin interviews, and they never got easier. The raw, bewildered grief was a force, a palpable energy that her professional detachment couldn't fully shield her from. She could feel it in the tightness that crept into her own throat before she even knocked on the door. In the careful way, she had to regulate her breathing to keep it even and calm. It seeped through, leaving a residue she'd have to scrub away later with paperwork and a stiff drink in another anonymous room. As the car bumped along a potholed street in a neighborhood of small, neat houses, she turned over Katie Ford's theory. The kid was sharp, no doubt about it. There was a clean, logical precision to her mind that Shaw recognized and respected. Pinpointing the Jane copycat was good, instinctive work. But it was a label, not a lead. It told them how, not who or why. A killer's inspiration was psychological scenery, his identity was the foundation. Her job was to find the cracks in that foundation, and that work started in living rooms with grieving families, not in academic profiles. Sandra Duchamp had driven through the night from Hattiesburg, and it showed in every line of her body. Shaw watched from the cab as the woman answered the door of the small rented house. A friend's place, Mitchell had told Shaw, because Sandra didn't keep a place in Jericho Falls anymore. Sandra stood in the doorway in yesterday's clothes, a rumpled t-shirt and jeans, her eyes swollen to slits, her dark hair pulled back into a haphazard ponytail, with the carelessness of someone who had stopped thinking about anything that didn't involve her father. She was mid-30s, compact, with Earl's same deliberate quality about her, the same economy of movement. Under other circumstances, Shaw thought she would have been composed, a woman used to handling things. These were not other circumstances. Shaw paid the driver and walked up the short, cracked concrete path. The air smelled of cut grass and damp earth. Sandra watched her approach, her expression not blank but overloaded, like a circuit fried by too much current. "You're the FBI," Sandra said. Her voice was flat, scraped raw. Not a question. A statement of grim fact. Agent Nina Shaw. She held up her credentials, the badge catching the morning sun for a second before she lowered it. She made sure her movements were slow, non-threatening. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Ms. Duchamp. I know this is a terrible time. I'll be as brief as I can." Sandra's gaze flickered over the badge, then back to Shaw's face. She didn't nod, didn't speak. She simply took a half step back, the door swinging wider in a silent invitation, her body moving with a heavy reluctance. Shaw stepped inside. The interior was someone else's space, the impersonal tidiness of a guest room pressed into emergency service. The air was still and slightly too warm, carrying the faint, sweet smell of plug-in air freshener, battling the underlying scent of dust and old wood. A cardboard coffee cup from a gas station sat on the kitchen table, its lid askew, next to an untouched plate of food, casserole, maybe, covered in plastic wrap that someone had brought over. A beagle was curled on a faded plaid blanket in the corner of the living room, Earl's dog, Shaw realized. Corporal. Mitchell had mentioned him. Someone had thought to bring him from Earl's house, which was either a kindness or an oversight. The dog lay with his chin on his paws, his brown eyes tracking Shaw's movement without lifting his head. His sides rose and fell in a slow rhythm, but his stillness was absolute, a focused waiting that did not yet fully understand the permanence of the absence. Sandra moved to the kitchen table and sank into a chair, as if the distance from the door had exhausted her. Shaw took the chair across from her, the wood creaking under her weight. She pulled out her notebook, a simple black leather cover, and a reliable pen. She placed them on the table with a soft tap, then folded her hands in front of them, keeping her voice level and quiet, a steady contrast to the turmoil in the room. For the record, can you tell me where you were Monday evening, between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m.? Home. Hattiesburg. Sandra's eyes were fixed on a knot in the wood grain of the table. I was on a video call with my book club until about 11. We were discussing the Dutch house. Then I went to bed. She said it without affect, reciting facts because facts were manageable, and everything else was a howling void. My husband was there in the house. 3 other women on the call. You can have all of their names. Their numbers. Shaw wrote it down, the pen scratching softly. Thank you. I may need to follow up with them, just to formalize the timeline. And she looked up. Now tell me about your father. His routines, his friends. Anyone you can think of, even in passing, who might have had a problem with him. Anyone who seemed off or who he commented on. Sandra's throat worked, a visible convulsion as she swallowed against a swell of emotion. She looked at the untouched plate of food for a long moment, her jaw tightening. Everyone liked my dad, she began, the words coming out thick. She cleared her throat, a rough sound. He wasn't the kind of man who made enemies. He was, she stopped, her lips pressing into a thin line. She corrected herself with visible effort, a small shake of her head. Is wasn't the kind of man, he was quiet. Careful. He took that job seriously, the night watchman position. He'd been there 14 years. He knew every inch of that building, every squeaky floorboard. Her voice began to fray at the edges, losing its flatness and gaining a brittle, high-pitched quality. He used to call me on his break. 9:30, every shift like clockwork. Just to check in. Last night, I sat there on the couch and waited for the phone to ring and it didn't. I knew. Even before the sheriff called, I think I knew. Shaw let the silence sit for a moment, not filling it with empty platitudes. She watched Sandra's hands, which were clenched together on the tabletop, the knuckles white. The hum of the refrigerator filled the space. Then, gently, she guided them back. Did your father ever mention anyone making him uncomfortable at the Historical Society? A visitor, a volunteer, anyone who showed an unusual interest in him or in the collection. Sandra thought about it genuinely. Shaw watched her face, the effort of memory, the brows drawing slightly together, running up against the fresh, raw damage of grief. It was like watching someone try to read a familiar book through a pane of cracked glass. He mentioned a man maybe 2 months ago, Sandra said slowly, her eyes losing focus as she looked inward. Said he'd come in twice in the same week, spent a long time in the East Wing. Dad noticed because most people only come once, for the school trips or the genealogy research. Tourists don't come back twice. She blinked, coming back to the room. He said the man was very interested in the medical equipment exhibit. The old surgical instruments. She paused, and a faint, troubled frown touched her mouth. Dad said he asked a lot of specific questions about one item. The bone saw. Where it was from, how old it was, whether it was authentic or a replica. Shaw's pen, which had been moving steadily, slowed on the page. She didn't look up, keeping her attention on the notebook, as if the detail were merely procedural. Did your father describe this man? anything at all about his appearance, his manner. Average, he said. Nothing that really stuck. White, maybe mid-30s. Brown hair, he thought. Not tall, not short. Sandra lifted one shoulder in a feeble shrug. He was polite, Dad said. Soft-spoken. That's actually what he remembered most, that the man was so polite and seemed to know a lot about the history already, like he'd done his research before coming in. It was a conversation, not just questions. Shaw wrote it down, the letters precise, average. A polite. A prepared. Knowledgeable. 2x in 1 week. Focus on bonesaw. She had built profiles from fragments far more elusive. A polite man with a focused interest was often more dangerous than a glaringly suspicious one. She asked a few more routine questions about Earl's health, his finances, any recent changes in behavior, and Sandra answered in the same drained monotone, offering fragments of a quiet, orderly life now violently disrupted. After noting the last of it, Shaw closed her notebook with a soft snap but kept her posture open, her hands resting on the cover. One more thing, Sandra, and then I'll let you be, Shaw said, her tone shifting slightly, becoming more direct. Did your father have any connection to a man named Dennis Werner? He's a local, done odd jobs for some of the community organizations over the years. Sandra frowned, a small, deep crease forming between her brows. She looked past Shaw, searching. Werner. That name, Dad mentioned him once, I think. Yeah. He did some work for the Historical Society board a couple of years ago, repairs to the West Wing storage area after a pipe leak. Dad was there while he worked, keeping an eye on the collections. She paused and her expression darkened, not with anger but with a dawning recognition. Dad didn't care for him. Said he was competent enough, but he had a way of looking at things. At the artifacts. Not just looking, but looking. Dad said it felt like he was appraising them, like he was figuring out what they were worth or how to take them apart. He had a way of looking at things that didn't belong to him. Sandra's eyes met Shaw's, and for the first time, a spark of something other than pure grief showed there, a defensive certainty. Dad had good instincts about people. He was a quiet judge of character. Shaw stood slowly, the chair legs scraping softly on the linoleum. She pulled a business card from her blazer's inner pocket and offered it, holding it between 2 fingers. Thank you, Sandra. You've been incredibly helpful. I'm so sorry again about your father. He sounds like a man who took good care of things. She meant the building, the collections, his daughter. All of it. Call me anytime, day or night, if anything else comes to mind. No detail is too small. Sandra took the card, her fingers brushing Shaw's. She looked at it, at the raised Department of Justice seal, as if deciphering a foreign language. Across the room, the Beagle Corporal lifted his head from his paws, his ears perking slightly. He watched Shaw move toward the front door, his tail giving a single, tentative thump against the blanket. Then, seeing that she wasn't Earl, wasn't the person he was waiting for, he lowered his head again with a soft, almost inaudible sigh, his eyes closing. Shaw let herself out, pulling the door closed until she heard the latch click softly. The morning sun outside felt harsh and indifferent on her face after the dim, weighted atmosphere of the house. The image formed in her mind, clear and sharp. A bitter, covetous man with legitimate access to the building, a history of looking at things that weren't his with a possessor's eye. A man like Dennis Werner. It was a thin thread, gossamer fine. But thin threads were where you started. You pulled and you saw what, or who, was attached to the other end. She stood on the sidewalk for a moment, the heat already rising from the concrete. She pulled out her phone, the screen bright in the shade of a sprawling live oak. She called Mitchell. He answered on the second ring, his voice gravelly with fatigue and focus. Sure. Dennis Werner, she said, dispensing with greeting. I want his full history. Employment, known associates, any brushes with the law, petty theft, trespassing, anything. I want to know where he was Monday night. Already pulling it together, Mitchell said, and she could hear the rustle of paper, the click of a keyboard in the background. Ford called 20 minutes ago with the same name. She got it from the museum board president. She's heading to his last known address with a deputy. Shaw looked out at the empty, sun-baked street, at the flat delta light bleaching the color from everything, and the live oaks dropping their deep, motionless shadows on the cracked sidewalk. Of course she had. The kid wasn't just sharp, she was fast, and she understood that momentum was everything. A flicker of something, not quite irritation, not quite respect, passed through her. Good. I'm done here. Text me Werner's address. I'll meet them there. She ended the call and slipped the phone back into her pocket. The cab she'd asked to wait was still at the curb, the driver reading a newspaper. She raised a hand, and he folded the paper and started the engine. As she walked toward the car, the weight in her chest felt a fraction different. It was no lighter, but it had solidified around a purpose. The thread was in her hand. Now she had to pull. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The county cruiser handled like a boat, a heavy-framed sedan with suspension worn soft by endless miles of bad county roads. Nina Shaw piloted it with the exaggerated, metronomic care of a driver's ed instructor, her hands at 10 and 2, her eyes constantly scanning the ditches as if expecting a deer or a child to materialize from the thick stands of pine. The interior smelled of old vinyl, stale coffee, and the faint, sharp tang of industrial cleaner that couldn't mask the underlying odor of sweat and anxiety from previous occupants. The dashboard was a cracked landscape of faded plastic, the radio a blank, dead face. Katie Ford watched the sluggish Delta scenery crawl past her window, endless green broken by the occasional tin-roofed shack, a rusted tractor sitting sentinel in a fallow field, the sky a flat, humid white that promised more heat. The air conditioning wheezed, pushing lukewarm air that did little more than stir the heaviness. The seat vinyl was warm and slightly tacky against her back, and with every minor correction Shaw made to the wheel, the cruiser's body gave a long, slow roll. The motion felt deep in the stomach. The ordering principle, Katie said, turning from the view. Her voice sounded too loud in the enclosed, rumbling space. She cleared her throat, a soft, dry sound. I keep coming back to it. Kemper, Ramirez, Jane. There's a logic I'm not seeing yet. Chronological doesn't hold, Jane predates both of them. Geographic doesn't hold either. It's not escalating body count. It's something else. A curriculum. Shaw's grip on the wheel didn't change, but Katie saw the minute tightening of the tendons in her forearms, the way the skin over her knuckles stretched pale and tight. It was a grip of intense focus, but also of contained impatience. Shaw's jaw worked once, a small, deliberate clench and release. Table it. I can't table it. Katie shifted, the vinyl sticking to her blouse with a faint, peeling sound. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, trying to catch Shaw's eye in the rearview. It's the key to predicting the next one. If we understand the sequence, we understand the destination. This isn't random. It's deliberate. He's teaching himself or he's trying to teach us. The order matters. And Werner is the key to today. Shaw's voice was flat, a statement of immutable fact. She didn't look away from the road. She signaled a turn, the mechanical click-click-click loud in the quiet car, a metronome marking time. The cruiser slowed, its tires crunching as they left the blacktop for a potholed access road of crushed oyster shell and gravel. The landscape shifted from rural poverty to something more desolate. Rusting trailers sat skewed on cinder blocks, yards littered with broken toys, gutted appliances, and the skeletons of cars on blocks. Kudzu climbed everything, a slow green strangulation that draped over fences and swallowed small sheds whole, leaving only vague, lumpy shapes beneath. The ordering principle is an analytical problem. It lives on a whiteboard. Werner is a living, breathing suspect with access to the building, a history of coveting things that didn't belong to him, and no alibi. That's the difference between theory and ground. One you think about, the other you touch. He's not the killer, Katie said, the certainty in her own voice surprising her a little. She sat back, the seatbelt webbing tightening across her chest. Shaw's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, meeting Katie's for a fraction of a second before returning to the road. Her gaze was like a physical tap on the shoulder. You don't know that yet. Not for sure. You feel it. I get that. But feeling isn't knowing. The profile, Katie began. The profile is a tool. Shaw cut her off, her tone leaving no room for the sentence to continue. She navigated a deep crater filled with muddy rainwater, the chassis rocking with a groan of tired springs. The oyster shells popped and skittered under the tires like gunfire. I've watched good agents lose weeks chasing the elegant theory, while the obvious answer sat in a trailer 2 miles away, drinking himself stupid. We follow the thread in front of us. If he's not the one, we rule him out and move on, and we do it with our eyes open. If he is, we don't want to have skipped him because the profile said he didn't fit the elegant pattern. She braked sharply to avoid a deep washout, the cruiser's nose dipping. The sudden deceleration pressed Katie against her seatbelt, the strap digging into her collarbone. Shaw's hands didn't leave the wheel, her posture rigid. We're here. They were in front of a mustard-colored mobile home, skirting a line of scrub pines. The aluminum siding was dented and streaked with black mildew. The number 13, cut from plywood and painted a chipped, flaking white, was nailed crookedly beside a flimsy screen door that hung from one hinge. A greasy-looking window air conditioner jutted from the side, dripping condensation into a dark patch of mud. The bass thump they'd been hearing for the last half-mile was louder here, a physical vibration they could feel through the car's floorboards, emanating from a sky-blue trailer 2 lots down where a pickup truck with oversized tires was parked. The sound was a dull, rhythmic pressure against the ears, like a second, sluggish heartbeat. It's here, Katie said, more to herself than to Shaw. She unclipped her seatbelt, the mechanism releasing with a loud, metallic chunk in the sudden silence as Shaw killed the engine. The absence of the motor's rumble was immediate, leaving only the distant, insistent thud of bass and the faint ringing in Katie's ears. The silence in the car felt heavy, expectant. Shaw sat for a 3 count, her eyes scanning the trailer, the windows, the line of trees behind it. Her breathing was slow and even, audible in the quiet. Then she gave a single, sharp nod, as if confirming something to herself, and opened her door. The air outside was thick and wet, carrying the sweet-rot smell of the swamp, a mix of decaying vegetation and stagnant water, and the greasy, lingering scent of fried food from a nearby trailer. Underneath, it was the dry, chalky smell of crushed shell and dust. The gravel and crushed shell of the driveway crunched loudly, explosively, under their shoes as they approached the trailer. Katie felt the uneven ground through her soles, each step an announcement. Shaw didn't pause at the cinder block steps. She went up them, her movements economical and direct, and hammered the side of her fist against the thin metal door frame 3 times. A bang! A bang! A bang! The sound was sharp, authoritative, and percussive against the backdrop of the thumping bass, a staccato counter-rhythm. Dennis Werner. The FBI. Open up. They waited. Katie could hear the faint buzz of flies near a trash bag slumped beside the steps. A dragonfly, its body a brilliant blue, hovered near the dripping air conditioner. Inside, there was a muffled curse, a raw, phlegmy sound of someone deeply disturbed. Then came the heavy, uneven scrape of furniture being dragged across a linoleum floor, the sound of a chair leg catching, and then freeing itself. A deadbolt lock clicked with a solid metallic thunk, the mechanism grinding. The door swung inward, not fully, just enough to reveal a slice of dark interior and the man filling it. He was a ruin. Gaunt, with yellowed skin stretched tight over a frame that might once have been sturdy. A 2-day stubble, more salt than pepper, dotted his hollow cheeks and clung to the line of his jaw. His eyes were bloodshot slits, the pupils struggling to contract and focus against the harsh afternoon light flooding past the agents. He wore stained gray sweatpants and a threadbare white t-shirt gone translucent with age, dotted with small holes. A wave of stale, heated air rolled out over them. Beer, sour milk, unwashed laundry, old grease, and beneath it all, the sweet, cloying smell of profound neglect, of a life left to ferment in its own juices. "The hell do you want?" He slurred, his voice gravelly from sleep or drink or both. He squinted at them, his body a solid blocking mass in the doorway, one hand braced against the jamb. His knuckles were scarred, the nails dirty. "To talk about Earl Duchamp," Shaw said. Her voice was a neutral instrument, devoid of threat or invitation. She didn't wait for an invitation or for him to move. She stepped forward, her shoulder connecting with the door, forcing it wider with a creak of protest from the hinges. She moved past him into the cramped space, as if he were merely an inconvenient piece of furniture, her posture not aggressive so much as immovable, a force of nature entering. Werner stumbled back, off balance, his bare feet slapping on the linoleum. "Hey, you can't just," he began, his voice rising in indignant confusion, but Shaw was already inside, her back to him as she assessed the room. He blinked, his face a mask of sleepy, drunken bewilderment, his mouth hanging slightly open. Katie followed, crossing the threshold, and her senses were immediately assaulted. The interior was a landfill of domestic decay, trapped in the sweltering, still heat that the struggling window unit had failed to conquer. The main living area was a single room combining kitchen, living, and dining. A brown plaid recliner, its stuffing leaking from a long split in the arm like pale entrails, faced a large, blaring television tuned to a daytime court show where 2 people were shouting, their faces distorted with anger on the screen. Empty bottles, Jim Beam, Bud Light, generic cola in 2-liter sizes, littered every available surface. The floor, a folding TV tray, the small Formica dinette table with its 2 mismatched chairs. Fast food wrappers were balled up beside them, ketchup stains blooming through the paper like rust. The carpet was a matted, indeterminate brownish gray, sticky in places where something syrupy or alcoholic had been spilled and never cleaned, only ground in. The windows were grimy, layered with a film of dust and nicotine, filtering the outside light into a dull, brownish haze that seemed to coat everything. The air tasted metallic, thick with dust motes dancing in the slanted light, and a despair so palpable it felt like a weight on the skin. Katie's eyes began to water slightly from the concentrated staleness. Shaw's eyes swept the room in a slow, methodical arc, missing nothing. The empty pill bottle on the counter, the single clean coffee mug upside down on a paper towel, the pile of unopened mail, a yellowed newspaper from a week ago. Her gaze landed on a black power strip snaking out from behind the television, a tangle of cords feeding into it. Without a word, she walked over, her shoes making soft, crushing sounds on the carpet. She placed the sole of her shoe firmly on the thick plug and kicked it loose from the wall socket. It was a short, sharp, decisive motion, her leg snapping out and back. The television screen died with a faint electronic pop, the blaring, accusatory voices cut off mid-sentence. The sudden silence was profound, a vacuum that rushed in to fill the space, broken only by the distant, persistent thump-thump-thump of the bass from down the row, and the labored, asthmatic hum of the anemic air conditioner. The silence seemed to press in on the eardrums. And hey, Werner stumbled, his confusion crystallizing into anger. His face flushed, the sallow skin taking on a mottled reddish hue. He lurched toward the kitchenette, his movements uncoordinated, and grabbed a near-empty bottle of bourbon from the floor by the sink. He held it by the neck, not as a weapon yet, but as a security blanket, his fingers curling tightly around the glass, the tendons in his hand standing out. "What the hell is wrong with you? That's my property. You can't do that. Who do you think you are?" "Sit down, Dennis," Shaw said. She hadn't moved from near the television. Her tone was calm, flat, and left absolutely no room for argument. It was the voice of someone who had given this order 1,000 times in 1,000 squalid rooms and had never once been disobeyed. It carried the full, quiet authority of the government, of locked doors and long hallways. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. To Katie's surprise, he did. The fight seemed to drain out of him all at once, replaced by a heavy, sodden weariness that bent his shoulders and made his head droop. He shuffled the few steps to the recliner, his bare feet whispering on the linoleum before sinking into the carpet pile, and collapsed into it, the old springs groaning in protest. The bottle dangled from his hand, resting on his thigh. For a long moment, he just put his head in his free hand, his fingers digging into his greasy, thinning hair. A wet, ragged sound escaped him, not quite a sob, more like the groan of a wounded animal, deep and hopeless, rising from his chest. "Good man," he mumbled into his palm, his voice thick with genuine, sodden emotion. He shook his head slowly, the motion heavy with grief. "Good, harmless old man. I worked that building for 2 years. Never gave me a hard time. Never once. Brought me coffee sometimes when I was fixing the shelves. Black 2 sugars." He looked up, his bloodshot eyes seeking Shaw's, pleading for belief. "You believe that? He was decent." Shaw remained standing, a pillar of stillness in the clutter. She moved to the kitchenette, leaning her hip against the stained countertop, putting a few feet of space between them but keeping him in her line of sight. She crossed her arms loosely over her chest. "Where were you Monday night?" "Between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. Werner didn't look up again. He stared at the blank, dark television screen as if it still held images, as if the judge were about to pass sentence. His shoulders slumped further. "And here, watching the tube, alone. Can anyone verify that? A phone call. An online order. A neighbor who heard the TV." Shaw's questions came in a steady, unhurried rhythm, like drops of water wearing away stone. No. He finally lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes finding Shaw, a spark of defiance returning, a weak flame guttering in the damp. His lips pressed into a thin, bitter line. I don't have a damn social calendar. Who's gonna verify it? You see anyone lining up to visit? He gestured vaguely with the bottle at the squalor around them, the arc of his arm taking in the empty bottles, the grime, the isolation. Shaw ignored the rhetorical question, her expression not changing by a millimeter. Your time at the Historical Society. The board brought you in for repairs to the West Wing storage area 2 years ago. You had access to the building. You knew the layout. You knew the security routine. Earl's routine. Werner's head snapped up straighter. The self-pity evaporated from his face, wiped away by a sharp, defensive defiance. His jaw tightened, the muscles bunching under the sallow skin. He leaned forward in the chair, the recliner creaking. I fixed some water-damaged shelving and replaced a door hinge. That's it. Took me 3 days. His voice took on a wheedling, incredulous tone, rising in pitch. You think that makes me a killer? For fixing a shelf. That's your big theory. I'm a handyman, so I skin old men. It makes you someone who knew the building, Shaw said evenly, watching him like a biologist observing a specimen under glass. Her eyes didn't leave his face. Who knew its rhythms? Earl Duchamp's daughter, Sandra, says you had a way of looking at things that didn't belong to you. That her father noticed. Said you'd linger near certain display cases. The Civil War rifles. The antique jewelry. The change was instantaneous and terrifying. Werner's face contorted, the features pulling into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The veins in his neck and temples stood out like cords. His lips peeled back from yellowed teeth in a grimace that was more snarl than smile. Sandra Duchamp's a lying little, he roared, the sound raw and shocking in the small, silent space, tearing through the humid air. He lurched to his feet, the recliner snapping upright behind him with a bang that echoed. She never liked me. Thought she was better because her daddy had a county job. Neither did her old man, with his quiet little looks, watching me like I was gonna pocket a spoon. Self-righteous, the both of them. Looking down on a man just trying to do a job, just trying to get by. He hurled the bourbon bottle. It wasn't aimed at Shaw or Katie. It was a blind, furious release of energy, a physical punctuation to his rage. The bottle spun through the hazy air, end over end, and exploded against the chipped edge of the small porcelain sink, showering glass and the last dregs of amber liquor across the dirty dishes piled there. The sharp, sweet smell of whiskey bloomed instantly in the heat, mixing with the other odors, a pungent, high note over the bass of decay. A few glass shards tinkled onto the linoleum. Before the last shard had settled, Werner had snatched another bottle, this one full, unopened, a fresh fifth of cheap whiskey, from beside his chair. He brandished it like a club, holding it by the long neck, the heavy bottom poised to strike. His chest heaved, the thin t-shirt stretching with each rapid breath. Spittle collected at the corners of his mouth. You come in here, you think you know me. You think you know anything. He screamed, his voice cracking with the strain, his eyes darting wildly between them. I didn't touch that old man. I liked him. He was the only one in that whole damn town who treated me like I wasn't garbage. The air in the trailer turned electric and foul. Katie could smell it now, the acrid tang of his rage cutting through the staleness, like ozone before a lightning strike, mixed with the sourness of his breath and the fresh whiskey. She saw Shaw subtly shift her weight, her right foot sliding back half an inch to square her stance, her body angling slightly to present a narrower profile. But Shaw's face remained a calm, impassive mask, her eyes fixed on Werner, calculating distance, trajectory, intent. Katie kept her own voice level, forcing it to be calm. A flat stone dropped into his turbulent water. Telling us isn't proof, Dennis. Your alibi isn't in evidence. Your anger is. Put the bottle down. Now. Werner's wild, bloodshot eyes locked on hers. The fury seemed to condense, focusing from a general storm into a laser point of hatred directed solely at her. He took a step toward her, the bottle held high. The grimy carpet muffled his step, but she could see the shift in his balance, the forward lean of his torso. You, he breathed, the word carrying a world of contempt, dripping with it. You don't believe me. You think I'm some kind of monster. You with your nice suit and your clean hair, you think you can see what I am. Katie didn't blink. She held his gaze, her own body loose, ready, her knees slightly bent, her weight on the balls of her feet. She let her hands hang loosely at her sides, open and ready. Your actions are speaking for you. The bottle doesn't help your case. It just tells me you're scared, and scared men make mistakes. No, Katie said. The word was simple, final. A statement of fact. She didn't believe him, not in this moment, not with violence hanging in the air between them. Her voice didn't waver. It was the final straw. The denial, the calmness, the utter lack of fear in her face, it was an insult he couldn't absorb. With a guttural, wordless shout that was more animal than human, a roar ripped from the base of his throat, he charged. It wasn't a feint or a bluff. It was a full-bodied lunge, all his weight and fury behind it, fueled by alcohol and humiliation and a lifetime of being looked down upon. The bottle gleamed dully in the filtered light, arcing in a tight, vicious, overhand swing toward the side of her head. Time didn't slow so much as fracture into discrete, manageable pieces. The years of training, the repetitive drills on the mat, the muscle memory hammered into her twice a week at the gym, the instinct to move toward the threat, not away, to control the center line, overrode the cold flash of panic in her chest. Her body moved before her mind finished the command. Move in. Control the weapon arm. She sidestepped the lunge not by retreating, but by pivoting sharply on the ball of her left foot, letting his momentum carry him past her right side. As the bottle whooshed past her ear, close enough to stir the fine hairs there, and for her to feel the displacement of air, a cool rush against her skin, her left hand shot out, not to block the bottle, a sure way to break her forearm, but to clamp onto his wrist just above his hand where the bones were close to the surface. Her fingers dug in, finding the pressure points between the radius and ulna, her thumb pressing hard into the soft tissue. At the same moment, she yanked him forward and down, using his own charge to pull him further off balance. His arm was extended, his body leaning forward, his center of gravity tipping over his feet. She drove her right knee up, not into his groin but higher, deeper, into the soft pocket of his diaphragm just below the sternum. It was a short, powerful piston strike, all the force of her rising body behind it, her quadriceps contracting hard. The air left his lungs in a sickening, explosive whoosh that sounded like a tire deflating. All the rage and sound was punched out of him in an instant. His mouth formed a silent, shocked O, his eyes bulging with surprise and sudden, overwhelming pain. The bottle tumbled from his nerveless fingers, thudding dully onto the matted carpet without breaking, rolling a few inches. As he doubled over, gagging, hands instinctively flying to his midsection. She pivoted on her feet, using the grip on his wrist to guide his collapsing form. She released his wrist, and in the same continuous motion, brought her right arm across her body. The heel of her palm connected with a sharp, precise crack against the bony ridge of his temple. Short, powerful, meant to disorient the vestibular system, not to cause lasting damage. The impact jarred up her arm. His eyes lost focus, rolling back white for a split second. A low, pained moan escaped his lips, a sound of pure, bewildered agony. She hooked her right foot behind his ankle and shoved his shoulder with her free hand, directing his fall, guiding the physics of his collapse. He went down hard, sprawling face first onto the grimy carpet with a heavy thud that shook the trailer floor. He lay there gasping wetly, trying to suck air into his paralyzed diaphragm, his body convulsing with the effort. A string of saliva dripped from his mouth onto the carpet, darkening the fibers. His legs kicked weakly. In one fluid motion she dropped, planting her knee firmly between his shoulder blades, her weight pinning him. He was still struggling to breathe, his movements weak and uncoordinated, his fingers clawing at the carpet. She grabbed one flailing arm, then the other, wrenching them behind his back. His muscles were tense, but the fight was gone, replaced by shock and suffocation. His skin was clammy and hot under her hands. She looked up at Shaw, who was standing perfectly still exactly where she had been, having not moved an inch to intervene. Shaw's expression was unreadable, a perfectly composed mask, her eyes taking in every detail of Katie's moves. The efficiency of the pivot, the placement of the knee strike, the control of the follow-through, the position of her hands on his arms, the even control of her own breathing. No surprise. No approval. No disapproval. Just intense, clinical observation, as if watching a demonstration. Her arms were still crossed. Cuffs, Katie said, breathing hard now, the adrenaline hitting her system in a wave that made her senses sharp and her hands feel steady. Her own breath was a little ragged in her throat. Shaw reached into her jacket, pulled out a set of stainless steel handcuffs, and tossed them underhand in a gentle arc. They landed on the carpet beside Werner's head with a soft, metallic jingle, the chain coiling. Katie caught them, her fingers closing around the cool, familiar metal. She secured his wrists with practiced efficiency, pulling them tight enough to restrain, the cuffs clicking shut with a definitive click-click. She double-locked the mechanism with a press of her thumbnail, feeling the tiny pin engage. Only then did she ease her weight off his back, rising to her feet. Her knees protested slightly from the hard stance. He began to moan more coherently, a sound of pain and bewilderment, struggling weakly against the cuffs as the acute pain in his head and chest subsided into a deep, throbbing ache. "I can't. Breathe." He wheezed. "You'll live," Katie said, her voice even. She brushed a strand of hair from her forehead with the back of her wrist. Her heart was still pounding a steady, rapid rhythm against her ribs, but her hands were steady, her breath already evening out into a controlled pattern. The metallic taste of adrenaline was sharp on her tongue. "I see that," Shaw said, finally moving. Her voice held no inflection. She walked over and crouched beside Werner, her face coming level with his as he turned his head to the side, his cheek pressed into the filthy carpet. She didn't touch him. "Comfy, Dennis." "You've got nothing," he wheezed, his voice a ragged, air-starved whisper. He tried to spit, but only managed to drool onto the carpet, a thin line of spittle connecting his lip to the floor. "Assault, I'll have your badges, I'll sue, I know my rights." "We'll see," Shaw said, her voice devoid of interest, as if he'd commented on the weather. She stood and grabbed him under his left arm, her grip firm and impersonal, her fingers digging into the flesh above his elbow. "Ford, get his other side." Katie moved to his right, bending to grasp his upper arm. The fabric of his t-shirt was damp with sweat, warm and unpleasant. Together, they hauled him upright. He was unsteady on his feet, his body still rebelling from the shock it had absorbed, his legs wobbling like a newborn colt's. He groaned, his head lolling. They marched him, stumbling, his weight sagging between them, toward the door. Shaw shouldered it open, the screen door clattering against the outside wall with a bang of aluminum, and they guided him down the two wobbly metal steps onto the gravel, half carrying him as his feet dragged. Outside, the air felt clean and vast, a palpable relief after the claustrophobic, foul heat of the trailer. Katie took a deep, involuntary breath, filling her lungs. The humidity was still there, lying on the skin like a warm towel, but it carried the clean, riciny scent of pine and damp earth, not human decay. The thumping bass from down the row seemed distant now, just a background pulse, no longer vibrating in their bones. The sunlight, though filtered through haze, felt bright and cleansing after the brown gloom. Two young women in short, tight dresses and too much makeup were picking their way across the gravel from the direction of the blue trailer, holding cheap plastic cups filled with something dark. They stopped short, their high heels sinking into the loose shell, staring openly at the scene, the disheveled, handcuffed man being propelled between two stern-looking women in plain clothes, his face pale and sweaty, his eyes dazed. One of the women took a slow sip from her cup, her eyes wide over the rim. Katie met their gaze, holding it for a beat. Their expressions were a mix of idle curiosity and a weary, seen-it-all-before resignation. This was not an unusual spectacle in this place. It was just Tuesday. "He's otherwise engaged," Katie said, her voice firm and final in the humid air. It wasn't an explanation, it was a dismissal, a closing of a curtain. The women exchanged a glance, shrugged almost in unison, and continued on their way, their laughter trailing back, bright and empty. She turned Werner toward the waiting county cruiser, her grip steady on his arm. The gravel and crushed oyster shell crunched under their 6 feet with every step, a loud, grinding procession toward the car, the only sound in the now quiet corner of the park. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The heavy door of the sheriff's department groaned shut behind them, sealing out the damp Delta night with a final, resonant thud that echoed in the tiled entryway. The air inside was a stale, layered mix of old coffee grounds left too long on a hot plate, the astringent bite of industrial cleaner, and the faint, sweet-sour tang of dried sweat that seemed baked into the very walls. Katie Ford kept a firm grip on Dennis Werner's elbow, her fingers pressing into the grimy, threadbare fabric of his sleeve, feeling the bony joint beneath. Nina Shaw propelled him forward from behind, one hand clamped on the meat of his shoulder, her thumb digging in just above the collarbone. He stumbled on purpose, dragging the worn heels of his boots across the scuffed, buff-colored linoleum floor in a deliberate, grating scrape, until a sharp, precise nudge from Shaw's knee against the back of his leg jarred him straight. His body went rigid for a second, a puppet with its strings yanked. "Walk," Shaw said, her voice low and devoid of patience, a flat command that brooked no argument. The bullpen was a pool of tired fluorescent light, the long tubes overhead emitting a persistent, low hum that vibrated in Katie's molars. The light had a sickly, greenish cast, leaching color from everything it touched. A deputy at a far desk, a young man with a close-shaved head, typed slowly with 2 fingers, the solitary, hesitant clack of the keys echoing in the quiet room like a slow-motion telegraph. A police scanner on a shelf chattered with static-laced codes, a dispatcher's voice tinny and remote. Sheriff Dale Mitchell looked up from a report, the brass lamp on his desk casting a tired yellow circle that illuminated the paperwork chaos around him. Stacked files, a half-empty mug, a scattered handful of paper clips. He stood, a cheap ballpoint pen tucked behind his ear, and met them in the middle of the room. His eyes, heavy-lidded with fatigue, traveled over Werner's stained, grayish t-shirt, the fresh, drying mud caked on the knees of his jeans, and finally settled on the belligerent, defeated slump of his shoulders. A posture Mitchell had seen 100 times before. Dennis Werner, Mitchell sighed, the name heavy with a weary familiarity. He hooked his thumbs in his wide leather belt, his stance widening slightly. Figured you'd find your way back to us eventually. Took a few days longer than usual. Must be losing your touch. Werner's head lolled up as if it were too heavy for his neck. His eyes were bloodshot slits, the pupils dilated and swimming in a haze of yellowed white. The smell of cheap whiskey, sour breath, and unwashed skin rolled off him in a palpable, greasy wave that made Katie's nostrils flare. A thin crust had gathered at the corners of his mouth. "Just get me my call," he slurred, his tongue thick. A thread of spittle connected his chapped lips for a second before breaking. "Gotta cancel my date with your sister. She gets lonely." Mitchell's expression didn't change, not a flicker, but a muscle in his jaw tightened, a small knot of tension pulsing just below his ear. He ignored the comment, his gaze sliding past Werner to Shaw. He nodded down the hallway. Interrogation 3. End of the hall on the left. Make him cozy. He turned his head slightly, raising his voice just enough. Ray, get the booking kit ready. Camera and prints. The deputy at the typewriter looked up, nodded once, and began pulling a battered metal case from a drawer. They marched Werner down a short, narrow corridor, their footsteps loud and overlapping on the hard, polished floor. The air grew noticeably cooler with each step, the smell of cleaner intensifying. Werner began to resist again, his body going slack, forcing Shaw to adjust her grip, her fingers digging deeper. He mumbled something incoherent, his head drooping. Katie tightened her own hold, feeling the heat of his body through the sleeve. Shaw pushed open a heavy gray metal door with a small, wire-reinforced window. It swung inward without a sound on well-oiled hinges. The room was a concrete box, maybe 10 by 12, painted a glossy, institutional beige that did nothing to warm it. It absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. A single metal table, its surface scarred with decades of scratches and cigarette burns, was bolted to the floor in the exact center under a recessed light fixture, housing a single blinding bulb. 2 chairs, also bolted down, faced each other across the table. In the far corner, a white air conditioner unit, old and bulky, hummed at a frigid high pitch, pushing a visible stream of dry, cold air into the space. The sound was a persistent, teeth-grating whine that seemed to vibrate in Katie's skull. The cold hit her skin immediately, a shocking contrast to the humid night outside and the stale warmth of the bullpen. It smelled of chilled, stale air and a faint, metallic tang. They guided Werner to the steel chair on the far side. It clanged dully as his dead weight hit it, the sound swallowed by the concrete. The fight seemed to leak out of him along with the warmth, replaced by a sodden, heavy stupor. His shoulders rounded inward, and his chin dropped to his chest, his matted hair falling over his forehead. His breathing deepened, turning ragged, each exhale a wet rattle. Katie shivered involuntarily, the cold cutting through the thin silk of her blouse as if it weren't there. She rubbed her own arms briskly, feeling the goosebumps rise along her skin. "Why the Arctic treatment?" she asked, her voice sounding small against the whine of the AC. "Discomfort breeds confession," Shaw said flatly, not lowering her voice as she took the chair opposite Werner. She placed her hands on the cold table, palms down, fingers spread. The metal was shockingly cold to the touch. Or at least, shorter conversations. He's used to being warm and drunk. Warm, drunk, and in control of his own squalor. This, she said, her eyes scanning the sterile, frigid box, he's not used to. The body spends energy just trying to stay warm. Energy it can't spend on maintaining a lie. Werner gave a wet, rattling snore, his body jerking slightly. Shaw watched him for a full 10 count, her gaze analytical and cold, noting the rhythm of his breathing, the complete lack of tension in his hands where they lay limp in his lap. Mr. Werner, she said, her tone cutting through the mechanical hum like a blade. It was a voice meant to be obeyed. You're not here to nap. Nothing. His head sank lower, his forehead now almost touching the table's edge. Katie watched, detached, as a clear line of drool gathered on his lower lip, swelling into a droplet that trembled with his breath until gravity pulled it down. It landed with a soft, distinct tap on the scarred metal tabletop, where it quivered before starting a slow spread. Shaw's eyes narrowed a fraction. She shifted her weight slightly in the chair, her posture coiling with a predator's stillness. Her right leg, clad in dark tactical pants, drew back slowly, the sole of her boot scraping faintly on the concrete. Then, with a controlled, explosive motion, she drove it forward. Her boot connected with the table leg, just below the bolted joint. The impact was a sharp, deafening bang that rebounded off the hard concrete walls, a sound like a gunshot in the enclosed space. The table jumped, vibrating against the floor with a metallic shudder that traveled up through Katie's own chair. Werner jerked as if electrocuted, his whole body convulsing. His eyes flew open in confused panic, the pupils wildly dilated. His hands, clumsy and sudden, scrabbled at the table edge for balance, his nails scraping. It was. Jesus Christ. He blinked rapidly, looking around the blinding white room as if seeing it for the first time, his head swiveling on his neck. A string of curses fell from his lips, mumbled and incoherent. Goddamn hellfire motherfucker, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps that fogged faintly in the cold air. Look at me, Shaw commanded, her voice leaving no room for anything else. He tried to focus on her, his eyes swimming, struggling to find a fixed point. I want my lawyer. I know my rights. You'll get a phone call, Shaw said, her voice even almost bored. After we talk. You did repair work at the Beaumont building 2 years ago. Drywall and electrical in the West Wing storage area. You had a set of keys cut for yourself for access. Where are those keys now? Gave 'em back, he mumbled, his voice thick. His head began its slow dip again, as if his neck muscles had turned to rubber. To whom, specifically? Shaw pressed, leaning forward an inch, her hands still flat on the table. Board secretary. Lady with the red hair. Big glasses. Don't remember her damn name. He waved a dismissive hand, the motion loose and uncoordinated. You were seen inside the building on a Tuesday afternoon, 6 weeks ago. Long after your contract ended. A docent saw you in the main hall. What were you doing there? He shrugged, a massive, slow roll of his shoulders that seemed to require great effort. Passing through. Just checking. Seeing if they had more work. Needed the cash. Did you talk to Earl Duchamp? The old watchman. Werner's brow furrowed, as if searching a foggy memory. Maybe. said hello. He was at his desk. Nodded at me. Did you go into the East Wing that day? No. Did you look at the medical exhibit? The surgical instruments case. The one with the bone saws. His eyes, bleary and unfocused, held a flicker of something, annoyance maybe at the persistent questioning, but not guilt. Not calculation. There was no sharpening of his gaze, no telltale pause. I walked through. I didn't study the damn displays. It's a bunch of old junk. He laid his head heavily on his folded arms on the table, turning his face away from the light from them. I'm done talking. I want my call now. Katie watched the exchange, the hopelessness of it settling in her stomach like a cold, heavy stone. She felt a familiar, draining frustration. She leaned forward, the cold edge of the table pressing into her ribs. Dennis, she said, forcing her voice to become clear. Look at me for a second. He didn't move, a lump of resistance. Monday night. Between 9 o'clock and midnight. Was there anyone you saw near the Beaumont building? Any cars parked funny on that street? Anyone walking who shouldn't have been? A grunt deep and phlegmy. Negative. Shaw tried another angle, her voice dropping, becoming almost conversational, a jarring shift in the frigid room. Earl Duchamp made you uncomfortable, didn't he? The way he watched you when you were working there. Not mean just watching. Like he was keeping score. Like he didn't think you measured up or you'd cut corners. That kind of quiet judgment, it must have stayed with you. Gets under the skin. Werner was silent for so long Katie thought he'd passed out again. His breathing had evened. Then, from the cradle of his arms, his voice emerged, muffled and thick with a profound, practiced self-pity. Everybody watches. Everybody judges. The lady at the Piggly Wiggly, the guy at the parts store him. Don't matter. None of it matters. The sentence trailed off into a long, shuddering sigh that fogged the metal beneath his mouth. He was gone, receding back into his alcoholic haze, a wall of sheer, impenetrable disengagement they couldn't breach with questions or cold or noise. Katie sat back, the metal chair creaking. The cold was seeping past her skin now, into her bones, making her joints ache. She looked across at Shaw, who gave a minute, almost imperceptible shake of her head. The message was clear, etched in the slight downturn of her mouth. This is a waste of calories. A dead end. We're done, Katie said, standing. The legs of her chair scraped loudly, a harsh shriek on the concrete floor that made Werner flinch minutely. He's a puddle. We'll get nothing coherent tonight. Shaw nodded once, a sharp gesture of finality. She rose without another glance at the slumped form, as if he had already ceased to exist. They walked out, the heavy door closing behind them with a solid, definitive thunk that felt like a period at the end of a pointless sentence. The sudden absence of the AC's relentless whine was disorienting, replaced by the distant, mundane sounds of the bullpen, a chair rolling, a low conversation. The air in the hallway, while still cool from the building's general climate control, felt almost warm, almost soft by comparison. Shaw flagged down Mitchell, who was leaning against the high booking desk watching Deputy Ray meticulously list Werner's meager possessions on a form. A rusty folding knife with a broken tip, 63 cents in grimy change, a half-empty pack of spearmint gum, a worn leather wallet containing a faded driver's license, and a photo of a woman that looked 2 decades old. Book him for public intoxication and assault on a federal officer, Shaw said, her tone administrative. The assault charge is for his little stumble into Agent Ford when we collected him. Cut him loose in the morning with a court date. Standard holding protocol. Standard procedure, Mitchell said with a tired nod, taking the form from Ray and scanning it. He'll be sober and sorry by sunrise. Or at least sober. The sorry part usually takes a few more days. Katie moved to the observation window, a one-way rectangle of smoky glass set into the wall beside the interrogation room door. She cupped her hands around her eyes to block the hallway light. Inside, under the harsh, unforgiving bulb, Werner had already slumped forward again, his head back on his arms, one cheek mashed against the table. He was just a shape now, a collection of poor decisions and genetic misfortune bundled in dirty clothes. She tried, as she had in the trailer park, to force the image. This man, moving with silent, predatory grace through the Beaumont building in the dark, his breath steady, waiting with infinite, cold patience for Earl Duchamp to complete his final round. She tried to see him selecting the precise moment and angle of the blow, the tool in his hand, not a wrench from his truck, but something chosen for symbolism. She tried to see him standing afterward in the East Wing, under the emergency lights, arranging a human skin lampshade on a display stand with the composed, deliberate care of a curator arranging a precious artifact. The images came, constructed by her professional mind, but they felt false, like watching a bad actor read lines he didn't understand, his movements all wrong. The profile, the controlled, pedagogical, theatrical killer, and the pathetic, disintegrated person in that cold room were irreconcilable. She had known it in the trailer, a gut feeling, and she knew it more clearly now, with a certainty that was both a relief and a new source of tension. A suspect ruled out was a path closed. She turned as Shaw approached, shrugging into her dark jacket. "How do you know?" Katie asked, the headache behind her eyes a persistent, throbbing knot she could no longer ignore. She masked her temple with her fingertips. "It's not just the drunkenness. Plenty of killers drink. They function until they don't." Shaw didn't look up from fastening her jacket. She slid her arms into the sleeves with efficient, economical motions, then zipped it up to her throat. That wreck in there couldn't plan a grocery list, let alone a historical reenactment of a murder. Look at his history. Impulsive, reactive violence. Bar fights over a spilled beer. Domestic disturbances when the check runs out. Petty theft of opportunity. He reacts to a stimulus in the moment. He doesn't orchestrate events. He doesn't lay groundwork. She adjusted the collar. If he wanted Earl Duchamp dead, for a real or imagined slight, Earl would be in a ditch somewhere behind a bar. A simple. Messy, emotional, but simple. A bludgeoning in a parking lot after a confrontation. What was done in that museum was theater. Deliberate, symbolic theater. He's not the director. He doesn't have the vision, the internal architecture, for that kind of statement. Could be a misdirect, Katie pressed, following her back to their temporary desks, two scarred wooden tables shoved together near a dented gray filing cabinet. Her notes were scattered across the surface. He knows his own record reads like a textbook for impulsive, low IQ offending. So he studies, he plans, he executes something so elaborate, so competent, that we look at his record and automatically rule him out. It's a classic maneuver. Create a disconnect between the crime and the criminal's apparent capabilities. Shaw stopped and turned, finally giving Katie her full attention. In the flat, shadowless fluorescent light, her face was all sharp angles and planes, her eyes dark pools. "You're thinking like a puzzle, Ford. Not a person." A misdirect of that sophistication, requires a level of self-awareness, of abstract self-assessment that he simply doesn't possess. His life is a trailer full of empties and regret. The focus, the control, the patience our unsub showed, that's a different species of animal altogether. This killer curated an experience. He built a lesson plan. Werner can barely curate his next drink from the bottom shelf. She picked up her notebook, a simple black memo book, and tapped it against her palm. We picked him up because he was a loose end that needed tying. Access, no alibi local. But he's a dead end. The dry hole. We're done here. The accumulated weight of the long day settled on Katie's shoulders, a physical fatigue that made her bones feel like lead. She became acutely aware of the dull ache in the arches of her feet from hours on hard floors, the stiffness in her neck and trapezius muscles from hours of unconscious tension, the gritty feeling behind her eyelids. She let out a slow, controlled breath, rolling her shoulders in a futile attempt to loosen the tight cords. Can we turn in? It's been a day that started before dawn. Shaw checked her watch, the gesture crisp, military. The face glinted under the lights. It's barely 9:15, Ford. The night's young for our line of work. She raised her voice, calling across the room where Mitchell was now shrugging into his own brown sheriff's jacket, preparing to leave. Sheriff, we need access to the ME's office and your evidence locker. Tonight, I want to see the full case files, the autopsy photos, and the personal effects inventories for the Simmons and Moss cases. The cold case victims from 78 and 82. Mitchell shook his head, his expression weary but firm, the face of a man who has drawn a line. Office is closed, Agent. Locked up tight. Dr. LeBlanc has gone home to his family in Baton Rouge. So have my two evidence clerks. He picked up his keys from the desk, jangling them in his hand. A large brass keyring held a dozen. So have I, in about 5 minutes. It'll all keep pristine and untouched until morning. First thing. A flicker of irritation passed over Shaw's face, a brief, visible tightening at the corner of her jaw, a quick, controlled exhale through her nose, then it vanished, smoothed back into an impassive mask. Fine. Your jurisdiction, your rules. Come on, Ford. We're moving. She slung her bag over her shoulder. To the motel. Katie asked, a faint, desperate hope lifting her voice slightly. The thought of a hot shower, a bed with stiff sheets, however dubious the motel's cleanliness, was a powerful, almost physical lure. No, Shaw said, already heading for the main exit with that purposeful, ground-eating stride. And we're not taking the car. Katie hurried after her, grabbing her own bag and jacket. Then how are we? Shaw pushed through the front doors, the hinges sighing, and let in a wave of thick, humid night air that felt like a warm, wet blanket. The contrast to the department's dry, artificial chill was immediate and shocking. The darkness outside was profound, a velvety blackness broken only by the sickly orange glow of sodium vapor streetlights that created isolated, buzzing pools of light and deep, impenetrable shadow between them. The air smelled of wet earth, of night-blooming jasmine from a nearby vine, and the distant, muddy, organic scent of the river. Crickets sawed in the darkness from every direction, a constant, rhythmic backdrop that was the true sound of the Delta night. Somewhere a dog barked twice, the sound lonely and far away, then ceased. Shaw didn't pause on the concrete steps. She turned right without hesitation and started walking with a purposeful, steady stride along the cracked sidewalk, away from the small, nearly empty parking lot where their county cruiser sat under a light. Shaw, where are we going? Katie asked, falling into step beside her. The sidewalk was treacherous, slabs heaved up by tree roots, cracks wide enough to catch a heel. She had to watch her footing in the uneven light. The scene, Shaw said, her eyes scanning the darkened storefronts they passed. A shuttered insurance office with faded lettering, a dark-windowed diner with chairs upturned on tables. The Beaumont building. It's 8 blocks east. We walk. And now, in the dark. Katie gestured at the encompassing night, the empty street. It's not dark, Shaw said, nodding up at the nearest streetlight with its corona of insects. And it's lit. And yes, now. The scene changes when the sun goes down. The light changes. The sounds change. The feel of the place changes. People see different things at night. Hear different things. Mitchell's people did a daylight canvas. We'll do a night ones. She glanced sideways at Katie, her profile sharp against the orange glow. Unless you're done for the day. It wasn't a question. It was a challenge, wrapped in a flat, assessing statement. Katie felt the deep, bodily fatigue war with a stubborn, professional spike of determination. She wouldn't be the one to call it. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder, the familiar weight of files and electronics a kind of anchor. I'm not done, she said, her voice firmer than she felt. Good, Shaw said, a single syllable of acknowledgement, and kept walking. Their footsteps were the only human sound on the empty street, a steady, two-part cadence. The firm, even tread of Shaw's boots and the slightly quicker step of Katie's shoes, moving them deeper into the sleeping town. They passed silent houses with shaded windows, a locked pharmacy, a church with a white steeple just visible against the slightly lighter sky. They were moving toward the old Beaumont building, and the east wing, and the empty, waiting display stand where the lampshade had been. The night around them felt watchful, alive with the hidden chorus of insects and the rustle of leaves in a faint, hot breeze. The humidity clung to Katie's skin like a second, damp shirt, already negating the brief respite of the air-conditioned car and station. She walked, matching Shaw's pace stride for stride, the two of them moving in a loose tandem through the isolated, buzzing pools of orange light, the vast, murmuring, southern darkness closing in solidly around them, holding its breath. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The Checkpoint Tavern smelled of spilled beer, cheap wood polish, and the ghost of 1,000 fried meals. Onion rings, battered catfish, grease-soaked fries, all layered into a permanent, faintly sour aroma. The air was cool and stale, the kind of conditioned chill that clung to skin and raised the fine hairs on the arms. A long bar of scarred mahogany ran the length of the left wall, its surface a topography of water rings and glass-swept scratches, the varnish worn to a dull mat in front of each stool. Neon signs for local beers, Dixie, Abita, buzzed with a faint, insect-like hum, their glow reflecting in the mirrored backsplash and casting a sickly blue and red pall over the bottles of well liquor. The floorboards were sticky in patches, catching the soles of shoes with a soft, tacky pull. A few ceiling fans turned with a lazy, rhythmic click-clack, stirring the smells into a sluggish current but not dispelling them. It was the kind of place local deputies might unwind, but tonight it was nearly empty. A television above the bar played a muted baseball game, the flickering light the only real movement, the silent swings and catches playing out in washed-out color. Two men in faded work shirts hunched over beers at the far end of the bar, their forearms resting on the wood, their postures identical slopes of fatigue. A third, older man with a grizzled beard sat alone on a stool near the door, nursing a draft and staring into the middle distance. All of them turned, their conversations halting mid-syllable, as Katie Ford and Nina Shaw walked in. The scrutiny was blunt, a physical pressure that seemed to still the very air. Katie kept her eyes forward, her gaze fixed on the back of Shaw's blazer, following her lead through the narrow gap between tables. Shaw didn't hesitate, making a direct line for the bar, her heels clicking once, twice on the wooden floor before hitting a silent patch of grime-absorbing runner. "Grab a seat," she said over her shoulder, her voice absorbed by the quiet room, flattened by the acoustic deadness of low ceilings and empty space. Katie took a booth by the window, its red vinyl upholstery cracked like dried mud and patched in several places with strips of silver duct tape. She slid in, the material sighing and sticking slightly to the back of her thighs. Through the smudged glass, streaked with fingerprints and the haze of years, she could see the yellow tape still stretched across the wrought iron fence of the Beaumont building down the street. It fluttered in a faint, warm breeze, catching the intermittent glow of a streetlight, a garish ribbon against the dark brick of the old building. The street beyond was a tunnel of stillness, the asphalt still holding the day's heat, making the air above it shimmer faintly. A single piece of newspaper tumbled end over end, in a lazy diagonal across the empty intersection, before catching on a storm drain. The buildings across the way were dark, their windows blank. The whole town felt like a held breath. At the bar, Shaw rested an elbow on the polished wood, her body angled slightly away from the two workmen. The bartender, a thin man with a tired face, deep grooves around his mouth, and a faded blue towel over his shoulder, approached with a slow, unhurried gait. Shaw didn't look at the menu taped to the back of the bar. "Double bourbon, neat. And a Coke for the kid in the booth." Her voice was low, matter-of-fact, leaving no room for query or suggestion. She laid a $20 bill on the bar, the paper crisp against the worn wood. As the bartender turned to the shelves, selecting a bottle with a plain label, Shaw's eyes lifted to the mirrored backsplash. Her gaze swept the room in the glass, a slow, methodical, assessing scan that took in every detail. She started with the two men at the end. Their ages, mid-30s, their build, the one on the left was broader, with thick shoulders, the other wiry, their hands calloused, one with a faded tattoo on the knuckles, their level of inebriation, half-full beers, no empties in front, alert posture. She noted the lone drinker by the door, older, sipping not drinking, no threat, likely a regular. Her eyes tracked over the empty pool table, its green felt illuminated by a single shaded lamp, the cues racked neatly on the wall. She studied the dark hallway leading to the restrooms, checking for movement, for shadows that didn't align. She registered the exits. The front door, a fire door marked in the back near the hall, a possible kitchen pass-through. Her posture was relaxed, one foot hooked on the brass rail, but her gaze in the reflection was a searchlight, cold and thorough. Satisfied, her eyes dropped just as the bartender turned back. The bartender set the drinks down with soft thuds, the heavy-bottomed tumbler of bourbon and the highball glass of cola, ice cubes already cracking from the pour. Shaw left the change on the bar, a few dollars and some coins, picked up both glasses and carried them over. She slid into the booth opposite Katie with a soft grunt, the old wood frame creaking in protest. She set the cola in front of Katie, the condensation already beating on the glass, then immediately lifted her own. The amber liquid caught the neon light, glowing like trapped honey. She drained half of it in one smooth, practiced swallow, her throat working, a slight tightening of the tendons in her neck. She set the glass down with a definitive clink that seemed to echo in the quiet, the ice cube settling. She leaned back against the vinyl, her eyes closing for a brief second, a fleeting moment of private acknowledgement, before opening to find Katie watching her. "Don't worry," Shaw said, a faint, dry smile touching her lips, not reaching her eyes. "I'm a functional enthusiast." Katie's cheeks warmed. She hadn't meant to stare, but the swiftness of the consumption had been startling. I wasn't judging. I'm sure you were. It's fine. Shaw took a smaller sip, rolling the liquor on her tongue, her eyes narrowing slightly as she tasted it. In this line of work, you either learn to compartmentalize or you find a vice. The smart ones build a sturdy wall between the two. I chose to install a door. Sometimes I use it. Katie pulled the paper wrapper off her straw, the crinkling sound absurdly loud in the quiet. She stirred her ice, the cubes clinking a sharp, rhythmic tattoo against the glass. Does the job make the vice necessary? She asked, her eyes on the swirling dark liquid, avoiding Shaw's face. Shaw considered the question, her index finger tracing the damp rim of her glass, leaving a smeared trail. She was silent for a long moment, her gaze drifting to the window and the dark street beyond. For some, it's about forgetting, she said finally, her voice lower. A hard reset. A chemical eraser for the images that won't scrub clean. You drink until the crime scene photos blur, until the smell of decomp is just a memory of a smell. For me, she paused, her finger stopping its circuit. It's about remembering I'm still alive. That there are sensations that aren't horror or grief or analysis. The burn in the throat, the warmth in the gut. It's a tactile anchor. She finished the whiskey in another swallow, the ice cube settling with a final, lonely rattle against the empty glass. I've got a big, quiet house in Virginia with rooms nobody sleeps in. 2 ex-husbands who wouldn't return my call if I was on fire. The job is what's left. It's the thing that answers when I call. The only thing that's ever made consistent sense. She caught the bartender's eye across the room and held up 2 fingers, one pointed at her empty glass for a refill, the other raised in a wait-a-minute gesture. The bartender gave a slow nod. Shaw turned back to Katie. So yeah, she said, the word a soft exhale. I'll have the drink. Before Katie could formulate a response, before she could decide whether to ask about the house, the husbands, the starkness of that admission, the bartender approached their table again. But this time he carried not a bourbon, but a tall, slender highball glass filled with a bright, electric blue liquid. A tiny paper umbrella, its colors garish, perched precariously on the rim. A slice of orange and a maraschino cherry were speared on a plastic sword and sunk in the icy depths. He set it carefully in front of Katie, with an apologetic dip of his head, his eyes briefly meeting hers before flicking away. From the gentleman at the end of the bar, he said, his voice a low, gravelly murmur meant only for them. Katie's gaze snapped to the 2 men in work shirts. They were studiously examining the baseball game on the TV, their bodies rigid with the effort of appearing casual. But one of them, the younger, broader one, shot a quick, smug glance their way, his mouth twitching in a smirk, before pretending to be engrossed in a slow-motion replay of a slide into home plate. A flush of heat prickled up from Katie's collarbones, climbing her neck to her hairline. She felt suddenly conspicuous, absurd in her sensible blazer and silk shell amid the tavern's gloomy, masculine gloom. The blue drink seemed to glow with its own vulgar light, a beacon of unwanted attention. She managed a tight, clipped thank you to the bartender. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shrug, the corners of his mouth turning down as if to say, "Don't blame me, I just deliver the messages," and retreated back to the sanctuary of his bar. When he was gone, Katie stared at the garish cocktail. It smelled overwhelmingly of synthetic coconut and overly sweet rum, with an underlying chemical tang. Without a word, her jaw set, she slid the glass across the sticky table toward Shaw. The base left a damp trail on the varnish. "I'm a gift." Shaw's mouth quirked into something that wasn't quite a smile. It was colder, more analytical. She picked up the blue drink by its stem, the paper umbrella trembling with the motion. She didn't look at the men. Instead, she raised the glass toward them in a clear, deliberate toast, her arm extending just enough to be unmistakable. "Thanks, fellas," she called out, her voice cutting through the tavern's thick quiet. It wasn't loud, but it carried a commanding, metallic edge, the tone used on a firing range or in a crowded briefing room. Every syllable was precise. "Appreciate the thought. But she's not on the market." The two men froze. The younger one's neck above his collar flushed a deep, mottled red, the color spreading to the tips of his ears. They exchanged a single, muttered word. Katie caught the sharp consonant of bitch, their heads bent close together. The broader one shook his head, his shoulders hunching in embarrassment and anger. They threw some crumpled bills on the bar, the coins landing with a jangle, and stood up, their chairs scraping harshly against the floorboards. They kept their eyes firmly on the exit, their movement stiff, and were out the door without a backward glance, the door swinging shut with a thud that made the window pane rattle. The older man by the door watched them go, his expression unreadable, then shook his head slowly, a world-weary gesture, and returned to contemplating the golden-brown surface of his beer. Silence reclaimed the room, deeper and more profound now. The click of the ceiling fan seemed louder. Shaw signaled the bartender again with a slight lift of her chin, and he brought her fresh bourbon, setting it down and clearing the empty glass without a word. She took a slow, deliberate sip, her eyes never leaving Katie's face. "So," she said, the word a firm period, a full stop to the previous awkward scene. "Anyone waiting for you back home? Boyfriend? A fiancé? A cat with an automatic feeder?" "No," Katie said, the answer immediate and hollow. Her mind flashed to the unpacked boxes lining the hallway of her Arlington apartment, the labels still legible. Books, kitchen, MISC. The single pothos plant on the windowsill, thriving on neglect. The clean, empty counters. Nothing that needed her back, nothing that would notice if she stayed away for weeks. Just an apartment that's still pretending to be temporary. "Good," Shaw's nod was sharp. "Keep it that way for a while." Relationships complicate the obsession. They demand explanations for the late nights, the bad dreams, the 1,000-yard stare you get in the middle of dinner. They want a piece of you that you can't afford to give. A piece that belongs to the work. Shaw swirled her drink, watching the liquid coat the inside of the glass, leaving viscous legs that slid slowly back down. "What about you? The big question. Why the FBI? A mind like yours, the pattern recognition, the analytical precision, you could be doing anything. Designing systems for tech giants. Breaking encryption for 3 times the salary. Chasing abstract puzzles in a clean, quiet lab. Why choose a government salary and a badge to chase monsters?" The question didn't just land, it detonated in the space between them. It was a physical weight crashing onto Katie's sternum, compressing her lungs, making the next breath a conscious, difficult effort. The dim, neon-washed light of the tavern seemed to warp and swim, the red and blue glows bleeding at the edges. The buzz of the signs melted into a high-pitched whine in her ears. The smell of beer and polish twisted, overlaying with something older, fainter, clawing its way up from memory. The starch of a laundered hall runner, the dusty, sun-warmed scent of old wood in a quiet house. Her vision blurred, the faces around her dissolving into smears of color. The green glow of the digital clock above the bar, displaying the time in blocky numbers, smeared and transformed. It became the stark, luminous green digits of a childhood alarm clock on a nightstand. 5:02 a.m. The numbers burned in the dark, searing themselves onto her retinas. She was 5 years old again, her feet cold on the nubby hallway carpet, the pile pressing into her soles. The house was a vault of silence, a silence so profound it had a texture, a weight, like water in the ears after swimming. She was staring at her father's open bedroom door. It was always closed. It was never open. The darkness beyond the doorway was absolute, a void that seemed to suck the faint light from the nightlight in the hall bathroom. She remembered the specific, paralyzing chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, a cold that started in her stomach and radiated out to her fingertips. The way her tiny heart had hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. She hadn't called out. She hadn't moved. She had just stood there, swallowed by the yawning silence of that open doorway, knowing, with a child's primal certainty, that the world inside that room had changed forever. The memory was a cold hand clamping the nape of her neck, squeezing, its fingers icy. Katie. Shaw's voice was a blade, thin and sharp, slicing through the psychic fog. It was not gentle. It was sharp, immediate, devoid of comfort or pity. The command. Katie blinked, hard, several times in rapid succession. The tavern snapped back into focus with a jarring suddenness. The grain of the sticky table under her palms, the intent, unblinking focus of Shaw's face across from her, the baseball game flickering silently, a player spitting sunflower seeds. She drew in a shaky breath, realizing she'd been holding it, her chest tight. Her fingers were clenched around her cola glass, knuckles white with strain. She forced them to relax, one by one. Sorry, she said, the word coming out breathy thin. Long day. Zoned out for a second. Shaw hadn't moved a muscle. She studied Katie with the unblinking, analytical focus of a clinician, observing a specimen under a lens. The profiler's gaze missed nothing. The slight pallor that had washed over Katie's face, leaching the color from her lips, the rapid, fluttering pulse visible at the base of her throat, the way her pupils had dilated, black swallowing the green of her irises before she'd blinked them away, the minute tremor in her right hand as it lay on the table. You didn't zone out, Shaw stated, her voice low and even, a flat statement of fact. You went somewhere dark just now. I can always tell. The breath changes, it goes shallow then stops. The eyes lose focus on the present. They look inward, at something the rest of us can't see. It's a departure. A leave of absence from the room. Katie forced herself to take a sip of her soda. The sweetness was cloying, artificial, sticking to her tongue. The ice was mostly melted, watering it down into a sickly syrup. It's nothing. Just old family stuff. Doesn't matter. Old family stuff is the only stuff that ever matters, Shaw countered without hesitation, leaning forward slightly, her elbows planting on the table, her body language closing the space between them. It's the foundation. The bedrock. It haunts new agents more than any crime scene photo ever will. They think they're running toward justice, toward order, but half the time they're running from a ghost in their own hallway. A ghost they've never quite seen but can always feel. Shaw's eyes held hers, a magnetic, inescapable force. Talk about it. The pressure was immense, a vice tightening around Katie's skull. Shaw's presence filled the booth, her intensity leaving no room for evasion, no shadow to hide in. Katie felt a surge of defensive heat, a familiar, protective anger. Not tonight, she said, and her voice came out firmer, colder than she'd intended. It was a door slamming shut, the deadbolt thrown. It's not a short story. And it's not relevant. Shaw held her look, her own expression impassive, a mask of pure assessment. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the persistent click-clack of the ceiling fan, and the distant, tinny murmur of the TV commentary. Shaw's eyes moved minutely, reading the physical text of Katie's resistance. The set of her jaw, a tight muscle jumping, the defensive, slight hunch of her shoulders pulling inward, the way her gaze had fixed on a point just over Shaw's shoulder, a classic avoidance tell, a refusal to meet the eyes of the interrogator. She saw the wall go up, brick by brick in real time. After a long, weighty moment that seemed to pull all the air from the booth, Shaw gave a single, slight, conceding nod. It wasn't agreement. It was a tactical retreat, an acknowledgement of a defended position too costly to assault directly. "All right," Shaw said, her tone shifting to something neutral, professional. She finished her second bourbon, the ice clicking as she set the glass down. But a word of unsolicited advice. Sealing trauma in a jar doesn't preserve it. It just makes it ferment. The pressure builds. And one day, usually at the worst possible moment, in an interrogation, at a crime scene, in the witness box, the lid blows. And it's never pretty. It's never controlled. She stood up, the movement abrupt, breaking the intense, charged bubble that had surrounded their table. She tossed a few more bills beside her empty glass, the money fluttering down. "Hey, let's go. We've seen enough local color to last a lifetime." Outside, the night air was thick and damp, a wool blanket after the tavern's artificial chill. The transition was jarring, a sensory overload. Sounds rushed in, vivid and immediate. The distant, lonely whine of a semi-truck gearing down on the highway a mile away, the relentless, rhythmic chirp of crickets in the weedy lot beside the parking lot, the soft, persistent thwap-thwap of a large moth beating its wings against the glass of a nearby streetlight. The pavement underfoot was still warm from the day's relentless sun, radiating heat up through the thin soles of Katie's shoes. The sky was a vast, star-pricked black, the humidity making the air feel close, like breathing through damp cloth. Shaw walked a few paces to a weathered wooden taxi kiosk, a relic from another era with a plexiglass panel yellowed and scratched, and a dusty black rotary phone inside. She leaned into the small opening, her body silhouetted against the faint, jaundiced light leaking from the tavern window as she spoke into the receiver, her words too low to catch. Watching her, Katie felt a subtle but definitive shift in her perception. Nina Shaw wasn't just a bureau legend, a sharp-edged silhouette from training seminars and whispered case file stories. She was a tired woman in a rumpled blazer, the fabric wrinkled across the shoulders, her posture sagging slightly with a specific kind of weariness as she booked a cab in a near-empty parking lot like anyone else, like a salesperson or a nurse after a long shift. The aura of invincibility, the bulletproof competence, cracked in that mundane moment, revealing something human, something frayed at the edges. And if she was human, she wasn't infallible. The certainty of that thought solidified in Katie's mind, cold and hard as a stone. The ordering principle she hadn't cracked yet. Kemper, then Ramirez, now Jane. It was still there, unresolved, a locked door at the back of her mind that Shaw had walked past without trying the handle. Shaw's focus on Werner, on the tangible, immediate suspect, hadn't been wrong exactly, just incomplete. A single thread pulled, not the whole pattern. The practical and the analytical weren't competing methods, they were complementary ones, two hands working on the same knot. What Katie was still learning, what this case was teaching her hour by hour, was how to run both engines simultaneously. The ground-level instinct and the high-altitude theory, without letting either crowd the other out, without letting the noise of one drown the signal of the other. She wasn't there yet. The balance was elusive. But standing in this humid parking lot, the taste of flat cola still in her mouth, she felt closer than she'd been this morning, staring at the whiteboard in the command center. Her eyes drifted back down the desolate street, past the fluttering crime scene tape that glowed like a sickly ribbon in the sporadic streetlight, to the dark, hulking shape of the Beaumont building. The tall windows were black, sightless eyes. The wrought iron fence threw thin, knife-like shadows on the pale sidewalk. Her gaze traveled, searching, and found the county cruiser parked a half-block away, tucked into the deeper shadow of a magnolia tree. Its interior was dark except for the faint, bluish glow of a cell phone screen, illuminating the lower half of a face. One of the officers inside was slumped against the passenger window, his head at an awkward angle, his hat tipped forward. Asleep. Or trying to look asleep. A cold trickle of realization, slow and insidious, seeped down her spine. How easy would it be? The thought was quiet, invasive. How easy would it be for him to come back? To stand in the crowd behind the tape, anonymous in a baseball cap and sunglasses. To sit in a car like that one, just another vehicle in the Mississippi heat. To lean against a lamppost. To sit right here on a tavern stool, nursing a beer, watching the investigation unfold from a ringside seat. He could have been here tonight. The bartender with his tired, knowing eyes. The sleeping deputy in the cruiser. One of the workmen who'd sent the drink, their anger a perfect mask. The lone old man by the door, a fixture invisible by design. A passerby smoking in the shadows of the alley across the street. Any of them. He would be watching, savoring the shape of the investigation, measuring its pace and direction against his own internal clock. The work in the East Wing had been an announcement, a statement left in the open. That meant he expected an audience. He craved an audience. And they, the cops, the feds, the town, were it. They were the students in his grim classroom, and he was the professor, watching to see if they understood the lesson. The yellow headlights of a taxi cut through the darkness, pulling into the lot with a soft hiss of tires on loose gravel. It stopped a few feet away, a generic, dusty sedan with a lit plastic sign on the roof that read City Cab in peeling letters. Shaw opened the back door, the interior light flicking on, harsh and unflattering. She looked back at Katie, her face etched in the stark dashboard light from within the cab, the lines around her eyes and mouth deep grooves of fatigue. Get real sleep, she said, her voice flat with finality. No case files. No theorizing in the dark. Tomorrow we visit the morgue. The theories tend to quiet down after you've seen the raw material up close. The abstractions get concrete. She ducked inside, the car dipping slightly with her weight. Katie took one last, long look at the dark street, at the Beaumont building's silent, judging facade, then followed, pulling the heavy door shut behind her with a solid thunk. The cab's interior smelled overwhelmingly of pine-scented air freshener, layered over the older, deeper smells of old vinyl, stale cigarette smoke and sweat. The driver, a man with a grizzled beard, nodded once in the rearview mirror but said nothing. As he pulled away, the Checkpoint Tavern and its lonely strip of yellow tape shrank in the rear window, the neon signs becoming distant, meaningless dots of color before being swallowed completely by the thick, enveloping Mississippi night. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The plant had been closed for 11 years. He knew this the way he knew everything about a location before he used it, completely, from multiple sources, cross-referenced and verified. The Delacroix Chemical Company had processed industrial solvents on this site from 1987 until a combination of EPA violations and a leveraged buyout had shuttered it in the spring of the previous decade. The buildings had been tagged for remediation, which meant the state had filed paperwork and done nothing. The chain-link perimeter fence still had its warning signs, bleached by sun and streaked with rust. The loading bay on the south side had been padlocked. The padlock, he had discovered on his first visit 3 weeks ago, was a hardware store brand that opened in 4 seconds with the right tension wrench. That first visit had been a reconnaissance in the late afternoon, the sun throwing long, distorted shadows from the skeletal piping on the roof. He had parked a quarter-mile down the access road and approached on foot through a stand of scrub pine, his movements unhurried, his eyes cataloging everything. The fence had a few tiers, but none large enough for easy access. The main gate was chained and actually alarmed, a fact he'd gleaned from the county's own environmental assessment filings. The loading bay door, set back in a concrete alcove, was the obvious weakness. He'd approached it not with hope, but with clinical expectation. The padlock was cold under his fingers, the brass body scratched and dull. He'd inserted the wrench and pick from his kit, felt the cheap internal pins yield with almost insulting ease, and heard the solid clunk of the shackle releasing. The sound had been one of profound validation. It was always like this. The world was held together with the flimsiest of locks, maintained by people who did not think beyond the illusion of security. He had been inside 6 times since then. The second visit was to map, to walk the vast, echoing interior with a small digital recorder, dictating notes in a low monotone. Northwest corner, floor panels corroded, avoid. Central corridor, ceiling tile collapse, debris field approximately 10 feet. Electrical panel, room 1B, breakers 4, 7, and 12 live. The third and fourth visits were for cleaning, for the unglamorous labor of clearing the vat room of fallen insulation, rodent nests, and the gritty, chemical-laden dust that coated every surface. He'd worn a respirator then, the sound of his own breathing loud in the silence. The fifth visit was for testing, verifying the drain valves turned, that the platform bolts were not sheared by rust, that the live breaker could handle a sustained load. The sixth visit, 2 nights ago, had been the final walkthrough. A silent rehearsal. He knew which sections of flooring were sound, which ceiling sections were compromised, where the water damage ran beneath the concrete of the main processing floor like dark, branching veins. He knew where the electrical panel was, and which breakers still carried live current from the emergency generator that the remediation contractor had left connected and running for reasons that had never been adequately explained, and that he considered a gift, a nod from a careless universe. He arrived at 11:40, an hour before midnight, parking his sedan in the same copse of pines. The night was clear and cool, the air smelling of damp earth and distant stagnant water. He shouldered his equipment bag, a heavy, professional-grade duffel, and walked the familiar path, his steps making no sound on the soft ground. At the fence, he didn't bother with the tier, he went to the loading bay door. The padlock was cold again. 4 seconds of precise tension, a subtle twist of the wrist, and it was open. He looped the lock through the hasp without engaging it, pulled the heavy metal door just wide enough to slip through, and let himself into the interior of the main processing building. The space was vast and dark and swallowed sound whole. His headlamp clicked on, throwing a stark white oval ahead of him on the concrete floor, illuminating a landscape of industrial decay. The air was several degrees colder inside, and it smelled of a layered history. The sharp, metallic tang of old industrial solvent, the dry, bloody scent of rust, the wet, woolly odor of mold, and beneath it all, the particular mineral cold of a space that had been sealed against the weather for years without being sealed against decay. His breath plumed faintly in the headlamp's beam. To his left, the hulking shadows of dormant mixing tanks rose like sleeping beasts. To his right, a catwalk vanished into darkness. The sound of his footsteps, the soft scuff of rubber soles on gritty concrete, was absorbed almost immediately by the sheer scale of the space, leaving only the faint, almost subaudible hum of the distant generator, and the occasional plink of water dripping from a pipe somewhere high above. He moved with economical certainty through the equipment bay toward the rear corridor, his headlamp beam sweeping side to side, checking the landmarks he'd memorized. The yellow caution stripe on the floor, now faded to a mustard smear. The fire extinguisher case with its shattered glass. The handwritten safety sign still dangling from one screw, its message illegible. The corridor was narrower, lined with closed office doors, their windows dark. The floor here was littered with curled flakes of paint and chunks of fallen acoustic tile. He pushed through the set of heavy fire doors at the end, their green paint blistered, and entered the vat room. He swept his light across the room. Everything was as he had left it. The vat itself was original to the facility, a stainless steel industrial vessel, 8 feet in diameter, mounted on a raised platform of reinforced concrete, connected to a network of pipes that had once moved solvent through the building's processing stages. The pipes were now a frozen sculpture of valves and elbows, streaked with verdigris and rust. He had spent the better part of 2 weeks cleaning the interior, a tedious process of scraping, vacuuming, and wiping with chemical agents until the steel shone with a dull, clean gleam under his work light. He had tested the drain valves repeatedly, turning them until they moved freely, then packing the threads with fresh sealant. He had tapped every weld on the platform with a small hammer, listening for the solid ping of integrity, not the hollow clunk of corrosion. The work had been methodical, unglamorous, and necessary. Holmes had understood this. The murder castle on 63rd Street in Chicago had not assembled itself. The gas lines, the soundproofed rooms, the trapdoors, the kiln in the basement, all of it had required planning, procurement, construction. Months of patient, ordinary-seeming work before the machinery was ready to be used. The killer felt a kinship with that mundane diligence. It was the foundation upon which everything extraordinary was built. "I was born with the devil in me," Holmes had said. He had been performing even then, performing for the court, for the journalists, for the historical record he knew he was creating. The killer understood the impulse completely. The performance was not separate from the work. The performance was the work. The careful cleaning of the vat, the testing of the valves, these were not chores. They were the first acts of the performance, the backstage preparation that made the main event possible. He set his heavy equipment bag on the platform beside the vat with a soft thud and unzipped it with a sound that was absurdly loud in the quiet room. He began unpacking, placing each item on the clean drop cloth he'd laid during his last visit. First came the laptop in its padded case. Then the camera, a compact high-definition unit, and its tripod, the legs extending with quiet clicks. A power strip, cables coiled neatly. Then the 2 20-liter plastic containers of sulfuric acid, their sides slightly bowed with the weight of their contents. The sulfuric acid had been the most difficult component logistically, a puzzle of logistics and risk assessment. He had sourced it in 5 separate purchases across 4 states, using 3 different identities over the course of 2 months. The first purchase was in a dusty agricultural supply store in western Tennessee, buying under the guise of cleaning irrigation equipment. The clerk, an old man with tobacco-stained fingers, hadn't even looked up from his ledger. The second was at a janitorial wholesaler in Mobile, using a business card for a fictional industrial cleaning service. He'd had to fill out a form, but it asked for no verification. The third and fourth purchases were in Arkansas and Louisiana, at big-box home improvement stores, lost in the Saturday afternoon crowds of DIY homeowners. The fifth was the only tense one, a chemical supply house outside Memphis that required a commercial account. He'd presented forged paperwork for a metal refinishing shop, his heart rate steady, his hands dry as he signed the invoice. The man behind the counter had eyed him for a long moment, then simply nodded and went to the warehouse. Each purchase individually was unremarkable: industrial cleaning supplies, legitimate commercial uses, nothing that triggered a pattern. Together they filled the two containers now sitting on the platform floor, their industrial labels facing inward, their plastic caps sealed with tape. He worked without hurrying, his movements precise and fluid. The generator was running on the far side of the building, its hum a low, constant vibration he could feel through the soles of his boots as much as hear. He had tested the power draw twice before tonight, running the work light and a space heater simultaneously for an hour to confirm the old wiring and breakers could support the equipment without failing. It could. The single work light he had rigged from a crossbeam above the vat platform threw a clean, focused cone of illumination over the space, bright enough to work by, contained enough not to bleed through the building's high, grime-caked windows. Outside that pool of light, the room retreated into profound darkness, the edges of his vision filled with the shapeless bulks of dead machinery. When the physical setup was complete, camera on tripod, laptop on a small folding table, acid containers positioned precisely at the vat's rim, he sat on the edge of the platform for a moment and looked at what he had built. The vat gleamed under the work light like a strange, deep well. The acid containers stood like silent sentinels. The drain valve was closed, its wheel pointing to the off position he had marked with a dab of red paint. The pipe connections were verified. He let his gaze travel over it all, not with pride, but with the satisfaction of a craftsman reviewing a properly prepared tool. Holmes had called his building his castle, his kingdom, the physical expression of his architecture of control. He understood that too. This room, configured this way, sterile and functional within the shell of decay, was his. A classroom. A theater. A proving ground. He checked his watch. The luminescent hands showed 12:07. He opened the laptop. The screen glowed to life, a rectangle of blue light in the darkness. His fingers, clad in thin nitrile gloves, tapped the keys with quiet certainty. The forum was accessible through 3 layers of routing and a specific handshake protocol that changed every 72 hours. He navigated the steps, his expression impassive. He had been a member for 14 months, lurking for 11 of them, reading every post, every theory, every pathetic boast and piece of esoteric trivia. He had posted only twice, both times to verify his credentials with the community before he needed them. The first post was a detailed correction to another user's timeline of the Holmes Castle construction, citing primary source material from the Chicago Tribune archives. The second was a high-resolution photograph of a specific type of turn-of-the-century mortician's tool, correctly identifying its manufacturer and year. The responses had been respectful. They knew he was not a tourist. The community was small, self-selecting, possessed of a collective intelligence that he respected for its focus, even as he considered himself several categories above its median in both intellect and commitment. They were theorists, collectors, fetishists. He was a practitioner. But they would understand what they were watching tonight. That mattered. Art required a witness who could appreciate the technique, the references, the fidelity to the source material. He opened a new stream interface. The camera was a small, high-definition unit he had mounted on the tripod at the edge of the platform, angled to capture the vat, the work light, and the upper half of his body when he stood. He did not wear a mask. He wore a plain dark work shirt, the kind a maintenance man might wear, and fresh nitrile gloves that gleamed slightly under the light. His face was turned just slightly from the camera's direct line of sight, not enough to be unidentifiable to someone who knew him, exactly enough to introduce ambiguity for a stranger, to present a profile rather than a mugshot. He had thought carefully about this balance. Holmes had been identified, tried, convicted, and had still managed to sell his memoir to a newspaper for the equivalent of a significant sum while awaiting execution. He had given interviews, posed for photographs. Identification was not necessarily the catastrophe that amateurs believed it to be. What mattered was the sequence. What mattered was the work being understood in the correct order, the narrative being established on his terms. The face could come later, once the work had been properly contextualized. He clicked the broadcast button. A small green indicator light appeared in the corner of the laptop screen, and a matching one glowed on the camera body. He was live. He let the stream run for 30 seconds in silence, the camera showing only the static shot of the vat room, the gleaming vessel, the industrial architecture of corroded pipes and concrete, the work light throwing its clean, hard circle of illumination in the surrounding dark. Let them orient themselves. Let them take in the scale of the space, the deliberateness of the setup, the clear intentionality. Let the more perceptive ones feel a chill as they recognized the type of vessel, guessed its purpose. Then he stood, smooth and unhurried, and moved into the frame, stopping just to the left of the vat. Holmes built the castle between 1887 and 1892, he said. His voice was level, calm, unhurried, the tone of a university lecturer or a docent addressing an interested, intelligent audience. He kept his hands still at his sides. He was a pharmacist by training, a con man by practice, a builder by necessity. He understood that the architecture had to serve the purpose. The purpose didn't adapt to available space. The space was built to specification. He moved 2 steps to his right, placed one gloved hand on the cool, curved rim of the vat. The gesture was possessive, pedagogical. He used an acid bath for disposal. Practical, complete, forensically effective for the time. He was a man who thought about the aftermath. He planned for the cleanup as diligently as he planned for the act itself. He paused, letting his gaze drift from the vat to a point just above the camera lens, as if making eye contact with a student in the back row. The viewer count in the corner of the screen was climbing. A 17. A 22. A 29. A 34. He watched the numbers increment with the detached, clinical interest of someone checking a barometer. There was no excitement in it, only confirmation. The bone saw from the Beaumont building is a period instrument. Carbon steel. Gutta percha handle. Manufactured in 1887. He let the year land in the silence. Let them connect it. The smarter ones would already be making the connection. The year would snap the puzzle piece into place for the others. The same year Holmes broke ground on the castle. I don't consider that a coincidence. I consider it a correspondence. He looked directly into the camera lens for the first time, his eyes calm, his expression serene. The next correspondence will be documented here. The vat will be prepared. The instrument will be used correctly. The record will be accurate. He stepped back from the camera, breaking the direct eye contact, and returned to the platform's edge where the acid containers waited. He picked up the first container, hefting its significant weight with both hands. He set it on the rim of the vat, peeled back the tape seal with a precise rip, and unscrewed the heavy cap. The chemical smell hit him immediately, a sharp, nose-prickling odor that cut through the room's baseline sense of decay. He tilted the container, and the clear, viscous liquid began to pour out in a controlled, heavy stream, splashing into the bottom of the stainless steel vat. The sound was a deep, liquid gurgle. The work light caught the surface of the liquid as it spread, creating a shifting, oily prism on the steel. The chemical smell intensified, clean and corrosive. He worked steadily, without theatrics, his focus entirely on the task. The camera recorded everything. The tilt of the container, the flow of the acid, the way his shoulder muscles tightened under the fabric of his shirt, with the strain of holding the weight steady. He did not look at the camera. He did not speak. The performance was in the competence, the mundane seriousness of the preparation. 41 viewers. 53. And 60. The number ticked upward, but it meant nothing to him except as confirmation that the message was being received and the record was being made. Each number was a witness, a node in the network that would preserve this. Holmes had wanted to be remembered. He had signed his confession with a theatrical flourish. He had given interviews, shaping his own legend from his jail cell. He had understood, in a way that most of his contemporaries had not, that the act itself was only half the work. The other half was the account, the curation, the presentation of the act to the world. The killer was building that account in real time, for an audience he deemed worthy of receiving it. When the first container was empty, he set it down carefully on the drop cloth, the plastic clunk echoing softly. He positioned the second container, broke its seal, and repeated the process. The acid joined the first batch, the surface in the vat rising. A faint, acrid mist seemed to hang just above it, visible in the stark light. He poured until the container was empty, until the vat held a shallow pool of the clear, dangerous liquid, about 6 inches deep. Enough. He sealed the empty container, set it aside, and stepped back. He stripped off the nitrile gloves, turning them inside out as he pulled them from his fingers, and dropped them into a small plastic bag. He looked at what he had prepared. The liquid surface was still, a perfect, menacing mirror. The work light reflected in it, a single, brilliant point of white light in the dark steel interior, doubled by the reflection. He thought of the bone saw in his equipment bag, wrapped in oilcloth. He had unwrapped it that morning in the safe house just to feel it. The original gutta-percha handle was cool and dense under his fingers, the carbon steel blade, despite its age, still holding a wicked edge he had honed himself. Period accurate. Sourced from the correct year. Taken from the correct location. He had been meticulous in every particular. Holmes had been meticulous. He reached forward, gripped the wheel of the drain valve, and gave it a firm turn to the right, confirming it was fully closed and sealed. The red paint mark aligned perfectly. He looked at the camera one last time, his face again in partial profile, the work light casting sharp shadows under his cheekbone and jaw. "The castle is ready," he said, his voice flat, final. He reached forward and clicked the mouse. The green indicator on the screen disappeared. The stream was dead. The sudden cessation of the digital connection left the room in a deeper quiet. The only sounds were the distant, persistent hum of the generator, a vibration felt in the teeth, and the faint, acidic smell hanging in the perfectly still air. He did not linger in the moment. He began breaking down the camera equipment with the same methodical economy he brought to everything. He collapsed the tripod legs, clicked them shut. He powered off the camera and laptop, coiled the cables into neat loops, and packed each item into its designated compartment in the duffel bag. The empty acid containers went in last. He wiped the rim of the vat with a clean rag, folded the drop cloth, and stowed it. In 5 minutes, the platform was clear except for the vat itself and the pool of acid within it. He was leaving the room exactly as he had found it, minus the contents of the vat, which were now his contribution to the building's permanent architecture, a hidden, corrosive secret in its gut. He shouldered the duffel, now lighter without the acid, and took a final sweep with his headlamp. Satisfied, he moved back through the fire doors, down the dark corridor, across the cavernous processing floor, his beam cutting through the gloom. At the loading bay door, he slipped out into the night, re-engaged the padlock with a solid click, and let it hang closed. He was back through the fence and standing beside his car in the pine copse by 1:15. The stars above the flat delta were very bright and very far away, cold pinpricks in a black velvet sky. He stood for a moment beside the driver's door, letting his eyes adjust to the natural dark, listening to the nightscape, the rhythmic churring of frogs in a nearby ditch, the wind moving through the sawgrass with a sound like dry paper, the distant, fading whine of a truck on the highway miles away. 53 people had watched. The number was neither large nor small. It was sufficient. They were the scribes. They would ensure the record began correctly. He opened the car door, the interior light a brief, shocking yellow in the darkness. He placed the duffel bag carefully on the passenger seat, got in, and started the engine. The headlights cut 2 white paths through the pines as he turned onto the access road, leaving the silent plant and its new, hidden contents behind. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The dream ended the way it always did. Not with a scream, but with the knife coming for her, a flash of tarnished steel in the dark, and a jolt back to a world of sound. Katie Ford sat up, the motel sheets tangled around her legs like damp restraints. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, painful drumbeat in the quiet room. Sunlight cut thin, accusing lines through the slats of the blinds, striping the cheap, nubby floral bedspread with bars of pale gold. Dust motes swirled in the beams, agitated by her sudden movement. The knocking came again, 3 sharp, impatient raps that vibrated the hollow core door in its frame, making the security chain rattle softly. It's Shaw. Wheels up in 10. Right. I'm up, Katie called back, her voice rough and graveled with sleep, the words sticking in her dry throat. She heard the crisp, retreating footsteps on the hallway's industrial carpet, a measured, purposeful stride fading toward the distant ding of an elevator bell. Alone again, she pressed her palms flat against the mattress, fingers splayed, feeling the cheap springs give beneath her weight. The countdown method. A grounding technique from a therapist she'd seen exactly twice, a woman with kind eyes and a clipboard who'd spoken of reclaiming the present. Katie focused on the mechanics, a conscious override of the lingering panic. 5 things you can see. Her eyes, gritty with poor sleep, scanned the room with deliberate slowness. The generic landscape painting of a blurry mountain, bolted to the wall with ugly brass brackets. The green digital glare of the alarm clock, 7:08. The matte black polymer of her service weapon on the nightstand, next to a half-empty glass of water that showed a faint lipstick smudge. A discarded file folder, the name DUCHMP visible in bold type, a corner bent. The swirling, burgundy and gold pattern on the carpet, stained with the ghosts of other travelers. A faint gray circle near the desk where a chair leg had worn through, a tiny, dark speck that might be coffee or blood. 4 things you can touch. She focused on the sensations, moving her hands with intention. The stiff, over-bleached cotton of the sheet under her palms, the threads coarse against her skin. The cool, smooth metal of the lamp base, still holding the night's chill. The sharp ridge of her own knuckle as she made a fist, the pressure a solid, real point of contact. The worn, varnished wood of the bed frame beneath the mattress, a solid edge she traced with her thumbnail. She breathed in through her nose, a long, slow pull of air that smelled of stale air conditioning, and the faint, floral chemical scent of the room's last cleaning. She held the air until her lungs burned, a self-imposed punishment, then let it out slowly through pursed lips, watching the faint mist of her breath dissipate in the sunbeam. The phantom images, the slick sheen of blood on linoleum, the looming silhouette of a faceless man, the sound of her own child voice crying out, receded, leaving their usual residue of cold dread and useless questions. Did she see him that night, the man who killed her mother, or had a terrified child's mind, in its desperate need for a shape to the horror, painted a monster where there was only darkness and the smell of copper? Had there been a word spoken, a scent of cologne or sweat, a pattern on a shirt sleeve? The puzzle pieces of her past never fit, no matter how many times her subconscious shuffled them. They were warped from a different box entirely, and the picture they refused to form was the one of the woman her mother had been before the door opened. She swung her legs out of bed, the air conditioning raising goosebumps on her skin. The routine was automatic, a practice sequence that built a bulwark against the lingering disorientation. The bathroom light was harsh, revealing every pore, every shadow. A quick, hot shower that did little to warm the chill in her core, the water beating a staccato rhythm on her shoulders until the skin turned pink. Dressing in the same practical, dark slacks, the fabric cool as she stepped into them, and a fresh, crisp blouse from her suitcase. The ritual of checking her weapon, the familiar, solid weight of the magazine in her palm, the brass casings gleaming dully as she checked the load, the smooth, oiled rack of the slide, the click-clack of the mechanism, a sound of pure function. She clipped the holster to her belt at the small of her back, the pressure of the grip against her spine a constant, sobering reminder. A glance in the mirror above the dresser showed a woman with shadows like bruises under her eyes, her damp hair already being twisted into a tight, no-nonsense knot, strands pulled so taut her scalp protested. The analyst, the agent. The woman with the nightmare. She turned away from the reflection, grabbed her jacket and credentials from the dresser where they lay precisely aligned, and left the room without looking back, the door clicking shut on the silent, sunlit space. Shaw was waiting by the county cruiser, leaning against the driver's side door with her arms crossed, staring at something in the middle distance of the parking lot. She didn't turn as Katie approached, just pushed off the car and unlocked it with a chirp from the key fob. "You look like hell," Shaw said, her voice matter-of-fact as she opened her door. "Rough night," Katie replied, sliding into the passenger seat. The interior held the previous day's heat, trapped and stale, mingled with the faint, permanent odors of sweat, vinyl, and old coffee from a spill in the cup holder. "Join the club." Shaw started the engine, the air conditioner blasting a wave of lukewarm air that gradually cooled. She pulled out of the lot, the tires crunching on the gravel. For a few minutes, there was only the hum of the engine and the rush of air through the vents. The town slid by, shuttered storefronts, a gas station just opening, an old man walking a tired-looking dog. The silence between them was a tangible thing, thick with the unresolved tension from the previous day's argument in the car. Katie watched the landscape flat into fields, the early sun painting the rows of crops in long, sharp shadows. "The ME's office have anything preliminary over the phone?" she asked, finally breaking the quiet. Shaw's grip on the wheel tightened slightly, her knuckles whitening for a second before relaxing. "Porter said to come see for ourselves. He doesn't like to speculate on the phone. Says it leads to contamination." She shot a quick glance at Katie. "You still writing that copycat theory?" "It's not a theory if it fits the evidence," Katie said, keeping her voice level, watching a hawk circle over a distant tree line. "It's a theory until it leads to a name and an address," Shaw countered, her tone leaving no room for debate. "The evidence today is a body. Let's start there." They drove the rest of the way in a silence that was less tense, but no more companionable. A space filled with the unspoken weight of the task ahead. The county medical examiner's office looked more like a large, well-kept cottage than a house of the dead. Set back from the county road under a canopy of mature, moss-draped oaks that filtered the morning light into a soft, greenish gloom, it had a peaked shingle roof, white clapboard siding with black shutters, and a small, meticulously manicured garden flanking the flagstone walkway. Roses bloomed, absurdly red and vibrant. A stone bench sat under a crepe myrtle laden with pink blossoms, a spot for quiet contemplation that felt, in this context, deeply macabre, a stage set for a play about genteel grief. The contrast was profoundly unsettling. As Katie stepped out of the car, the humid air, thick with the scent of blooming jasmine from a nearby trellis, felt like a violation. It was too pleasant, too alive. Death here had decided to wear a pleasant disguise, and the wrongness of it settled in her stomach like a cold stone. She had an urge to hurry past the garden, to get away from the cheerful flowers and the buzzing bees, to reach the sterile truth she knew waited inside. Shaw parked the county cruiser in a slot marked official business. She killed the engine and got out without a word, her movements efficient and tense, her jacket already buttoned as if armoring herself. Katie followed, the morning humidity pressing against her skin like a damp cloth. Each step on the flagstones was deliberate. She focused on the sound of her own footsteps, the rough texture of the stone under her shoes, anything to avoid the oppressive serenity of the garden. The air smelled of cut grass and damp earth and sweet flowers, not decay. It was a lie. The front door was solid wood, painted a cheerful blue. Shaw opened it, and the climate shifted abruptly. The air that washed over them was cool, mechanically dry, and carried a faint, clean scent of antiseptic and lemon floor polish that didn't quite mask the underlying, sweet-tinged chemical truth of the place. A faint, cloying note of formaldehyde and something else, something organic held in check. The lobby was quiet, furnished with worn vinyl chairs in a dull green, and a reception desk behind thick, smudged glass. A young technician in blue scrubs looked up from a computer monitor, his eyes flicking from their faces to the badges clipped to their jackets. His expression didn't change. No smile, no frown, just a blank plate of professional readiness. "Agents Shaw and Ford for Dr. Porter," Shaw stated, her voice echoing slightly on the linoleum floor, too loud in the hushed space. The technician nodded, a single, economical dip of his chin. He stood, movements fluid and silent in his soft-soled shoes, and came around the desk. "This way," his voice was a monotone, devoid of inflection. He led them down a tiled hallway, the walls painted a glossy, easy-to-clean beige. Their footsteps clicked in the sterile silence, a stark counterrhythm to the technician's near-silent tread. They passed closed doors with laminated labels: histology, administration, specimen storage. From behind one, Katie heard the low, persistent hum of refrigeration machinery. From another, the faint, tinny murmur of a radio playing classic rock. The technician's demeanor was one of practiced detachment, his gaze fixed ahead on some point in the middle distance, his hands held loosely at his sides. He was a guide through a land he navigated every day, his senses long since numbed to its realities. He stopped at a heavy, sealed steel door, its surface dull and brushed, with a numeric keypad mounted at chest height. Without looking at them, he punched in a code with a practiced, rapid tap of his fingers. A small green light flashed, and a magnetic lock disengaged with a solid, satisfying thunk that resonated in the hallway. He pulled the door open. It was heavier than it looked, and he used his body weight, and a wave of much colder air sighed out, carrying that denser, chemical organic smell. He retrieved 2 pairs of blue nitrile gloves and 2 pale blue surgical masks from a dispenser on the wall, handing them over with the same efficient motion. "He's expecting you." He gestured them inside with a slight tilt of his head, his eyes already drifting back toward the hallway from which they'd come. As Katie and Shaw stepped over the threshold, the door side shut behind them with a final, airtight seal, the sound of the lock re-engaging a soft but definitive click. The cold room was cramped, a stainless steel cube lined with rows of identical, numbered drawer fronts, each with a long, recessed handle. The chill penetrated immediately, seeping through Katie's jacket and blouse, raising the fine hairs on her arms and tightening the skin on the back of her neck. It was a dry, aggressive cold that sought the bones. The air had a denser, colder smell here, a concentrated blend of refrigerated metal, the sharp tang of industrial disinfectant, and something faintly organic, sweet and meaty, held in stasis. The only light came from long, humming overhead fluorescents encased in plastic shrouds, casting a shadowless, unforgiving glow that made every surface look hard and clinical. A single body lay uncovered on a central gurney, a shape under a stark white sheet. Before they could approach, a door in the side wall, also stainless steel, opened, and a man in blue scrubs emerged from an adjacent office, wiping his hands meticulously on a small white towel. He looked up as the door closed behind him with a soft hydraulic hiss. "Agents." Evan Porter. He offered a handshake, his grip firm and cool, his skin slightly dry. He was younger than Katie expected, maybe late 30s, with sharp, intelligent features, a strong jaw, and alert, curious eyes behind stylish, thin wire-framed glasses. His dark hair was cut short and neat. A few faint, rust-colored stains, old blood, Katie knew, dotted the front of his scrubs near the pocket. His manner was calm, professional, but there was a quickness to his movements, an energy about him, a keen, focused intensity that seemed at odds with the grim, slow stillness of the surroundings. He looked like a scholar in a lab, not a custodian of the dead. "Agent Nina Shaw," Shaw said, taking his hand briefly, her own grip undoubtedly just as firm. Her small notebook was already open in her other hand, a black pen poised over a fresh page. She offered no further pleasantries, no good morning. Her posture was a closed line. "Katie Ford," Katie said, meeting his gaze. His eyes held hers for a fraction of a second longer than necessary, assessing, cataloging. "Let's see what you have, Doctor," Shaw said, her tone flat and direct, making it clear this was not a social call, that the clock was ticking from the moment they entered. Porter gave a slight, understanding nod, as if used to cutting directly to the bone of the matter. He tossed the towel onto a side counter and pulled on a fresh pair of gloves with a sharp, definitive snap against his wrists. Of course, he moved to the central table. Victim 3, Earl Duchamp. He didn't pull back a sheet with ceremony. The body was already fully exposed, a brutal testament to violence laid bare under the clinical light. Katie forced herself to look, to engage the compartmentalization drill. Analyze, don't see the person. See the data, the wound patterns, the evidence. She focused on her breathing, making it slow and even, a conscious in and out, and let her gaze travel with deliberate, forensic detachment. The man's skin was waxy and pale, the color of old marble, with the faint bluish mottling of lividity along his back and the backs of his legs where the blood had settled. A single, devastating gunshot wound bloomed on the left side of his torso, just below the rib cage, a ragged, dark pit surrounded by a wide halo of blackened, abraded tissue and speckled with unburned powder particles. The surrounding skin was torn in a starburst pattern. Porter pointed with a gloved finger, his touch hovering an inch above the ruined flesh. "Entry here. The spread and the stippling, the tissue damage, it's all consistent with a shotgun blast at very close range. 2 to 3 feet. Likely the cause of immediate incapacitation and rapid death. The pattern suggests a 12 gauge, but ballistics will confirm." Then he indicated the other wounds, his finger tracing the air above them. The deep, cleaving trauma to the neck, which had nearly severed the head, leaving only a ragged bridge of muscle and tendon at the back. And the long, gaping incision that ran from sternum to pelvis, a yawning canyon that exposed the hollowed-out cavity within. The edges of both massive wounds were surprisingly clean for such catastrophic damage, the cuts straight and deep. "Post-mortem without a doubt," Porter said, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer. The weapon was heavy, single-edged, and extremely sharp. A machete, a large forestry knife, or possibly a butcher's scimitar. The force required to achieve this level of penetration is significant, but the cuts themselves are controlled. No hesitation marks, no sawing motion, no false starts. It's decisive. Almost practiced. He then turned, and with a smooth motion, wheeled 2 other gurneys from the side room where he'd emerged. The casters squeaked softly on the polished tile, a high, lonely sound in the cold space. The maneuver crowded the small room, bringing the 3 metal tables into a grim semicircle around them. The bodies beneath the white sheets shifted slightly with the movement, a faint, settling rustle. The earlier victims. He drew back the sheets with a somber, deliberate flourish, folding each one neatly at the foot of its gurney. Decomposition had advanced further on these 2, the process slowed but not stopped by refrigeration. The cold couldn't hide the greenish tinge to the skin, the subtle bloating, the waxy, sunken appearance of the features. Lauren Simmons's remains had been reassembled after dismemberment, the parts, arms, legs, head, arranged in a grotesque approximation of wholeness, the seams where flesh met flesh marked by thick, black surgical thread. The Y incision of the autopsy was a stark, stitched line down the torso, a professional violation added to the horrific ones. Porter picked up a penlight from a nearby instrument tray and clicked it on. The focused beam was a tiny, intense sun in the cold, gray room. He directed it to the woman's neck, where dark, plum-colored bruising stood out against the greenish-tinged skin, the outlines of fingers clear even in death. Manual strangulation. The hyoid bone is fractured. See the contusions here, at the angle of the jaw, and here on the forearms? He moved the light, the circle of illumination jumping to discolorations on the pale skin of her arms. Classic defensive patterning. Bruises from gripping, from trying to pry him off. He overpowered her with his hands. The dismemberment followed death, likely by an hour or more given the lack of associated bleeding at the sites. He traced the beam along the seams where limbs had been reattached. The cuts here, separating the joints at the shoulders and hips, are also very precise. More so, in fact, than the killing act itself. The strangulation was brutal, direct. The dismemberment was methodological. He moved to a leaner moss. The woman's face was a mask of waxy stillness, her eyes closed, her hair combed back. But her torso was a landscape of violence. A cluster of dark, slit-like wounds marred her abdomen and chest, a chaotic constellation of violence. 13 abdominal stab wounds clustered here, Porter said, using the penlight to circle the area. One deep, forceful thrust to the throat, which severed the carotid artery and trachea. He highlighted the single, gaping wound on the neck with the beam. The weapon was a common carbon steel knife, 6 to 7 inches, non-serrated, based on the wound track width and clean edges. The angles of entry on the abdominal wounds suggest a right-handed assailant standing over the victim, who was likely on the ground. Cause of death was exsanguination from the abdominal wounds. She likely lost consciousness from blood loss before the final neck laceration, which was also post-mortem. Katie studied the wounds, her analyst's mind sorting patterns, comparing, contrasting. The fatal violence on Simmons and Moss seemed frenzied, personal, driven by a chaotic, eruptive energy. The kills themselves look messy. Impulsive. Like rage or panic. Or both. But the cuts made after death aren't, Porter said, his tone shifting subtly from detached recitation to one of clinical fascination. He pointed with the penlight to the clean, deliberate incisions where the heads had been removed from both earlier victims. A similar, though less forceful, cut to Duchamp's neck. This is precision work. Steady hands, good lighting, time taken. There's a deliberateness that contradicts the frenzy of the murders. It's as if, he paused, searching for the right clinical term, then abandoned it for something more visceral. It's as if the murder satiates one need, and the cutting satisfies another, completely different one. I've seen a lot of post-mortem trauma, but this level of control, this surgical focus after such visceral violence, is rare. He looked up from the bodies, his glasses reflecting the cold fluorescent light, turning his eyes into white discs for a moment. It's the kind of thing you read about with historical figures who viewed it as a craft. A technical challenge. Alfredo Trevino, for instance, the butcher of Monterey, he was meticulous. He dissected his victims to understand anatomy, to perfect his technique. It was a gruesome form of study. Katie glanced up, surprised. The name was obscure, a deep cut from the annals of forensic pathology and true crime esoterica. You know Trevino. A brief, knowing smile touched Porter's lips, there and gone so fast Katie might have imagined it. He removed his glasses and began polishing the lenses carefully on the edge of his scrub top, his gaze lowered to the task. Medical school hobby. The mechanics of violence, the intersection of tool and tissue, the physics of force applied to the human body. It always interested me more than living physiology. You pick up obscure names in the literature. He replaced his glasses, settling them precisely on the bridge of his nose, his eyes now sharp and focused intently on her. Why do you ask, Agent Ford? The opening was there, wide and inviting. Katie felt Shaw's warning gaze like a physical pressure from across the room, a beam of pure skepticism. She could see Shaw in her peripheral vision, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her notebook now held against her like a shield, her posture radiating impatience and a clear, "Don't go there" signal. Katie ignored it, the need for validation, for an expert's corroboration, overriding the silent command. She pushed ahead, keeping her voice level and professional. Given that interest, do the victims, taken together, remind you of any specific historical methodologies? Not just the post-mortem work, but the murders themselves. The modes of death, the victimology, the scenes. Abed Jane. Richard Ramirez. Edmund Kemper. Porter went very still. He didn't look at the bodies. He looked at the space between them, his brow furrowing slightly, his mind visibly racing, connecting dots with a speed that was almost audible. He slowly removed his glasses again, a thoughtful, unconscious gesture, holding them by one temple as he stared at the tiled floor. "Jane," he said softly, almost to himself. Then, with more certainty, he looked up, his eyes moving from Duchamp's body to Katie's face. "Jane, for your museum victim, absolutely. The shotgun at close range, the decapitation, the evisceration. The date, even, the anniversary proximity. It's not just similar, it's a direct homage." He turned his head toward a leaner moss on her gurney, his gaze analytical. "Ramirez for the home invasion stabbing. The Night Stalker, the number of wounds, the location, the violation of the domestic space, the randomness of the victim, but the specificity of the method. Finally, his gaze settled on Lauren Simmons. Kemper for the hitchhiker. The co-ed killer, the manual strangulation, the dominance, the post-mortem dismemberment, the keeping of trophies." He nodded slowly, the movement gaining conviction. His earlier professional detachment, gave way to a palpable, intellectual excitement, a spark in his eyes. The parallels are striking. Not just in broad strokes, but in the specifics of the signature acts. The shotgun versus a handgun for Jane. The overkill stabbing for Ramirez. The precise joint separation for Kemper. I can't believe I didn't connect it myself. I was looking at them in isolation, as separate county cases, different MOs. But together, viewed through that lens, he let out a short, breathy sound, almost a laugh of astonished discovery. The Jane replication is particularly precise. It's not just inspired by, it's a reenactment. A performance. Katie felt a flush of validation warm her chest, a sudden, buoyant lift that momentarily dispelled the room's chill. It was there, confirmed by an objective expert, a man whose entire profession was built on observable fact. She hadn't been chasing ghosts, weaving paranoid patterns from thin air. The relief was so acute it was physical. She couldn't stop a quick, sideways glance at Shaw, seeking some acknowledgement, however grudging, a nod, a raised eyebrow, anything. Shaw hadn't moved. Her expression was carved from stone, her lips pressed into a thin, tight line of disapproval. She didn't nod, didn't speak, didn't uncross her arms. She simply watched Porter with a flat, assessing stare, then let her eyes slide slowly to Katie. The look held no surprise, no dawning understanding. It held a cold, clear judgment. This is what you wanted. This is the distraction. Her silence was more crushing than any outright dismissal. The buoyant feeling in Katie's chest evaporated, replaced by a familiar heavy deflation, a weight that settled in her shoulders. The slight lift in her posture sagged almost imperceptibly. "Doctor," Katie said, clearing her throat, the sound too loud, and trying to steer the conversation back to official, reportable ground, to claw back some professional footing. "Any other findings from your autopsies?" "Defensive wounds beyond what you noted, trace under nails, unusual particulates in the wounds or on the clothing." Porter, still riding the wave of his discovery, refocused with visible effort, pulling his attention back from the theoretical to the concrete. "Nothing beyond what's in the initial reports I sent over. No foreign DNA under fingernails. Simmons had some skin, but it was her own, from scratching at her own neck. No unique fibers or soils that stood out. But I'll certainly re-examine my notes and the physical evidence with this new context in mind. Sometimes you don't see the anomaly until you know what pattern to look for." He took a step closer to Katie, lowering his voice slightly, as if they were colleagues in a lab sharing a confidence, excluding Shaw and the silent, sheet-draped audience. "The choice of victims, it's not random, is it? He's selecting for type. To fit the archetypes. The reclusive older man, the middle-aged woman at home, the young transient. His eyes held hers for a beat too long, intense and probing, looking for a fellow traveler in the dark geography of motive. "I'll be in touch if I find anything else. You have my card." A sharp electronic ringtone, a standard FBI-issued chirp, harsh and urgent, cut through the cold, still air, shattering the moment. Shaw moved with sudden, sharp purpose, as if she'd been coiled, waiting for this interruption. She pulled her phone from her jacket pocket, looked at the screen, her face impassive at first, then her jaw tightened, the muscle flexing visibly. She put the phone to her ear. "Shaw," she listened, her free hand coming up to pinch the bridge of her nose, her eyes closing for a brief second in what looked like a mixture of fatigue and grim acceptance. When they opened, they were hard and focused, all personal judgment gone, replaced by pure operational clarity. "Location confirmed. Understood. Secure the scene. Do not touch anything. Do not let anyone in." We're en route. She ended the call and shoved the phone back into her pocket as if stowing a weapon, the gesture final and violent. She turned, her eyes finding Katie's, then Porter's. The message in her gaze was clear, grim, and brooked no discussion, no more theoretical digressions. It was the look that preceded bad news delivered at a run. "Let's go," Shaw said, her voice flat and final, already turning toward the heavy door. She didn't wait for a reply. "He's taken another one." Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The drive was a tense, silent stretch of road, the quiet broken only by the hum of the county cruiser's engine and the rhythmic thump of tires over seams in the asphalt. Katie Ford kept her gaze fixed out the passenger window, watching the blur of cypress trees and weathered mailboxes, their shapes swallowed by the deepening twilight. The air inside the car was thick, carrying the scent of stale coffee from a paper cup in the holder and a faint, clean trace of Shaw's perfume, something with a hint of citrus and vetiver. Beneath that was the permanent smell of the vehicle itself. Vinyl cleaner, old cigarette smoke embedded in the headliner, and the faint, metallic tang of the dashboard heating up and cooling down for years. The vinyl seat cover was cracked along the seam where her thigh pressed against it, the material cool and slightly sticky. Katie's own hands were clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles pale, the skin stretched taut. Shaw hadn't spoken since hanging up the phone with Porter, and the deliberate absence of the car radio felt louder than any argument, a pressurized void. The only light came from the greenish glow of the dashboard instruments, illuminating Shaw's hands on the wheel and leaving her face in profile, a study in controlled stillness. Katie could feel the weight of the agent's disapproval radiating from the driver's seat. It was in the set of Shaw's jaw, a hard line visible even in the dim light, the economical, almost rigid way she handled the wheel, making minute corrections with her fingertips rather than her whole hand. The silence stretched, becoming a physical thing in the space between them, until Katie couldn't bear its density any longer. "Is something wrong?" she finally asked, the words brittle in the quiet, sounding too loud even to her own ears. She immediately regretted the phrasing, how it sounded like a child's question. Shaw's grip tightened on the steering wheel, her fingers pressing into the leather until the tendons stood out in sharp relief. She didn't look over. For 3 more heartbeats, there was only the sound of the road. Then her voice came, low and sharp as a shard of glass. "What were you thinking, telling Porter about the live stream?" Katie felt a defensive heat begin to prickle at the base of her skull, a flush creeping up the back of her neck. She kept her eyes on the passing ditch, overgrown with cattails that stood like ragged sentinels in the fading light. "I thought if he could confirm the H.H. Holmes methodology, the acid bath, the surgical instrument use, it would give us a stronger forensic foundation. He's the leading academic expert on Victorian-era serial crime in the country." She heard the defensiveness in her own tone, the slight uptick at the end of the sentence. "He's not law enforcement," Shaw cut in. She finally glanced at Katie, a quick, assessing flick of her eyes that felt like a slap. "He's academia. You just handed active case details, including the existence of a live dark web broadcast, to a civilian with no chain of command, no operational security, and no legal obligation to stay quiet." Shaw's attention returned to the road, but her jaw worked slightly. That's how investigations get torpedoed by the media, or contaminated by well-meaning amateurs. A leak doesn't need to be malicious. Sometimes it's just a professor talking to a grad student over a beer, who mentions it to a friend who works for the Clarion Ledger. The heat was fully in Katie's face now, her skin warm and tight. She focused on the rhythmic click of the turn signal as Shaw took a curve, the sound absurdly loud. "He said he'd look into it for me. Discreetly." And you believed him? Shaw's tone was flat, disbelieving. She adjusted the vent with a sharp twist of her wrist, directing a stream of cool air toward her own face. This isn't a classroom debate, Ford. This is a meat grinder. The press gets a whiff of dark web livestream serial killer, and our unsub, who is almost certainly monitoring coverage, knows exactly how close we are. Then he either vanishes to start again somewhere else, or worse, he accelerates his timeline to stay ahead. She paused, her eyes narrowing as she watched a truck's taillights disappear ahead of them. I've seen it happen. It starts with a phone call to a professor. It ends with a victim we didn't see coming because we were too busy managing a press circus. Katie's throat tightened. She saw the logic, cold and irrefutable, and the embarrassment curdled into a solid, leaden weight in her stomach. Her shoulders slumped slightly against the worn cloth seat, the posture of someone accepting a blow. She unclasped her hands, pressed her damp palms flat against her thighs. I understand, she murmured, the words barely audible over the road noise. It was an error in judgment. It won't happen again. Shaw held her gaze in the rearview mirror for a long second, the car's interior lights casting hollows under her eyes, making her look older, wearier. See that it doesn't. The finality in her voice closed the subject like a vault door. They drove the rest of the way in a silence that was no longer just tense, but chastened. Katie watched the landscape transition from sparse woodland to flat industrial nowhere, chain-link fencing, topped with rusted barbed wire, concrete drainage ditches choked with brown weeds, the skeletal outlines of decommissioned grain silos and water towers silhouetted against the last gray light of the evening sky. The air temperature seemed to drop a degree as they left the tree cover, the open land allowing the night to settle in faster. In the distance, the low, intermittent groan of some unseen machinery carried on the still air. Sheriff Dale Mitchell was waiting at the perimeter gate of the Delacroix Chemical Company when they pulled in, the cruiser's headlights sweeping over him and making him raise a hand to shield his eyes. He was standing beside his County Explorer with his hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets, his shoulders hunched against a chill that wasn't entirely from the evening. His face was doing the thing it did when he had seen something he was still processing, a slackness around the mouth, eyes that looked past you, focused on some internal replay. The portable lights the Bureau Forensics team had set up beyond the fence threw a hard white glow over the loading bay, turning the rust-streaked walls of the main processing building into something that looked like the surface of the moon, pocked, colorless, alien. The gate itself was a sagging section of chain link, held shut with a heavy chain and a padlock that looked new against the weathered metal. The hum of generators was a constant, low-frequency vibration in the air, mixing with the smell of damp earth and something older, a chemical decay that seeped from the ground itself. Katie and Shaw got out of the car, the sounds of the doors closing sharp and final in the industrial quiet. The air outside was cooler, carrying the scent of sawgrass and the distant river, but undercut by that pervasive chemical taint. The gravel of the access road crunched under their shoes. Mitchell didn't wait for them to reach him. FBI cyber unit out of Jackson intercepted the stream about 40 minutes after he went live, he said, his voice flat, recitative, the tone of a man delivering information he'd already had to say twice and wasn't looking forward to saying again. He pulled a hand from his pocket to gesture vaguely toward the building. Dark web forum, encrypted routing. They got enough of a geographic trace to put the broadcast origin within a 12-mile radius of Jericho Falls. A deputy remembered the Delacroix site. It's the only property in that radius with the industrial infrastructure that matches what was visible in the stream. We had units here inside 30 minutes of the trace. He rubbed at his forehead with thumb and forefinger, a slow, weary motion. Was he still on site? Shaw asked, her eyes already scanning the building, the perimeter, the dark fields beyond. No. Gone clean. No vehicle tracks we can find on the access roads, no physical evidence of departure that we've located yet. He was in and out like smoke. Mitchell looked at the building, his expression grim. But he left the vat. And the lights on. Almost like he wanted us to find it. The stream, Katie said. I need to see it. Mitchell nodded toward his Explorer. Laptop S on the passenger seat. It's a 3-minute extract they managed to capture before the feed terminated. It's instructional. Katie walked to the SUV and opened the passenger door. The interior light came on, illuminating a cluttered seat. She moved a file box onto the floor and picked up the department issue laptop, its plastic casing still warm. She settled against the side of the vehicle, the cold metal seeping through her jacket, and opened the lid. The screen bloomed to life, asking for a password. Mitchell leaned in and typed it in, then navigated to a video file labeled DLACROI Stream Extract. You watch it, Shaw said to Katie, not looking away from her appraisal of the scene. Then tell me what we're walking into. Katie clicked play. The video filled the screen, the resolution grainy but clear enough. The perspective was static, a tripod shot looking across a vast, dark space toward a raised platform. A large, cylindrical stainless steel vat dominated the center of the frame. A single work light illuminated the platform, casting long, distorted shadows. A figure moved into the frame, his back to the camera. He was dressed in dark, nondescript work clothes, gloves, and a full-face respirator that gave him an insectal, anonymous look. He carried a heavy, industrial-grade plastic container in each hand. The killer's voice began, filtered slightly by the respirator but level, calm, almost pedagogical. The primary challenge of industrial-scale disposal in the late 19th century was not the act, but the logistics. Sourcing materials without attracting notice. Managing effluent. Controlling odor. On screen, the figure climbed a short set of steps to the vat's platform. He set the containers down with a soft clunk that the microphone picked up. He gestured to a large valve wheel on the side of the vat. Holmes preferred sulfuric acid for its availability and reactivity. He would have procured it from multiple suppliers to avoid a purchasing pattern. A lesson in operational security that remains relevant. The figure picked up one of the containers, hefted it to the rim of the vat, and began to pour. A clear, viscous liquid streamed out, glinting in the work light. The sound was a heavy, continuous splash. The camera didn't waver. Katie's own breathing felt shallow. She could hear the ambient noise of the building, a distant drip of water, the faint sigh of wind through a broken window. The concentration is critical, the voice continued, as the figure emptied the first container and reached for the second. Too weak and the process is inefficient. Too strong and the reaction becomes volatile. It requires precision. Respect for the medium. He poured the second container. The pool in the bottom of the vat grew, its surface now clearly visible, catching the light with an oily, dangerous sheen. The figure set the empty container down and turned slightly, as if addressing the camera directly, though the respirator's blank faceplate gave nothing away. The instrument for the preparatory work has been acquired. A Liston bone saw, 1887. From the correct location. It is not a replica. Its weight, its balance, its history, these are part of the pedagogy. The next demonstration will integrate the tool with the medium. The curriculum progresses. The figure gave a slight, almost courteous nod. Then the screen went black. The video file ended. Katie closed the laptop, the click of the latch loud in the quiet. Her mouth was dry. The killer's calm, instructional tone was more chilling than any rage. She had watched it on Mitchell's laptop in the county cruiser's passenger seat on the drive over, the screen small and bright in the gathering dark. She thought she had prepared herself. She was wrong. The clinical detail, the pride in the procurement, the word pedagogy, it landed in her gut like a stone. As she looked up, Shaw was watching her, reading her reaction in the set of her shoulders, the pallor of her face in the explorer's dome light. "He's charging the bath," Katie said, her voice steadier than she felt. "And he has the saw. He's ready for the next phase." Shaw gave a single, tight nod. "Then let's see his classroom." They suited up at the forensics kit station, set up on a folding table by the gate, blue latex gloves that snapped tight against her skin, stiff white Tyvek shoe covers that rustled with every step, particle masks that immediately made her breathing sound loud and close in her own ears. The ritual of it was familiar, a transition from observer to participant. Shaw went through the motions with economical grace, tearing the glove packaging with her teeth, smoothing the shoe covers over her boots without looking down. Katie fumbled slightly with her mask strap, the elastic catching in her hair. Mitchell led the way, pushing open the heavy chain-link gate with a metallic screech. The loading bay door had been propped open with a cinder block, a rectangle of blinding white light cut into the dark wall of the building. Katie followed Shaw and Mitchell through it into the equipment bay, her footsteps loud and hollow on the stained concrete, the Tyvek covers whispering with each step. The smell hit her immediately behind the mask, a layered assault of old solvent, damp rust, mildew, and something sharper, newer, a pungent, acrid note that cut through the rest. It was the smell from the video given physical form. Her eyes began to water almost instantly. The space was cavernous, echoing. High ceilings lost in shadow, supported by steel I-beams crusted with decades of paint and grime. Abandoned machinery hulked in the corners, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. The forensics team had run power cables from the generators, stringing work lights along the path they wanted followed, creating a tunnel of light through the gloom that led to a set of double fire doors at the rear of the bay. Mitchell pushed one door open. It swung inward with a groan of protesting hinges. The vat room was through the doors. She had seen it on the stream. But the screen had compressed it, made it a tableau. In person, the room was larger, the ceiling lower, the air heavier. The vat on its raised platform dominated the center, the stainless steel gleaming under the forensic lights with an almost obscene cleanliness relative to everything around it. The grimy floor, the stained walls, the dusty pipes running along the ceiling. The forensics technicians, looking like astronauts in their full white suits and face shields, had already established their perimeter with yellow tape and were working the platform and the surrounding floor in slow, methodical sweeps, their movements deliberate and silent. The only sounds were the scuff of their shoe covers, the occasional muted click of a camera shutter, and the persistent, low hum from the lights. Shaw moved directly to the platform, her eyes tracking over every detail, the steps, the floor around the base, the valve wheel. She stood at the vat's rim, looking in, her body perfectly still. Katie came up beside her, the chemical smell intensifying with each step, a sharp, mineral stench that pushed at the edges of the mask and made the back of her throat burn. The acid had been partially drained, the technicians had opened the valve to sample the contents, but enough remained to be visible, a shallow, sinister pool in the curved steel bottom, perhaps 2 inches deep. The forensic lighting caught its surface with a flat chemical sheen, like a lidless eye. It was utterly still. Sulfuric acid, the lead forensics technician said from behind them, not looking up from where he was meticulously swabbing the platform railing. His voice was muffled by his own mask. A concentrated, approximately 93%. 2 partial container sourcing labels recovered from the platform floor, different manufacturers, consistent with multi-source purchasing to avoid pattern detection. We're running the batch codes. No prints on the containers. He wiped them down. Shaw said nothing. She looked at the vat for a long time with the same absorptive attention she brought to every scene, the unhurried, comprehensive inventory of someone who was not reacting but recording. Her eyes moved from the liquid surface, to the valve, to the empty containers now bagged and tagged near the steps, to the faint scuff marks on the platform floor. The bone saw, Katie said. She had been working through the stream footage in her mind since the car, annotating it against what she knew. Her voice sounded thin in the large, quiet room. He referenced it directly in the broadcast. Said it was a period instrument, 1887, taken from the correct location. He's not just using it as a tool, he's incorporating it into the home's narrative. The murder castle used acid for disposal. Holmes also used surgical dissection. He's combining the two. She looked at the vat at the waiting pool. The saw is for what goes in here. The preparation of the subject for the medium. Mitchell made a sound in his throat that wasn't quite a word, a grunt of disgust or dread. He hasn't used it yet, Shaw said. It was not a reassurance. It was a statement of the investigation's current position, cold and factual. The vat is charged and ready. The saw has been taken. He's prepared the location and announced it publicly to his audience. She stepped back from the platform, her shoe covers crunching on a bit of grit. Which means he has a victim selected. The next demonstration is imminent. The room was quiet except for the technicians, movements, and the distant, throbbing hum of the emergency generator outside, a sound that seemed to vibrate in Katie's teeth. The ordering principle, Katie said quietly. She had been turning it over since the bullpen, since the cold case files, since the whiteboard in Shaw's motel room. Kemper. Ramirez. Jane. Holmes. The sequence wasn't chronological, and it wasn't geographic. She had been approaching it as a ranking problem, most famous, most notorious, most influential, but that wasn't right either. She looked at the vat, at the acid's inert, deadly surface, at the bone saw's absence in the room, which was now a palpable presence. He's building a curriculum, she said, the idea clicking into place with a clarity that was almost physical. Shaw turned to look at her, her expression unreadable behind the mask, but her posture attentive. Not a tribute list. A curriculum. Each killer he's chosen represents a specific methodology. Kemper is abduction and dismemberment, Ramirez is home invasion and terror, Jane is trophy construction and post-mortem manipulation, Holmes is industrial disposal and systematic murder. He's not celebrating them. He's demonstrating them. One by one, in sequence for whoever is watching. She thought of the 53 viewers listed in the corner of the stream, the number burning in her mind. He's teaching. This room, that broadcast, the narration, it's a lecture. The word landed in the room and sat there, heavy and undeniable. Shaw looked at her for a long moment, her eyes sharp above the edge of the mask. Then she turned and walked to the fire doors, pushing through into the corridor beyond without a word. Come with me, she said, the command thrown over her shoulder without looking back. Katie followed her out of the vat room, the oppressive chemical smell lessening slightly as they moved back into the main equipment bay. They walked down the rear corridor to the loading bay, and from there through the propped-open door into the Mississippi night. The transition was abrupt, from the sterile, lit horror of the scene to the vast, living dark. The air outside was thick and damp, and smelled overwhelmingly of sawgrass and the distant river, a relief so profound it felt like stepping out of a tomb. The portable lights threw long, stark shadows across the cracked asphalt of the loading yard, making the weeds at the edge of the pavement look like black claws. Mitchell stayed inside, his voice a low murmur as he spoke with the forensics lead. Shaw walked a few paces from the building, putting distance between them and the light spill, and stopped. She stood with her back to Katie for a moment, looking out at the dark, flat country beyond the fence line, a void dotted with the occasional pinprick of a distant farmhouse light. Then she ripped off her mask and took a deep, clean breath of the night air. She turned around, her face pale in the reflected glow. "You're right about the curriculum," she said. Her voice had dropped its operational edge. It was quieter, more direct, the voice Katie had heard once before in the backyard of the bar on their first night, the voice beneath the professional register. The ordering principle, the public broadcast, the historical specificity. He's not just committing murders. He's producing a document. He wants this understood in a particular way, and he's making sure it will be. She paused, her eyes searching Katie's face. Which means our behavioral assessment has to be equally precise. Not a template profile. Not a list of likely traits. A specific, argued, documented analysis of exactly what this is and who produces it. What he needs from it. What the endgame is. Katie was quiet, pulling off her own mask. The cool air on her sweaty face was a blessing. "I want you to write it," Shaw said. "The official behavioral assessment. The one that goes to Quantico, to the field office, to Mitchell. The one that dictates our next moves, our resource allocation, our press strategy." She looked at Katie steadily. "You've never written an official one." "I've contributed to them." "Written sections," Katie said, hearing the defensiveness again and hating it. "You have now." Shaw's tone left no room for argument. She took a step closer, her voice dropping even further. "Can you handle it? Not the writing. The weight of it. Putting your name on a document that says, this is who he is, this is what he wants, this is what he'll do next. Knowing that if you're wrong, if you misread one piece of his curriculum, he finishes his lesson plan while we're looking the wrong direction. People live or die based on that document, Ford. Not in the abstract. And specifically, the next victim's life will be in the hands of whoever acts on what you write." Katie looked back at the building, at the hard white light spilling from the loading bay, at the long, flat dark of the delta beyond the fence. She thought of Earl Duchamp on the floor of the East Wing, positioned with such care. Of the lampshade on its stand, a perverse artifact. Of the bone saw missing from its bracket in the Historical Society's medical display. Of 53 anonymous usernames watching a man in a respirator charge, an acid vat in an abandoned Mississippi chemical plant, and calling it a curriculum. She thought of the killer's calm, instructive voice. The next demonstration will integrate the tool with the medium. She looked at Shaw, meeting the older agent's unwavering gaze. The leaden weight of her mistake in the car was still there, but it was being overridden by a colder, clearer certainty. This was the work. This was the point of contact between theory and blood. "Yes," she said. Her voice didn't waver. It came out flat, firm, a statement of fact. I can handle it. Shaw held her gaze for a moment, her eyes assessing, looking for any crack, any flicker of doubt. Then she gave a short, conclusive nod, a decision made. She turned back toward the building, already shifting back into motion. You have until 0600, she said, the operational edge returning to her voice as she walked. Mitchell has a room with a desk at the annex. Use it. Don't sleep. Get it right. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The fluorescent light in the empty office had taken on a punishing, migraine quality, bleaching the color from the cheap particle board desk and casting long, stark shadows that seemed to pool in the corners. Katie Ford pushed back from it, the casters of the office chair squealing in a high-pitched protest on the scuffed linoleum tile. Her spine cracked in a series of pops, a percussive release after 4 solid hours of being hunched forward. Her world narrowed to the glow of the laptop screen and the frantic connections firing in her brain. The muscles in her neck were cords of tight pain, and a dull throb had settled deep behind her eyes. The final hour had been the worst, the words beginning to swim, paragraphs morphing into shapeless blobs of text on the screen. She'd blinked hard, trying to force them back into coherence. She'd gotten up twice, once to pace the small, windowless room, her footsteps echoing flatly against the bare walls, the only decoration a faded safety poster about proper lifting techniques. The room smelled of dust, the faint ozone of old electronics, and the ghost of countless microwaved lunches. Pacing did nothing but make her aware of the confines. The second time, she'd gone to the single-stall bathroom down the hall. The light there was even harsher, revealing the tired pallor of her face in the mirror, the shadows like bruises under her eyes. She'd splashed tepid water from the sink on her face, the paper towels from the dispenser rough and abrasive against her skin. She held a damp wad of it against the back of her neck, feeling the cheap pulp disintegrate, and stared at her reflection, silently mouthing the key points of her argument, testing their strength. But it was done. She saved the document, the click of the mouse final. She highlighted it and sent it to the old laser printer in the corner. The machine whirred to life with a mechanical groan and a series of clicks, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence broken only by the distant, ghostly hum of the building's HVAC system fighting a losing battle. She watched the first page slide out, the printed side face down. She walked over and stood by the output tray, the carpet gritty under her shoes. She watched the pages slide out, one by one, in a rhythmic, whispering procession. The laser ink was still warm to the touch, giving off a faint, chemical smell. She gathered them as they came, aligning the edges with a tap against her thigh. Holding the completed sheaf of paper, she felt its slight weight, the warmth bleeding into her palm. This was it. Her first field profile. The theory that had been forming in her mind since the shed, through the interrogation and the tense car ride, was now codified in stark, 12-point font. Preliminary criminal investigative analysis. Subject Delta Copycat. A fresh wave of anxiety, cold and slick, hit her. It started as a chill at the base of her skull, then washed down her spine. Her heartbeat, steady a moment before, gave a hard, quick double thump against her ribs. Her fingers tightened on the paper, leaving faint, damp spots from her palms on the corners. This wasn't for a professor or a section chief to grade with red pen and dispassionate notes in the margin. Nina Shaw wasn't just any reviewer. Shaw was the arbiter, the one who decided what was actionable intelligence and what was academic fantasy. What lived on a whiteboard and what got deputies killed. The profile felt suddenly insubstantial, a house of cards built on behavioral theory and crime scene photos. She took a long, deliberate breath, held it for a count of 4, and exhaled slowly. Then she turned and left the empty office, the door clicking shut behind her with a sound of finality. The bullpen was a study in low-grade, daytime entropy. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, competing with the constant static crackle and coded chatter of the police radio on the dispatch desk. A phone rang twice before being snatched up. The smell was a layered fug of stale coffee, old paper, lemon-scented cleaner, and the underlying salty tang of human sweat. 2 deputies at a nearby desk were deep in a muttered debate about a high school football game, their voices a low rumble. Another was slowly, painstakingly hunting and pecking at a keyboard with 2 fingers. Katie's eyes scanned the room and found the senior agent at a borrowed desk near the back, a temporary island of order in the organized chaos. Shaw's fingers were a blur across a laptop keyboard, her posture rigid, her focus absolute. The desk around her was clear save for a notepad covered in her tight, angular script, a half-empty paper cup of black coffee, and her service weapon placed precisely parallel to the desk's edge. The rest of the bullpen seemed to flow around her, noise and movement parting against her concentration. Katie approached, the pages held before her in both hands. The walk felt longer than it was. She was aware of the deputy at the typing pausing to glance up, of the way her own footsteps sounded on the linoleum. She stopped a respectful pace from the desk's edge. Shaw didn't look up, her eyes tracking lines of text on the screen. Katie waited. 5 seconds. 10. The radio chattered about a fender bender on Main. Finally, she cleared her throat, a soft, dry sound. Shaw's fingers stilled. Her eyes, cool and assessing, lifted from the screen and landed on Katie's face, then dropped to the sheaf of paper. Finished, her voice was flat, devoid of any tell, giving away nothing. Yes, Katie said, her own voice sounding thin and tight to her ears. Read it. Not give it here, but read it. A performance in oral defense. Katie's throat tightened, her mouth going dry as dust. She was back in a classroom, under a merciless examiner's gaze, her worth to be determined in the next few minutes. She glanced around, ensuring no deputies were within easy earshot, and cleared her throat again, uselessly. The first words came out tight, constricted. The subject identifies with a specific archetype, the white American male serial killer. She paused, forced a breath into her locked diaphragm, and continued, aiming for a steadier tone. Socially functional enough to maintain a facade, he holds a job, pays bills, doesn't draw undue attention, but fundamentally isolated. No deep personal connections. Age range, mid-20s to mid-40s, old enough to have studied his idols in depth, young enough for the fantasy to still drive him. Shaw leaned back in her chair, the old vinyl creaking in protest. She closed her eyes, her face a mask of concentration, a slight furrow between her brows, lips pressed together. She gave a single, slow nod. Correct, the word was a statement of fact. Proceed, it wasn't praise, but it was acknowledgement. The foundation was sound. The bedrock of the profile had passed the first, crucial test. The validation was a shot of adrenaline straight to Katie's core. She felt a physical release, her shoulders dropping a fraction of an inch, the tension in her jaw easing. Her voice steadied, gaining a thread of conviction, finding its natural timbre. He will continue the pattern, selecting another infamous figure with a distinct, recognizable method. The victimology and primary crime scene will be meticulously matched to the historical killer's pattern. He's a reenactor, but he alters disposal sites or secondary locations, like choosing the shed over Jane's barn. It's a bid for police and media focus. He's not just copying, he's annotating. Showing us he's improving on the original. Making it his own. Which means we can anticipate his next move, Shaw interjected, her eyes still closed but a rare, sharp edge of excitement bleeding into her tone, a slight quickening of her speech. If we identify the historical killer he's chosen to emulate next, we identify the next victim type and the likely attack location. We get ahead of him. We set the trap instead of cleaning up the mess. Exactly, Katie said, the word firmer now, more solid. She turned a page, the paper rustling crisply in the bullpen's ambient noise. This profile also rules out entire categories. It has to be a solo actor. No Manson, no team killers. The victimology has to be clear and iconic. It rules out Aileen Wuornos. A female killer doesn't fit his identification matrix. It significantly narrows the field to a specific pantheon. Bundy, Dahmer, Gacy, the Zodiac, the canonical figures. Smart, Shaw said, and this time there was a genuine note of approval, like a teacher spotting a pupil's elegant solution to a complex problem. She opened her eyes, pinning Katie with her gaze. The intensity was undimmed, but the skepticism had been replaced by a focused curiosity. You've boxed him in with his own psychology. Now, how does he operate on the ground? Walk me through the mechanics. The day-to-day. How does he go from fantasy to action? Katie didn't need the paper now. The logic was a clear, illuminated path in her mind, each step leading to the next. She slid the profile onto the corner of Shaw's desk, freeing her hands. Organized and planned. He stalks. He acquires tools specific to the tribute, the bone saw, the specific weapon. He uses overwhelming, surprise force to gain immediate control, which suggests a possible physical insecurity. He's not confident in a fair fight. He needs that instant dominance. The attack is a blitz. He likely speaks to the victims during the act, personalizing the fantasy, making them stand-ins for the original victim or for the original killer he's trying to become. It's a dialogue, a performance with a captive audience. Shaw's hand came down on the desk with a sharp, percussive crack. The sound was like a gunshot in the bullpen, cutting through the murmur and radio chatter. The coffee in her cup sloshed. A nearby deputy, sorting through a filing cabinet, jumped and turned, his face a question, his hand instinctively drifting toward his belt. Shaw ignored him completely, her focus laser-locked on Katie. Outstanding, Ford, the words were clipped, emphatic. Every box checked. Organized, ritualistic, fantasy-driven, with a clear escalation path. You've built the skeleton. She leaned forward, elbows on the desk now. What about the flesh? His roots. His job. Where does he come from, and what does he do all day that feeds this? What does his life look like? It's all in the last section, Katie said, reaching over to tap the final page of the profile. Her finger left a faint smudge on the warm paper. Manual skill. Likely works with his hands, something solitary. Butchery, slaughterhouse, maybe a mechanic or a carpenter. Something that involves cutting, precision, control over materials. Employment history will show instability in his youth. He couldn't fit in, couldn't hold down a job because the fantasy was a distraction, an obsession, but it may have settled recently as the fantasy solidified and gave him a sense of purpose. The killing gives structure to his life. Then we're wasting time discussing it. Shaw was on her feet in one fluid, decisive motion, snatching up her notebook and the paper cup of coffee. The chair wheeled back violently and hit the desk behind her with a thud that made the deputy at the filing cabinet flinch again. Mitchell needs this now. Someone in this godforsaken parish fits this picture, and we're going to find him before sundown. Bring the profile. She was already moving, a force of nature cutting a path toward the sheriff's office. Katie scooped up the pages, her heart hammering now with a different rhythm, not anxiety, but a fierce, thrilling urgency. She fell into step behind Shaw, the two of them moving with purpose through the bullpen. Deputies looked up from their work, sensing the shift in energy. Sheriff Dale Mitchell's office was a cramped box of a room, the walls a faded institutional green, dominated by a large, detailed topographic map of the parish pinned with colored pins. Stacks of file folders formed precarious towers on every flat surface. The air smelled of old cigar smoke buried deep in the fabric of the worn curtains, the tang of electronic equipment, and the faint, sweet scent of the pine air freshener, shaped like a tree that dangled from a filing cabinet handle. Mitchell listened, his bulk settled behind a cluttered metal desk, his thick fingers poised over his keyboard. His face was a landscape of weary lines, but his eyes were alert, tracking Shaw as she laid out the search parameters with machine gun efficiency, standing beside him with her arms crossed. Start with your county database, Shaw instructed, her voice low and intense. White male. 25 to 45. Lifelong local or close to it, he knows these back roads, these isolated properties like the back of his hand. He didn't need to case the Beaumont building. He already knew its rhythms, its blind spots. Works a skilled, solitary manual job. Think cutting. Butchery, taxidermy, slaughterhouse, maybe a butcher's apprentice. Employment history will look spotty, unstable in his youth, but may show a recent period of settled employment. The fantasy gives him focus, a reason to show up. Mitchell's fingers began to clack against the keys, a staccato rhythm that filled the small room. The monitor cast a pale blue glow on his weathered face, highlighting the stubble on his cheeks. The computer churned, its internal fan whirring slightly louder under the processing load. Katie stood slightly behind Shaw, just inside the doorway, watching the screen over Mitchell's shoulder. The sheriff's big hand manipulated the mouse with surprising delicacy. After a moment, he grunted, a sound of dissatisfaction. Over 100 possibles just on age, sex, and residency. Your white male, 25 to 45, covers a lot of ground in Jericho Falls. Need more sieve. This is sand, not gravel. Dig deeper, Shaw said, her voice dropping even further. She leaned in, pointing a blunt finger at the screen. Look for a history of petty sex crimes. Voyeurism, indecent exposure peeping. That's where it often starts, the testing of boundaries. Check police reports for early behavioral signs. Animal torture, fire setting, domestic disturbances where he was the perp. Parents probably absent, dead, or emotionally distant. Look for a loner. Look for the man nobody really knows. Mitchell nodded, his jaw working as he added the filters. Each click of the mouse seemed loud in the tense quiet of the office, a deliberate gate closing on a portion of the list. Katie watched, mesmerized, as the numbers on the screen began to dwindle. It was a digital winnowing of human darkness, a census of potential monsters. A 50. Then's 30. A 22. The computer worked, its progress bar crawling. A 8. 3 hits, Mitchell announced, his voice gravelly. He leaned closer to the screen, his nose almost touching it. He scanned the first entry, his eyes moving left to right in methodical sweeps. First one's a kid. A 19. 2 arrests for vandalism, and 1 for public drunkenness. Lives with his mama. Too green. Doesn't fit the settled manual skill part. He's just a punk. Next, Shaw said, the word a soft command. Second guy's 26. Works at the auto body shop out on Route 9. Skilled with tools, sure. But he's Hispanic. You said white. That a hard parameter? Mitchell looked up at Shaw, then his gaze shifted to Katie, questioning. It is, Katie spoke up, finding her voice in the technical space. She stepped forward slightly. The identification is racial and cultural. He's trying to become Jane, become Kemper. In his mind, that template is specific. It's about a certain American mythology of evil. He wouldn't see himself in a profile that wasn't racially congruent. It's a core part of the fantasy. Mitchell held her gaze for a second, then gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, as if filing the information away. All right, he clicked, moving to the third and final entry on the shortlist. He squinted at the screen, his brow furrowing into deep crevices. His breathing seemed to still. Then a low, soft whistle escaped through his teeth, a sound of grim recognition. Well, I'll be damned. Walter Finch. He's a special kind of nasty. Forgot about him. Details, Shaw demanded, shifting her weight to lean over his shoulder, her eyes scanning the dense text of the record. Age 38. Arrested 18 months back for indecent exposure. Flashed an elderly lady coming out of the Baptist church near the town square on a Tuesday afternoon. Just stepped out from behind a hedge, did his business, stood there grinning while she screamed. Confessed easy as pie when we picked him up an hour later. Didn't ask for a lawyer. Just described it like he was proud of it, like he was telling a funny story. Did 60 days, time served plus probation. Mitchell's expression turned grim, his lips pressing into a thin, bloodless line. But that's not the memorable part. That was just creepy. Couple months after he got out, a woman over on Sycamore Lane, Mavis Henley, sharp as a tack, reports a prowler. Someone tried to snatch her little Jack Russell Terrier, Buster, right off her porch in the middle of the night. The dog was yapping. She came out with her late husband's Louisville Slugger, scared him off. She got a good look under the porch light, said the guy had a big, nasty diagonal scar right across his forehead, from his hairline down to his eyebrow, like he'd been cleft. Said it looked shiny, like old leather. He tapped the screen with a thick finger, right next to the photograph that had loaded, a DMV photo of a man with hollow eyes and the distinct, lurid scar bisecting his forehead. Finch has a scar like that. Took a hatchet to the head as a kid, according to his sheet, playing in the woods. A freak accident. We paid him a visit after Mrs. Henley's statement. Place was a mess, a single-wide trailer out in the swamp, clutter everywhere, but he was calm. Too calm. Polite even. Said he'd been home all night, sleeping. And then we saw the shed out back. Door was padlocked, but the window was grimy. One of my deputies shined a light inside. Mitchell looked up from the screen, meeting Shaw's eyes directly. His own were hard. Turns out, right around the time that terrier went missing, the lady never did find Buster. By the way, our Mr. Finch had started a little taxidermy operation out at his place. Said it was a hobby, something to pass the time. Had a few squirrels on boards, a possum, and a raccoon stretched on a form that didn't look quite right. Wasn't a raccoon's face. Katie's eyes shot to Shaw's. The connection was instantaneous and chilling, a circuit completing with a physical jolt that tightened her stomach. She saw Shaw's pupils contract, a slight, almost imperceptible intake of breath that stilled her entire body for a half-second. Animal cruelty. The classic progression from small animals to pets. Manual skill with blades and preservation. Isolation in a swamp. The exposure, the lack of inhibition. It wasn't just a fit, it was a lock clicking home. He fits the progression perfectly, Shaw said, her voice low and certain, each word dropping into the quiet room like a stone into dark water. The animal abuse is the classic precursor. The taxidermy isn't just a hobby, it's practice. It gives him the technical confidence for dissection, for preservation. It desensitizes him and feeds the fantasy of ownership, of creating trophies. Of stopping time. She straightened up, her body coiling with contained energy. Where is he living now? The address on file. Cypress Swamp, Mitchell said, reading the text off the screen. His voice was flat. 5 miles out past the old lumber mill, off the gravel extension. Nothing but pine, cypress knees, and blackwater out there. His family owned a patch of it back when people tried to farm the edges. He's the last one left. Mail still goes there, according to the postmaster. That's our guy, Shaw stated, the finality in her tone leaving no room for debate. Her body was a spring released. We need to move. Now. Before he finishes stalking his next tribute, or before he realizes we're looking at Jane and Kemper and decides to graduate to his next lesson. Mitchell was already up, his chair rolling back and thudding into the topographic map on the wall, making the pins shiver. He moved with a sudden, purposeful energy that transformed him from a weary bureaucrat back into a sheriff, a man used to command. He yanked open his office door and filled the frame, his broad shoulders blocking the light. His voice, when it came, was a bullhorn of authority that cut through the bullpen's low murmur and brought every other sound to a halt. A Jenkins. Miller. On your feet. I need 2 units rolling in 5, lights and sirens cold until my mark. We have a priority suspect at the Finch property on Cypress Swamp Road. Assume hostile. Full vests, long guns. Moved. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. Deputies scrambled from their desks, the squeak of boot soles on linoleum sudden and sharp. Chairs rolled back and crashed into desks. The clatter of gear being grabbed from lockers echoed, the heavy thump of ballistic vests, the metallic snap of shotgun racks being checked, the jingle of duty belts. The radio dispatcher's voice rose in pitch and volume, repeating the address and the call sign, her words crisp and practiced. All units stand by for SWR to Cypress Swamp Road, suspect Walter Finch, considered armed and dangerous. The room, a moment ago a study in bureaucratic torpor, erupted into a controlled, urgent frenzy of motion and purpose. As the deputies scrambled, a whirlwind of khaki and navy blue, Shaw turned to Katie. Her expression was grimly satisfied, the hard lines of her face set in determined planes, but her eyes carried a warning that was as clear as spoken words. She stepped close, into Katie's space, her voice dropping to a near whisper meant for Katie alone amidst the rising din. We've got a line on him, Ford. You did good work. You built the map and it led right to a door. She paused, her gaze holding Katie's, ensuring the next part was understood. But remember, men who live alone in swamps with their trophies don't open the door and say hello. They have nothing to lose but their fantasy, and that makes them more dangerous than any cornered animal. They fight to protect their story, and that's a fight to the death. And stay sharp. Stay behind the line. Watch, listen, and learn. She didn't wait for a response, didn't offer a reassuring pat. She turned on her heel and followed Mitchell as he strode toward the rear exit, already barking more orders about perimeter setup and silent approach to a deputy jogging beside him. Katie stood for a moment in the suddenly energized bullpen, a still point in the storm. The warm pages of her profile were still clutched in her hand, the printer's ink now cool to the touch. The theoretical construct, the subject, the parameters, the escalation path, had just acquired a name, a face with a hatchet scar, and an address in a Blackwater swamp. The academic exercise was over. The hunt was on. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The paved county road dissolved into a rutted track of packed mud and gravel that carved through a solid wall of cypress and moss. The sedan's headlights cut a feeble, swaying path through the gathering dusk, illuminating a tunnel of gnarled trunks bearded with gray Spanish moss that hung like tattered burial shrouds. Each dip and rise of the track was a fresh assault. The car's suspension groaned, the chassis shuddering as it dropped into a water-filled pothole with a thick, muddy splash that sprayed the undercarriage. Katie Ford braced a hand against the dashboard, her palms slick against the vinyl, and watched the world close in through the passenger window. The glass was cool and slightly gritty against her temple. With every yard, the air grew thicker, a damp, organic blanket, the scent of decaying leaves and wet earth, the sweet-trot perfume of stagnant water, the peppery smell of crushed vegetation. The twisted shapes of trees seemed to lean inward, their roots buckling the track into a series of bone-jarring ruts that slammed the car's occupants against their seatbelts. In the fading, greenish light, a long, dark shape, a gator, maybe, or a thick, waterlogged branch, slid from a mud bank into the black, mirror-still water of a slough with a soft, liquid plop that was swallowed instantly by the immense, waiting silence. The sedan jolted violently, its undercarriage scraping and groaning over a network of exposed cypress roots that crossed the track like petrified serpents. Nina Shaw wrestled the wheel, her knuckles standing out white and sharp against her tan skin, her forearms corded with tension as she guided them up a slight, muddy rise. At the crest, the rusted chain-link perimeter of the Delacroix Chemical Company materialized against the gloom like a scar on the landscape. It wasn't a fence so much as a suggestion of one, sagging in places, swallowed by thorny undergrowth in others. Beyond it lay a sprawling industrial ruin, its concrete and corrugated steel structures silvered by decades of rust and weather, half consumed by a snarl of kudzu and Virginia creeper that seemed to be actively, voraciously pulling the complex back into the earth. Vines as thick as a man's wrist snaked up walls and over collapsed roofing. A skeletal water tower, its paint long gone to reveal rust-pitted steel, stood sentinel against the bruised purple and orange of the twilight sky. On the cracked asphalt apron, a rusted chemical drum sat frozen on its side, a black hole gaping where its lid had been. A car, its color indistinguishable under a crust of grime and moss, sat stranded in the overgrown lot like a gutted animal, its tires flat, the driver's door hanging open on a single, corroded hinge. Shaw parked, angling the car carefully to keep the main facility's dark loading bay in view. She let the engine idle for a moment, the headlights illuminating a patch of cracked concrete and defiant weeds, then turned the key. The engine died with a final shudder, and the headlights faded, plunging them into a deep, textured twilight. The only light now was the sickly green glow from the dashboard, and the last embers of the day filtering through the trees. The engine block began to tick, a rapid, metallic percussion as it cooled. Shaw picked up the radio handset, her movements deliberate, her eyes never leaving the dark maw of the loading bay 50 yards ahead. "Mitchell," Shaw said, her voice flat and clear in the quiet car. She lifted her other hand, pointing a finger toward the dense tree line to the west. "We're on site." Hold your team back at the turnoff. I want a wide, soft perimeter. No lights, no engines. Cover the tree line behind the property, especially that western edge where the cypress knees are thick. It's a natural funnel into the deeper swamp. If he bolts, we don't want him vanishing into the water. No one approaches, no one breathes loud until I call for it. Confirm. There was a hiss of static, then the sheriff's voice, tinny and strained with the tension of waiting, crackled back. Copy that, Agent. We're staged 300 yards back. 4 men on the west side, 2 covering the access road. You want us to move in closer on your signal. We could have men at the fence line in 60 seconds. And negative. Hold. Shaw's gaze swept the darkening tree line, assessing sightlines and shadows. The goal is a quiet conversation. If he sees or hears a swarm of uniforms, he'll either barricade or run. We do this clean, we do it smart. She paused, her jaw working. Just make sure the net is tight, Dale. If he gets past us and into that water, we'll be dragging the sloughs for a week and finding nothing. You understand. A longer burst of static. Understood. We're set. Radio if you need us. Good luck. Shaw hooked the handset back on the dash with a soft click. The ensuing quiet was profound, a vacuum that rushed in to fill the space where the radio's static had been. It was broken only by the distant, clicking chorus of insects, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and the low, anxious thrum of Katie's own blood in her ears, a rhythm she could feel in her temples and the base of her throat. Katie's pulse hammered against the stiff collar of her shirt, a frantic flutter she could see in the subtle jump of the fabric. She took a slow, deliberate breath through her nose, trying to steady it, but the air was heavy and damp, like breathing through a wet cloth. She let it out through her mouth, a controlled stream, and felt the cool prickle of sweat at her hairline. This was it. Not a theory in a report, not a profile read to a superior in a sterile, fluorescent-lit office. This was a real field interrogation, steps from a possible serial killer's lair. The decaying concrete, the swamp air that tasted of decay, the palpable, watchful silence. This was the stage where her analysis would be tested, where the abstract lines of a profile met the gritty, unpredictable reality of a man. Success here wouldn't just solve a case. It would rewrite her future at the bureau, transforming her from a voice on a conference call, a name on a memo, into an agent remembered in debriefings, one who had stood at the threshold and delivered. She forced the careerist thought down, clenching her teeth. It left a sour taste, and a wave of guilt followed it, hot and sharp. 4 people were dead. Earl Duchamp had lost his life in a place he loved. That was the only score that mattered. The man in that building wasn't just a suspect in a database. He was a meticulous student of horror, a ghost made flesh who had painstakingly, lovingly recreated the worst moments of history in this forgotten corner of Mississippi. He was real and he was close. The structure before her was a stark, chilling echo of another infamous location, one she'd studied in the context of the live stream. An aid shade. Holmes's Chicago nightmare, transplanted to the bayou. What artifacts of madness waited inside this one? Not just the acid vat, perhaps, but trophies arranged with a scholar's precision on makeshift shelves. Tools laid out in order of use. The responsibility was terrifying, a weight that pressed down on her lungs, and it was exactly what she had wanted, what she had trained for. She felt the fear, a cold, hard knot just below her ribs, coiling tighter with each heartbeat. But beneath it ran a current of fierce, focused determination, a heat that spread through her chest and into her limbs. She squared her shoulders against the seatback, feeling the muscles in her back tighten, and set her jaw until she felt the ache in her molars. "You lead," Shaw said, her voice cutting through Katie's thoughts. She finally turned the key fully, killing the dashboard lights and plunging them into near darkness. The sudden, absolute absence of the motor's hum made the swamp sounds rush in to fill the void. The insect drone, the occasional plop from the water, the dry rustle of leaves in a faint, humid breeze. Shaw turned in her seat, her profile a sharp cutout against the dark window. He might find a young woman less threatening. Just get him talking. Get him to open the door. Once we're in the threshold, we have more options, more control. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes catching a faint glint of ambient light. Remember, he's a paranoid recluse with a violent history. He lives in this hole by choice. Don't push too hard, too fast. We need him compliant, not cornered. A cornered animal in its den is the most dangerous kind. You get the door open, you get him focused on you. I'll handle the rest. Katie nodded, the motion feeling stiff. Her throat was dry, parchment dry. She swallowed, but it provided no relief. Understood, she said, her voice coming out quieter than she intended. They moved in unison, the simultaneous clunk of the door latches releasing sounding like gunshots in the quiet. They got out of the car, the doors shutting with solid, muffled thuds that seemed disrespectfully loud, an intrusion into the swamp's domain. The silence of the place was absolute in the wake of the sound, a physical pressure against Katie's eardrums. It was broken only by the soft, sucking sound of their shoes on the damp, leaf-strewn asphalt, a sticky, pulling noise with each step, and the relentless, vibrating insect drone from the trees that seemed to grow louder the more she listened. The air was noticeably cooler here away from the car's residual heat, carrying a damp chill that seeped through the wool of her blazer and raised goosebumps on her arms. She focused on her breathing, on the feel of the gravel giving way to uneven asphalt under her soles, as she approached a heavy metal service door set into the grimy concrete block of the nearest building. Up close, the smell was stronger, more complex. Wet rot and mildew, the sour tang of fermented vegetation, and underneath it all, a faint, acrid chemical tang she couldn't quite place, like old bleach mixed with something metallic. She stopped before the scarred door. Its green paint was blistered and peeling in large, curled flakes, revealing patches of rust the color of dried blood. A tarnished brass knocker, shaped like a spread-winged eagle with a missing eye, hung askew from a single screw. She bypassed it, raising her right hand. Her knuckles, when they made contact, were pale against the dark metal. She knocked 3 times, sharp, measured, authoritative raps that echoed through the hollow metal door and into the vast, still building beyond. A boom. A boom. A boom. The sound was unnaturally loud in the twilight, a violation that seemed to hang in the humid air. For a long moment, there was nothing. No shuffle of movement, no creak of floorboards, no shift of light under the door. Just the waiting silence, now feeling even deeper, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Katie could feel Shaw's presence a step behind and to her right, a solid, watchful anchor. She could hear the almost imperceptible sound of Shaw's slow, controlled breathing. Then a voice, startlingly close and muffled by the thick metal, came from the other side, no more than an inch from her face. "Who's there?" Katie leaned slightly toward the door, her shadow falling across the peeling paint. She pitched her voice to be clear, calm, but non-confrontational, aiming for the tone of a helpful official. "Mr. Avenger. My name is Katie Ford. I'm with my partner, Agent Shaw. We're assisting the county sheriff's department with an investigation. We need to speak with you about a serious matter. It won't take long." Another pause, longer this time. 5 seconds. 10. She could almost feel him standing there on the other side of the metal, listening, deciding, his eye likely pressed to the narrow gap around the doorframe. She imagined him in the darkness, unmoving. "Sheriff send you?" The voice was reedy, suspicious. "I told him I didn't touch that dog. That was months ago. He hassled me enough." Katie exchanged a quick glance with Shaw over her shoulder. In the dim light, Shaw's face was all planes and shadows, her expression unreadable. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Keep going. You're on track." Katie turned back to the door. "No, sir," she said, injecting a note of reassuring warmth into her tone, the kind reserved for calming a skittish witness. "This isn't about any dog. It's about something else entirely. It's getting cold out here, and frankly, this swamp is making me a little nervous after dark." She allowed a hint of a self-deprecating laugh, a human sound. "Could we come in for just a moment? We won't take much of your time. We just have a few questions, and then we can be out of your hair." There was a scrape of metal on metal, the sound of a hand fumbling. A heavy bolt, thick with disuse, slid back with a gritty, reluctant screech that set Katie's teeth on edge. The door opened a narrow slit, no more than 3 inches, stopped by a thick, tarnished security chain that was bolted deep into the frame. A wedge of deeper darkness and a wave of warmer, fetid air spilled out from the interior. A smell of old sweat, stale food, damp concrete, and that underlying chemical sharpness. In the gap, Katie saw part of a face. Long, greasy strands of hair the color of dirty straw hung limply. A deep, poorly healed scar, pale and ropey, cut a trough through a stubbled eyebrow and down a pale forehead, missing the eye by a millimeter. It was Walter Finch, but the mugshot from his assault arrest hadn't captured the feral, watchful stillness in his eyes. They were a washed-out, watery blue, devoid of curiosity or welcome, simply observing her from the shadows like she was an unusual insect that had landed on his door. He didn't blink. "You need a paper from a judge to come in here," he said, his voice a nasal delta drawl that was flat and final. He didn't move. "We only need a warrant if we have reason to believe you're involved in a crime, or if you refuse a reasonable request to cooperate," Katie said, keeping her tone light, reasonable, a teacher explaining a simple rule. She offered a small, conciliatory smile, letting it reach her eyes. "We're just trying to eliminate people from our inquiry, Mr. Finch. We know you've had some past troubles. Everyone has a past. This is your chance to clear the air, to show you're willing to help. It goes a long way with the sheriff, and with us at the federal level. Makes everything smoother." His eyes, flat and knowing, didn't change. They held hers, unblinking, and in their depthless calm, she saw with sudden, chilling clarity that he didn't believe a word of it. He saw the tailored suit, the professional demeanor, the careful makeup, the partner standing silently behind her like a statue. He knew what serious matter meant. The scar on his forehead, in the faint light from the dying sky, seemed to pulse faintly, a pale worm embedded in his skin. "Ain't coming in," he repeated, the finality like a stone dropping. He began to ease the door shut, the metal edge scraping against the frame. Shaw moved. It was not a lunge, but a smooth, decisive flow of motion. She shouldered past Katie without jarring her, getting right up to the crack, her face now inches from the rusted chain. Her voice, when it came, was low, stripped of all pretense and warmth, a blade of cold steel honed for this exact moment. "Listen to me, Walter." She used his first name like a weapon. "Your name came up in a federal homicide investigation. Multiple homicides. You can talk to us now, politely, on your porch, or you can talk to a room full of deputies in the sheriff's department later today. In handcuffs. And we will come in then, with that paper from the judge, and we will take this whole place apart board by board, brick by brick. We will empty every can, turn over every tarp, and shine lights in every hole. Your choice. It's a simple one. She didn't look at Katie. Katie. At her name, a direct command, Katie's hand, which had been hanging at her side, moved. She flicked on her heavy maglite, her thumb finding the rubberized switch by touch. The click was deafening. The beam was a solid, brutal cylinder of blinding white light that seemed to carve a hole in the twilight. She aimed it not directly into his eyes, too aggressive would make him flinch back, but through the opening, angling it downward. It washed over the stained, threadbare flannel of his shirt, the gaunt hollows of his cheeks where shadow pooled, the grimy, poor-pitted skin of his neck above his collar. The light pushed past him, piercing the thick gloom of the room beyond, cutting through motes of dust and a faint, lingering haze. The interior revealed in the stark beam was a chaos of shadows and piled junk. The hulking, indistinct shapes of old machinery parts, mildewed tarps thrown over unknown lumps, the vague silhouette of a workbench buried under a landslide of debris and tools. But her focus, guided by the beam and her profiling instinct, snapped past the clutter to a metal shelving unit against the far wall. It was a cheap, industrial-grade rack, shelves bowing under weight. There, on a warped plywood shelf about chest-high, resting with deliberate, almost reverent care between two greasy, drip-covered oil cans, was a smooth, yellowed dome. It was too large, too perfectly, horrifically formed to be an animal's skull. The curve of the cranium was unmistakable. The orbital sockets were dark, empty pits that seemed to swallow the flashlight's beam. The nasal cavity was a stark, triangular void. A human skull. Cleaned, polished to a dull ivory sheen, displayed like a trophy on a mantelpiece. It was positioned to be seen from the door. A cold shock, sharper than any electric current, locked the air in Katie's chest. Her diaphragm froze. Her hand holding the flashlight didn't waver. Years of training held it steady. But her mind raced, scrambling to process the image to connect the wires. Jane. Trophies. Keepsakes. The profile. The curriculum. It's here. It's real. The words were a silent scream in her head. Finch's gaze, which had been fixed on Shaw's threatening, unyielding face, slowly tracked down. He followed the intrusive, accusing path of the light beam across his floor, up the leg of the shelving unit, and onto that specific shelf. He saw the beam illuminating his private collection. He saw her face, just visible in the reflected glow, the arrested shock widening her eyes, the slight, involuntary parting of her lips as her breath caught. He saw her see it. In that frozen, crystalline second, all pretense, all negotiation shattered. The flat, defensive calm in his eyes evaporated, replaced by a flash of pure, panicked understanding, the look of a man who has just realized the trap has sprung. Oh, he didn't speak. He didn't curse or cry out in denial. His body simply uncoiled. He whirled, a blur of stained fabric and pale skin, and vanished into the dark belly of the building, his footsteps a frantic, receding slap on concrete. The unlatched door, released from his weight, swung wildly inward on its hinges with a long, metallic shriek of protest. The security chain, now useless, rattled a frantic tattoo against the doorframe. The darkness inside, vast and hungry, seemed to swallow the sound of his flight whole, leaving behind only the echo and the blinding beam of Katie's light, fixed on the empty space where he had been. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Katie's boot connected with the weathered metal a second time, the jolt traveling up her leg in a sharp, electric shock that made her teeth rattle. She adjusted her stance, planting her back foot more firmly on the broken concrete, feeling the grit shift and settle under her weight. The third kick wasn't just a strike. It was a focused, driving thrust from her hip, her whole body weight committed behind it. The sole of her boot impacted just below the lock, with a sound like a gunshot in the still yard. A flat, percussive crack that echoed off the surrounding cypress. The frame groaned, the door crashing inward with a final, violent shudder as the security chain stretched, snapped like a dry twig, and clattered against the inside wall. The sudden opening wasn't an entrance, it was a void. Darkness, thick and absolute, swallowed the doorway, a blackness so complete it seemed to absorb the fading twilight, a wall of nothing that promised a different kind of air, a different kind of silence. She didn't hesitate. Katie plunged into it, the transition from the muted gray light of the yard to the interior blackness so total it felt like diving into a pool of cold ink. The air changed instantly, turning still and heavy in her lungs, carrying a complex, layered stench that hit her in a wave. The sharp, nose-prickling tang of oxidized metal, the acrid ghost of industrial solvents that tasted like burnt plastic at the back of her throat, and beneath it, something sourly organic, like wet fur and old meat left in a sealed bag. Behind her, she heard the swift, sure crunch of Nina's boots on the broken concrete, a solid, reassuring presence at her back, the sound swallowed by the cavernous interior almost as soon as it was made. "You," Nina's voice cut through the black, a low, clipped command devoid of any hesitation. A pause, just a fraction of a second for breath. "Take left," each word was a bullet, fired with precision. It was followed by the immediate, fading sound of her moving away to the right, her form dissolving into the gloom within 2 steps, swallowed by the sheer, oppressive scale of the space. Katie drew her sidearm, the familiar checkered grip a cold, hard comfort in her palm. The leather of her holster made a soft, dry rasp. She thumbed off the safety with a soft, practiced click that was deafening in the profound silence. Advancing down a narrow corridor of stained concrete block, she kept her shoulder pressed to the wall, the rough, gritty texture snagging the fabric of her jacket. The barrel of her Glock tracked just ahead of her flashlight beam, which she held extended away from her body in a 2-handed grip, her left wrist crossed under her right. The beam was a frail wand, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust and peeling, stained paint in a sickly yellow cone that seemed to push back the darkness only a few feet at a time, the edges of the light dissolving into formless gray. Her boot came down on something that crunched and skittered with a dry, brittle sound, like stepping on a bag of chicken bones. She stumbled, her ankle twisting slightly with a hot flare of protest, catching herself against the rough wall with her free hand, her palms scraping on the gritty surface. Her heart hammered a frantic, off-rhythm tattoo against her ribs. She pointed the light down, the beam trembling slightly in her grip. A scatter of tiny, delicate bones gleamed like ivory chips in the weak light, filtering through the broken door behind her. Ribs, vertebrae no bigger than her fingernail, a tiny, fragile skull that might have been a bird's or a rodent's, the eye sockets dark and empty. They were arranged in a loose trail, leading deeper into the corridor. A cold knot tightened in her stomach, a visceral recoil that tightened her throat and made her swallow hard. This wasn't an accident, not debris fallen from a nest. It was a trail of crumbs. Deliberately placed. The lure. She pushed forward, her movements more cautious now, each step placed with deliberate care, the corridor opening abruptly into a cavernous space, a former equipment bay lost to time and decay. Her flashlight beam swept over dust-shrouded shapes. A forklift skeleton, wearing a shroud of grime and cobwebs that swayed in a non-existent draft, a collapsed pallet rack spilling its rusted bones across the floor, in a jagged metal tangle. The beam traveled across the far wall, over patches of damp that spread like dark continents on a map, and spray-painted graffiti that had faded to ghosts of color and stopped. Something was mounted there on a polished wooden plaque, an island of meticulous, obsessive craftsmanship in the sea of ruin. It had the sinuous, scaled body of a large lizard, an iguana or a monitor, splayed open as if for dissection, the belly skin pinned back with neat, brass-headed tacks to reveal a hollow cavity stuffed with off-white cotton. But where the reptilian head should have been, the taxidermist had grafted the snarling head of a canine, a coyote or a feral dog, its lips peeled back from yellowed, tusk-like teeth in a permanent rictus of aggression. The seam was a jagged collar of rough, precise stitches holding scale to fur, the thread black and thick, a nightmare collage where nature's lines had been violently redrawn. The glass eyes of the dog head seemed to catch the light from her beam, gleaming with a false, malicious life, the pupils fixed on some point just over her shoulder, following her as she took a slow step sideways. "Clear on my side," Nina's shout echoed from deeper in the plant, muffled by distance and intervening walls a world away. The sound was flat, absorbed by the hungering dark. A sudden, explosive crash came from Katie's right, from the direction of what might have been a storage room or an office. The sound was of metal falling, something heavy, a shelf, a tool cabinet, hitting concrete with a ringing, final clang. A shadowy form, low and fast, blurred past the edge of her flashlight beam, a darting silhouette heading straight for the shattered front door and the freedom beyond. Adrenaline fired through her veins like a shot of pure electricity, a hot surge that burned away the cold dread that had been pooling in her gut. Her breath caught in her throat, sharp and painful. "He's running." She gave chase, holstering her weapon in one fluid motion to free her hands, the click of the retention strap a faint punctuation. She lunged across the open space, her boots slipping on the dusty concrete, her arms wrapping around a torso in the gloom. The impact was solid, jarring, driving them both into the cold concrete wall, with a force that knocked the air from her lungs in a pained, explosive grunt. Concrete dust and the smell of old rust rained down on them, gritty in her hair, sharp in her nose. Her fingers, seeking purchase, closed around a rigid, unyielding wrist. The texture was wrong. Not the warmth and subtle give of flesh and bone, but something hard, smooth, and unfeeling. Plastic. Wire armature beneath a rough fabric skin. The shape in her arms didn't breathe, didn't struggle with muscle tension. A dummy. The realization was a physical slap, a cold wash of humiliation that followed the heat of the adrenaline, leaving her skin clammy. The figure in her arms was a stuffed effigy, dressed in dark clothes that smelled of mildew, its head a featureless canvas sack stuffed with something lumpy and hard. As she recoiled, letting the thing slump against the wall with a limp, boneless finality, the front door across the bay swung wildly on its broken hinges. Nina and two deputies bolted past her into the night, a blur of tactical gear and drawn weapons, their boots pounding on the concrete in a staccato rhythm as they followed the decoy's intended path into the overgrown yard. Their flashlight beams cut wild, swinging arcs through the gathering dusk outside. "Stay here," Nina yelled over her shoulder, the command leaving no room for debate, her voice sharp with urgency and the strain of sudden motion before she vanished into the yard after the others. "Alone." The word echoed in the sudden, profound quiet that rushed in to fill the space left by their departure, a silence that felt thicker, more attentive than before. Katie stood in the hallway, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps that stirred the dust in the air, each exhale a pale cloud in her flashlight beam. Frustration was a hot, metallic taste in her mouth. Her jaw clenched so tight the muscles in her temples ached, and a headache began to pulse behind her eyes. She'd been played. She'd taken the bait like a rookie, chasing a shadow while the real threat, Her eyes scanned the darkness around her, the beam of her flashlight now feeling like a beacon announcing her position, painting a target on her chest. She forced her breathing to slow, listening past the drumming of her own heart. A soft, definitive click sounded from the direction of the old control room, near the front of the building. It was the clean, precise sound of a well-made deadbolt sliding home into its strike plate, a sound of finality. She turned, the beam of her light slicing through the dust motes, a solid column in the murk. The front door, which had been hanging open on its broken hinges, was now firmly shut. The deadbolt on the inside was engaged, a thick, new tongue of steel visible, gleaming dully. He hadn't run out. He'd shut them out. He was still in here. With her. The air in the old plant seemed to grow colder, leaching the warmth from her skin, raising goosebumps along her arms beneath her jacket. A primal certainty settled over her, heavier than the dust in the air, a cold weight in the pit of her stomach. She was not the hunter in this darkness. She was the hunted. Her fingers went to her holster, brushing the grip of her Glock, the checkering rough against her fingertips. Her ears strained for any sound beyond the frantic, drumming rhythm of her own heartbeat in her ears. A creak, a shift, a breath. The silence was no longer empty, it was watchful, a held breath. The whine was electric, rising from a low, grinding growl to a screaming, ear-splitting crescendo in a fraction of a second, deafeningly close. It came from a darkened doorway to her left, no more than 10 feet away, a maw of blackness she hadn't yet cleared. A spinning blade, a blur of silver teeth catching a stray gleam of light from her flashlight, arced through the space where her head had been a moment before. She'd thrown herself backward on pure, animal instinct, a violent, unthinking contortion that wrenched her spine, the wind of the saw's passage ruffling her hair and chilling her scalp with its displaced air. The move saved her life but sent her off balance, her boots scrambling for traction on the gritty, uneven floor. Her right elbow struck the concrete wall with a numbing crack that sent a bolt of white-hot pain up to her shoulder. Her fingers went nerveless. Her gun and flashlight were knocked from her hands, clattering across the concrete floor with a horrible, skittering racket and spinning away into the darkness. The flashlight cartwheeled madly, its beam strobing across the ceiling and walls in a dizzying, disorienting spiral of light and shadow before it hit a wooden pallet with a plastic crack and went dark, plunging her into near-total blackness. The sudden absence of light was a physical shock, leaving her blind and disoriented. The afterimage of the spinning blade burned onto her retinas. Walter Finch stood over her, hefting a roaring circular saw, its safety guard retracted, the orange housing of the tool a dull smudge in the deep gloom. In the chaotic, strobing shadows cast by its own orange safety light, his face was a mask of wild-eyed panic, sweat glistening on his forehead and upper lip, catching the sickly glow. His knuckles were bone-white on the tool's vibrating handle, his arms trembling with the strain of its weight and kick. "Don't," he growled, the word barely audible over the tool's scream, his voice cracking with strain. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Don't make me do this." It wasn't a threat delivered with cool malice, it was the desperate, ragged plea of a cornered animal, all fear and reflex. Katie didn't think. She was on her back, the cold of the concrete seeping through her clothes. She scissored her legs on the filthy floor, the grit grinding into the fabric of her pants, catching him behind the knees. He buckled with a sharp, surprised grunt, his balance vanishing. The saw dropped from his hands, its scream dying abruptly into a fading, descending whir as it hit the floor and skittered away into the darkness under a workbench, its orange light winking out, leaving them in a deeper, more profound dark. She scrambled up, her palms scraping painfully on loose concrete and grit, feeling the skin tear, and dove through the nearest doorway, into a deeper pool of utter blackness that smelled of mildew, old paper, and the sharp, nostril-pinching scent of mothballs. Her hand slapped along the cold, damp wall inside the new room, searching blindly, her fingers trembling as they brushed over peeling paint and patches of soft, furry mold. They brushed against a hanging fabric cord, gritty with dust and age. She yanked it, the cord rough against her raw palm. A single, fly-specked bulb flickered to life overhead with a faint, hesitant buzz, swinging gently on its cord and casting swaying, distorted shadows that made the room seem to breathe, to expand and contract. It revealed a small office frozen in time. A metal desk, rust bleeding from its legs in long, brown streaks. More monstrosities lined makeshift shelves of raw, splintery pine board. A rat with too many spindly legs splayed like a starfish. The stitches crude and black, each limb ending in a tiny, desiccated paw. A blue jay with glossy reptilian eyes that seemed to follow the bulb's pendulum swing, its normal feathers giving way to patches of greenish scale along its back. The only other exit, a doorway on the far wall, was completely blocked by a mountain of rotten debris. A collapsed filing cabinet spilling water-stained papers that had melted into a pulpy mass. A chair with springs erupting like metallic fungi from its torn vinyl seat. A rolled-up tarp sprouting patches of black and green mold that looked like disease. She was trapped. The room was a dead end, a box. A weapon. I need a weapon. Her eyes raked the clutter, her breathing loud and ragged in the small, confined space, each inhale tasting of dust and decay. Spotting a broken chair leg, oak and solid, about 2 feet long, she snatched it up from a pile of junk, the weight reassuring in her stinging hand. It felt good, a club of decent heft and length. Her gaze then fell on a massive, moth-eaten bear statue, lurking in a shadowy alcove, formed by a protruding support column. It was an old, decaying trophy mount, its fur matted and bald in patches, one glass eye missing, leaving a dark, felt-lined socket. But someone had modified it. Strange, fleshy appendages, dried, leathery things that might have been opossum tails, sprouted obscenely from its muzzle where the bear's nose should be, giving it a grotesque, whiskered look, the tails stitched on with thick, clumsy loops of twine. An idea formed, desperate and clear. She wedged herself into the narrow space behind the bulky statue, her back against the cold, damp wall that soaked through her jacket, the chair leg held ready across her body in a two-handed grip. The smell of old fur, mildew, and something faintly chemical like old glue filled her nostrils. She tried to make herself small, to still her breathing, to become part of the wall, part of the grotesque display. She didn't have to wait long. Heavy, rushing footsteps pounded down the hall outside, a frantic, slapping sound on the concrete, growing louder, coming fast. Finch charged into the room, the retrieved saw screaming back to life in his hands, its light painting jerky, frantic circles on the walls and ceiling, illuminating the horrors on the shelves in staccato flashes. His eyes, wide and frantic, scanned the clutter, passing over the alcove where she hid, fixating on the barricaded door. He took a step toward it, then stopped, his head cocked, listening. The saw's roar filled the room, vibrating in Katie's teeth. "Where'd you go, sweetie?" he sneered, the forced bravado cracking at the edges into raw panic, his voice too high, too tight. He took a step toward the barricaded door, the saw held out before him like a talisman, then turned, his back momentarily to her hiding place, his shoulders tense, the fabric of his shirt dark with sweat between his shoulder blades. He was unsure, his plan unraveling. Katie exploded from the opposite side of the alcove, not from behind the bear, but from the deep shadow beside it where the support column met the wall, a space he'd already dismissed. She closed the distance in 2 long, silent strides, the chair leg whistling through the dusty air in a tight, horizontal arc aimed at the junction of his neck and skull. It connected with the base of his skull, with a solid, sickening thwack that vibrated up her arms into her shoulders, a jarring impact that sent a shock through her own bones. He cried out, a sharp, pained sound that was more shock than scream, a strangled "oon," staggering forward into the bare statue, his free hand flying to the back of his head. As he spun, wild-eyed and disoriented, pupils dilated with pain, he swung the saw in a blind, backhanded sweep, the blade a buzzing, lethal arc of silver aimed at waist level. Katie raised her makeshift club in a desperate, two-handed parry, crossing her arms in an X. The spinning teeth bit deep into the wood with a horrific grinding shriek, sending a shower of splinters into the air like brown confetti, the smell of scorched oak sharp and sudden. The vibration was so violent it numbed her hands, buzzing up to her elbows, making her bones feel like tuning forks. The saw was stuck, its motor groaning in protest, tangled fast in the heart of the oak, the blade buried an inch deep. With a grunt born of pure adrenaline, she wrenched the lodged saw, still screaming and vibrating violently from his weakened grip. The tool's weight was surprising, the motor fighting her, trying to twist in her hands. She hurled the entangled weapons into a corner, where they crashed amidst glass jars and cardboard boxes, the saw's blade finally jamming silent with a crunch of metal and a final, dying pop as it struck the concrete wall. The sudden cessation of noise was almost as shocking as the attack. Finch swung a wild, looping fist, his body off balance, his movement telegraphed and clumsy. She got her arm up, but the blow glanced off her guard and caught her squarely on the cheekbone. White light exploded behind her eyes, a supernova of pain that blurred her vision. The coppery tang of blood flooded her mouth, warm and slick, leaking from a split inside her cheek. She shook her head, blinking back tears of pain that blurred the room into a watery smear. He drew back for another swing, his breath coming in ragged, wet sobs, his face a twisted mask of fury and fear, snot and tears mixing with the sweat on his upper lip. This time, she was ready. She blocked the blow with her forearm, the impact bruising deep into the muscle with a dull thud, then seized his wrist as it recoiled, her fingers locking like a vice around the bony prominence. She spun behind him, using his own momentum, her boots pivoting on the gritty floor, and torqued his arm up high behind his back until the shoulder joint protested with a palpable, worrying strain, a deep creak of tendon and bone. He screamed, a high, ragged sound that echoed in the small room, full of genuine agony. She drove her knee into the small of his spine, not enough to cripple, but enough to break his posture, to fold him, and forced him face down onto the filthy concrete. He struggled beneath her, a fish on a line, thrashing and kicking, his boots scraping and scuffling, but she leaned her weight into the lock, her knee pressed firmly between his shoulder blades, pinning him, using gravity and leverage. His face was turned to the side, pressed against the floor, his breath puffing up little clouds of dust. "It's over," she spat, the words garbled by the blood pooling in her mouth. A single, dark drop fell from her split lip and landed with a tiny, almost inaudible puff in the dust next to his face, a period to the sentence. She could feel the frantic beat of his heart through her knee, the tremors of exhausted muscles. Pounding erupted at the front of the building, heavy, rhythmic thuds against the thick metal door, a sound of urgent force like a battering ram. Then the crash of the door giving way for a second time, a louder symphony of splintering wood, shrieking metal, and shouting voices that echoed down the halls. "The FBI!" Clear, boots thundered down the hall, a stampede of law enforcement, their flashlight beams cutting through the dusty air before they even reached the room, slicing across the doorway, illuminating the swirling dust. "In here," Katie shouted, her throat raw from dust and exertion, the shout tearing at her bruised throat. Nina, Sheriff Mitchell, and 2 deputies flooded the room, weapons drawn and scanning the corners in tight, professional arcs, their flashlight beams crisscrossing before pinning Finch to the floor in a constellation of blinding white light. They hauled him up roughly, his arms wrenched behind him. He was limp now, the fight gone, his body a dead weight. The metallic snick-snick of handcuffs was a definitive, closing sound, sharp and final. They slapped them on, tightened them with a practiced, ruthless tug that made Finch gasp, and pulled him to his feet. He stood panting, his face smeared with grime and concrete dust, a thin trickle of blood from his nose tracing a path through the filth, but he had gone silent, his head hanging, his gaze fixed on the floor between his feet. Nina was at Katie's side in an instant, a firm hand under her elbow, helping her up. Her touch was solid, grounding. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, scanned Katie's face, lingering on the already swelling cheek, the darkening bruise, and the blood on her chin and lip. Ford, Nina's tone was flat, professional, but there was a tightness around her eyes, a faint narrowing as she took in the damage. Your face, a beat of silence as her gaze dropped to Katie's raw, scraped palms, then back up. Why didn't you follow the decoy? The question wasn't an accusation, not quite, but it demanded an answer. Katie wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, the gesture clumsy, leaving a red, gritty smear across her knuckles. She winced as the movement pulled at the tender skin of her cheek. He never left, she said, her voice steadier than she felt, though it sounded thick and muffled to her own ears. She nodded toward the front of the building. The decoy was a distraction. He locked the door behind you. I heard the bolt. Sheriff Mitchell stepped forward, his bulk blocking the swaying light from the bare bulb, casting a long, distorted shadow over Finch. He gripped Finch's shoulder, his thick, calloused fingers digging into the muscle through the thin fabric of his shirt. Walter Finch. Mitchell's voice was a low rumble of disgust, weathered and hard as the concrete floor. He leaned in close, his breath a cloud in the cool air. Shoulda known you, graduate from tormentin' cats to this. Your daddy's gonna be real proud. He gave the shoulder a hard, contemptuous shake. Finch said nothing. He didn't look at Mitchell. His hollow gaze from under lowered brows was locked on Katie, tracking her every slight movement as she straightened her jacket, brushed dust from her pants. The panic was gone, burned away in the struggle and replaced by something flat and empty, a dead-eyed stare. But beneath that vacancy, if you knew where to look, was a simmering, focused rage. It was in the tight, bloodless line of his mouth, the flared nostrils, the unblinking intensity of his stare that refused to waver from her. It was a promise, silent and venomous, transmitted across the space between them. As the deputies began to lead him out, he twisted his head, looking back over his shoulder directly at her. His lips peeled back from his teeth not in a smile, but in a grimace of pure, undiluted hatred that contorted his features, making him look decades older. Then he let out a low, mocking laugh, a dry, humorless sound, more like a cough or a bark that hung in the dusty, charged air long after he was dragged from the room and down the hall, the sound of his shuffling footsteps fading. Nina bent, her movements economical and precise, and retrieved Katie's service weapon and flashlight from where they had fallen near the wall. She picked up the Glock first, brushing concrete dust from the slide with her thumb. She checked the gun's action with a quick, professional glance, racking the slide partway to ensure it hadn't been damaged or jammed with grit, before handing it over, grip first. Her fingers were cool and dry against Katie's. In her other hand, she held the skull they'd found, planted in the yard like a grisly garden ornament. She turned it over, then rapped it sharply with her knuckles. The sound it made was a dull, hollow tock-tock-tock, unmistakably artificial, the sound of plastic or resin, not bone. It's resin, Nina said, her voice matter of fact. She held it up to the light, showing the uniform color, the lack of porous texture. The prop. Movie quality or close to it. Good weight to it, though. Convincing from a distance. The words landed like a physical blow to Katie's sternum, driving the air from her lungs anew. The elation of the capture, The fierce, proud rush of having taken down a violent suspect with her own hands, the solid rightness of his arm locked behind him, curdled instantly in her gut, turning sour and cold, a lump of ice. She felt the adrenaline drain away in a sudden, sickening rush, leaving her shaky, hollow, and acutely aware of every injury. Her cheekbone pulsed in time with her heartbeat, a deep, hot ache that spread across the side of her face. Her palms stung, her elbow throbbed, her ribs ached from the impact with the wall. They watched in silence through the grimy, wire-reinforced glass of the front window as Finch was shoved into the back of a squad car, his head ducked down by a deputy's broad hand on his crown. The door slammed shut with a heavy, final thunk that resonated through the quieting swamp. The taillights flared red in the deepening twilight, two angry eyes in the gloom, then disappeared down the winding, muddy track, swallowed by the oppressive curtain of cypress and shadow, the sound of the engine fading into the chorus of frogs and insects. With Finch in custody, the atmosphere in the decaying plant shifted palpably from the high-tension, breathless urgency of pursuit to the methodical, grinding routine of processing. The change was audible, visible. The shouted command ceased, replaced by low, conversational tones. Battery-powered work lamps were brought in from the sheriff's trucks, their harsh, white lead light banishing the shadows and revealing the room in unforgiving, clinical detail, exposing every stain, every flaw. The illuminated space was no longer just a creepy office. It was a gallery of the grotesque, each horror now exposed under the sterile glare. The beam of a lamp caught a bat-winged squirrel frozen in mid-scramble up a fake tree branch, the leathery wings, likely from an actual bat, stitched with fine, dark thread to its sides, the stitches so small they looked like hairs. Another lamp, set on the floor at an angle, revealed a large garden spider, its hairy body replaced with a blown glass orb containing a startlingly realistic human iris that stared blankly, unseeingly, at the water-stained ceiling. On a high shelf, a jackalope with antlers made of sharpened, bleached chicken bones seemed to leer down at them, its button eyes gleaming with reflected light. It was a taxidermist's fever dream, a testament to patience perverted into something meticulous and vile, a collection that spoke of long, lonely hours in this reeking place. Katie walked slowly back to the hallway entrance, her body stiffening now that the fight was over, each movement sending a fresh twinge of pain through her shoulder and back. She knelt, wincing as her knees protested, and picked up one of the small, curved bones from where she'd stumbled. It was cool and smooth, lighter than she expected. She held it up in the stark, unforgiving glare of the work lamps, the white surface seeming to glow from within, every tiny pore and groove visible. "The bones?" she asked, her voice quiet in the now busy room. "Are they?" Sheriff Mitchell took it from her, his fingers rough against hers. He rolled it between his thick, calloused thumb and forefinger, feeling its weight, its texture. He didn't need to examine it long. He held it close to his eyes, squinting, then brought it to his nose and gave it a brief, cautious sniff. He nodded once, his mouth settling into a grim, downturned line. "Gator," he said, his voice a gravelly monotone. He tossed the bone back onto the small pile with a dismissive flick. "A juvenile. Plenty of M out in the slough. Easy pickings for a poacher with a .22 and no conscience. Or for someone needing practice material." He wiped his fingers on his pants, a quick, unconscious gesture of distaste. They moved methodically through the ground floor, the team of deputies now fanning out with cameras and evidence tags, the flash of their cameras popping like silent lightning, freezing each abomination in stark relief. The old break room was a time capsule of grime, a rusted sink stained brown, a table with laminate peeling up in brittle curls, a dead microwave with its door hanging open like a slack jaw. But the faint, skittering noise that reached their ears, a scratching, scurrying sound, a faint, high-pitched whimper, was distinctly, urgently alive. It came from under the floor near an old, cold metal sink, a sound of movement and distress, faint but persistent. They followed the sound, their footsteps loud and deliberate on the worn, cracked linoleum that was sticky in places with unidentifiable residue, to a hallway alcove that seemed to serve as a storage nook for broken furniture and old, crusted paint cans. And there, set into the wall between two exposed studs, was a door that didn't belong. It was heavy, new steel, painted a flat, industrial gray that stood out against the aged, mildewed wallboard, set into a reinforced frame that had been recently welded to the existing structure, the weld beads rough and silvery. It had no exterior handle, no knob, no keyhole. Just a smooth, featureless face. "Sublevels behind there," Mitchell said, running a hand along the cold, unyielding metal. He knocked on it with his knuckles. It gave back a solid, dead thud. "Old utility space for the pump's electrical." "But that door, it only opens out." He traced the edge of the frame with a fingertip. "It's a barricade. Or a lock from the inside. No way in from here unless you've got a torch." Katie's mind replayed the frantic chase, Finch's initial flight path before he doubled back with the saw. The blur of movement had been toward the interior halls, not the open bay. "He ran toward the interior, not away from it," she said slowly, thinking aloud, piecing together the seconds in her head, the sequence of events. "He wasn't trying to escape into the swamp. Not really. He was heading for a bolt hole. A place to hide until we left, thinking he'd fled." Her eyes scanned the adjacent rooms, the logic clicking into place with a cold, sinking clarity. The dummy was a diversion to clear the building of the main force. The locked front door was to keep them out while he hid, to make them think he was outside. But where could he hide that they wouldn't find, even in a search? Somewhere they'd already looked, or somewhere hidden in plain sight. Her gaze, sweeping the now brightly lit equipment bay, landed on a large, freestanding metal locker, the kind used in schools or factories, about 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide. It was painted a chipped, faded green, crammed with smaller, less dramatic specimens, tucked in a shadowy corner near a rusted compressor, almost an afterthought compared to the wall-mounted horrors. It held a two-headed fox kit floating in murky, yellowish fluid, the heads facing opposite directions, mouths open in silent, twin screams, a large glass jar of fused, pale frogs in a permanent, silent knot of limbs, a desiccated snake coiled tightly around an abandoned bird's nest, as if strangling it. It looked like a decoy itself, a display meant to be noticed, examined briefly with a shudder, and dismissed as just another part of the macabre collection, not worth a second look. "Nina," Katie said, her voice low, nodding toward it. She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. Nina followed her look, her eyes narrowing, her head tilting slightly as she assessed the locker's placement, its contents. Without a word, she crossed the room, her boots echoing in the now quiet space. She pulled a pair of latex gloves from her pocket with a snap, the sound crisp, and tugged them on. She carefully, almost reverently, pulled the heavy glass jar of the two-headed fox out, the fluid inside sloshing thickly, and set it carefully on the floor with a soft clink. She knelt in front of the locker, ignoring the grime, and began feeling along the ornate, faux wood-grain bottom panel, her fingers probing the seams and edges with delicate pressure. Near the back, close to the wall, her pressing was met with a slight, almost imperceptible give, a flexibility that shouldn't be there in a metal panel. She applied more pressure, her fingertips whitening, and a section of the panel, cleverly cut along the pattern lines to be nearly invisible, hinged upward silently on small, well-oiled pins. It revealed a crude, jagged hole cut directly through the concrete floor and the wooden subfloor beneath, about 2 feet square, the edges rough and uneven, as if hacked out with a sledgehammer and chisel. A wave of air, frigid and damp, wafted up immediately, carrying a chorus of faint, distressed animal cries that were suddenly clear and heartbreaking, whimpers, frantic scratching against metal, a low, guttural hiss, the clack of reptilian jaws. Without a word, Katie got on her hands and knees, the cold of the concrete seeping instantly through the fabric of her pants. She peered down into the blackness, but the light from the room illuminated only the first few feet of a rough wooden ladder, its rungs nailed haphazardly to the side of the concrete foundation, the wood dark with moisture and age. She holstered her gun, the movement stiff, took a last, deep breath of the relatively clean, dusty air above, and lowered herself through the opening, her shoulders brushing the rough-cut sides of the hole. The ladder creaked and groaned alarmingly under her weight, feeling insubstantial, each rung flexing. She descended into the cold, the temperature dropping at least 20 degrees with each rung, the air growing thick, damp, and heavy in her lungs. Her boots found solid ground, concrete, slick with condensation and something else, something sticky. She crouched, one hand on the damp, cold wall for balance. The darkness was total, a physical pressure against her eyes, a velvet black that yielded nothing. The reek was overwhelming, a thick, palpable cocktail that hit in layers. The eye-watering ammonia of concentrated animal urine, the ripe, fecal stench of droppings, the musky odor of wet fur and fierce sweat, and beneath it all, the sweet, cloying, nauseating smell of death and preservative chemicals like formaldehyde and ethyl alcohol. It coated the back of her throat, clinging to her sinuses, making her want to gag. She stayed crouched for a moment, listening, letting her eyes adjust to nothing. The animal sounds were closer now, more desperate, coming from multiple points in the blackness ahead and to her left. A frantic scrabbling, a low, continuous whine. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Katie Ford watched the man on the other side of the glass. The observation room was a small, airless box that smelled of stale coffee, Sheriff Mitchell's cheap aftershave, and the faint, sweet tang of old sweat soaked into the walls. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was a constant, low-grade buzz that vibrated in her molars and seemed to pulse in time with her own heartbeat. Walter Finch, secured to a metal chair bolted to the floor, looked diminished under the harsh, shadowless light, a far cry from the snarling threat in his farmhouse shadows. The lights leached the color from his skin, making the dark circles under his eyes look like smudges of charcoal. His shoulders were hunched forward, making the orange jumpsuit seem too large, the fabric bunching at his elbows and knees. A faint tremor, almost imperceptible, ran through his legs, causing the ankle chains to make a soft, continuous shush-shush sound against the concrete, a metronome of nervous energy. Nina Shaw stood beside her, arms crossed, her posture a study in contained energy. She hadn't taken her eyes off Finch since they'd entered, her gaze tracking the minute twitches of his hands, the way his throat worked as he swallowed. Sheriff Dale Mitchell leaned against the wall near the door, rolling a toothpick from one corner of his mouth to the other. The sound of the wooden pick scraping against his teeth was a tiny, grating counterpoint to the fluorescent hum. "Last chance to tag team him," Shaw said, her voice a low murmur that didn't carry beyond the three of them. Her eyes remained fixed on the glass, unblinking. "I can open. Soften him up, get him used to the rhythm of denial. You come in fresh, hit him with the profile specifics. It's a classic 1-2. Lets you preserve your energy for the knockout." Katie's own reflection was a ghostly overlay on the scene. She saw the determined set of her jaw, the slight tightening around her own eyes, the way she held her shoulders a little too straight. "I've got it," she said, and the words felt solid in her mouth. The profile was hers. The arrest was hers. The confession would be too. A current of certainty ran beneath the nervous flutter in her stomach, a live wire of conviction. She focused on that wire, letting it steady her. She consciously relaxed her shoulders, letting them drop a half-inch from their rigid position. She took a slow, deliberate breath, feeling her ribs expand against the lining of her blazer. And as she exhaled, she pressed the manila folder she held more firmly against her thigh, the solid corners a grounding pressure point in her palm. This is the moment, she thought. This is where it leaves the page. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, Shaw's analytical stare, Mitchell's weary skepticism, but it was a grounding weight, not a crushing one. She was ready to step through the glass. Mitchell spat the toothpick into a small metal trash can with a tinny clang. The sound was abruptly loud in the quiet room. He cleared his throat, a rough, phlegmy sound. Just remember, this guy's a grade A creep. He's spent his whole life getting under people's skin. He's gonna try to get a rise out of you. Play to your sympathy, your disgust, whatever he thinks he can hook. Don't let him. He's like a tick. You give him an inch of reaction, he burrows in. He pushed off the wall, his boots scraping on the linoleum. And for God's sake, don't buy the poor, misunderstood artist bullshit. I've had him in here twice before on nuisance calls, trespassing on state land to poach, threatening a neighbor with a hatchet over a property line. He's got a smile like a broken zipper and a heart full of spiders. He'll try to charm you if he thinks it'll work. Shaw finally turned her head, a slow, deliberate pivot. Her gaze was sharp and evaluating, scanning Katie's face as if reading a report. Aggression is a dead end with this type. He's used to it. Expects it. He'll just shut down behind a wall of smug silence or fake outrage. You have to get inside his head. Make him squirm on the inside until it shows on the outside. She uncrossed her arms and tapped her own temple with a single finger. It's not about what he says. It's about how he says it. The pauses. The eye movements. What he can't stop looking at. The things he has to look away from. That's your map. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping even lower. He requested you. That's a hook. He's curious. Use that. Let his curiosity pull him into your space. But the second he thinks he's leading you, he'll snap the line. You have to be the one holding the rod, even when he thinks he's swimming free. Katie nodded, absorbing the advice, mentally filing it alongside the textbook protocols and case studies. She ran through the opening sequence in her mind, the walk, the sit, the first exchange. She visualized keeping her breathing even, her hands still. She thought of the profile points she needed to land. The escalation from animal to human, the need for control, rooted in childhood helplessness, the theatricality of the crime scenes that mirrored his own curated displays of death. She took a final, steadying breath, tasting the stale air, coffee, sweat, cheap pine cleaner, and turned toward the heavy, steel-reinforced door that separated the observation booth from the interrogation cell. The door was a slab of pale gray metal, with a small, reinforced window of wired glass at eye level. A brushed steel handle, cool to the touch even through the ambient warmth of the booth, operated a thick locking mechanism. She wrapped her fingers around it. The metal was smooth, slightly oily from countless hands. As she pushed down, the latch released with a solid, muffled thunk that she felt more than heard, the sound dampened by the rubber seals around the frame. She leaned her weight into it. The door swung inward on silent, heavy hinges. A rush of cooler, drier air washed over her face, carrying with it a new, sharper scent profile. The astringent, alkaline bite of industrial-grade floor cleaner, the faint, coppery metallic tang of the steel table and chains, and beneath it all, the sour, unmistakable odor of fierce wet, stale and fresh at once. The temperature drop was immediate, raising goosebumps on her arms beneath the sleeves of her blazer. It was a tactical cold, designed to seep into the bones, to make a subject crave warmth and comfort, to make them want to leave. This was the arena. The room was a concrete cube, 10 feet by 12. The walls were painted a flat, institutional green that had faded to a sickly mint, scarred with scuffs and what looked like old, dark stains that had been scrubbed but not erased. A single, caged fluorescent fixture was centered in the ceiling, pouring a shadowless, unforgiving light onto the steel table bolted to the floor. Walter Finch sat in its glare. His eyes, dull and bloodshot, tracked her with a predator's languid interest as she crossed the 10 feet of stained concrete floor. His gaze didn't dart. It swept over her in a slow, assessing drag, from the sensible heels of her shoes up the line of her trousers, over her blazer, to her face, where it settled. It was the look of a man examining a new specimen, calculating its potential for reaction. The only sounds were the decisive, measured click of her heels on the gritty floor, and the distant, metallic rattle of his restraints. The floor felt uneven underfoot, tiny particles of dirt and sand crunching, almost imperceptibly with each step. She focused on the sound, using it to mark her progress, to control her pace. A click, a crunch, a click, a crunch. His wrists were cuffed to a heavy steel ring welded to the center of the table. The skin around the metal was red and abraded, showing pale pink lines where he'd pulled against them. His fingers were long, the nails dirty and bitten to the quick. Ankle chains, links thick as her thumb, glinted dully under the table's edge, tethered to another bolt in the floor. The faint tremor she'd seen through the glass was more pronounced here. A constant, fine vibration in his thighs and calves that made the chains shiver and sing a faint, high-pitched hum against the concrete. He was either coming down from something, or the adrenaline of the arrest was finally bleeding away, leaving the raw, jangling nerves beneath. He didn't look afraid. He looked wired and empty at the same time. She reached the cold, hard plastic chair opposite him. It was bolted to the floor as well, but with a slight give. She pulled it out, the legs scraping faintly on the floor with a sound like a sigh of resignation. She sat, settling her weight evenly, feeling the unyielding plastic through the fabric of her trousers. She placed the plain manila folder squarely between them, using both hands to align it perfectly with the edge of the table, centering it so that it was the only object on the steel surface besides his cuffed hands. The gesture was deliberate, ritualistic. She let her own hands come to rest on the table, palms down, fingers slightly spread. Non-threatening. Open. In control. The tabletop was cold, a deep, sucking cold that leached the warmth from her skin immediately. She kept them there. A long moment of silence stretched out, broken only by the oppressive, resonant hum of the lights and his shallow, uneven breathing. She let it sit, establishing control of the tempo, counting the seconds in her head. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. She watched his eyes. They darted from her face to the folder to the mirror behind her, lingering on the mirror for a half-second too long, then back to her hands. He was taking inventory, looking for tells, for jewelry, for a wedding band, for anything he could use. So they sent the intern? Finch's voice was a dry rasp, as if he hadn't used it in days, the words scraping out of his throat like stones over gravel. He didn't smile, but a deep crease at the corner of his mouth suggested one, a parenthesis of contempt etched into his sallow skin. Katie met his gaze, keeping her own face neutral, almost bored. She let a beat pass, then another, holding his eyes without challenge, without reaction. 3 Mississippi. 4. She saw a flicker of uncertainty in his own gaze, a questioning at her lack of immediate response. Good. The intern who put you on the floor, she replied evenly, her voice calm, devoid of boast or heat. She let the statement hang in the chilled air between them, a simple fact. She watched his eyes. A flash of annoyance there and gone, replaced by a slower, more calculated appraisal. His tongue darted out, a quick pink flicker, to wet his chapped lower lip. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his scrawny neck. He gave a thin, humorless smile that didn't reach his eyes, which remained flat and watchful like those of a reptile on a sun-warmed rock. A lucky shot. A pretty face like yours belongs on a magazine, not playing cop in some backwater. He leaned back as far as the cuffs would allow, a show of forced relaxation. The chains rattled, a hollow, discordant sound. He tried to cross his ankles, but the shackles prevented it, leaving his legs splayed awkwardly. FBI Special Agent, she corrected, her tone flat and instructional, letting the title sit between them like a stone dropped into still water. She leaned back slightly in her chair, mirroring his posture but with an ease he couldn't manage, a posture of relaxed authority. The plastic chair creaked under her weight, a companion sound to his chains. Must have been one hell of an interview process. His gaze dropped from her face, traveling slowly, deliberately down to her hands on the table. He lingered on her bare fingers, then traced back up along her sleeve to her collar, her throat, her mouth. It was a deliberately invasive sweep, a cheap attempt to establish dominance through manufactured discomfort, to make her feel like an object on display. Katie didn't blink, didn't shift her hands. She'd endured worse stares in Quantico simulations, under lights just as harsh, from instructors trying to break her composure. She let him look. She focused on the feeling of the cold table under her palms, on the steady rhythm of her own breathing. When his eyes finally crawled back up to meet hers, she held them, her expression unchanged. You requested me. And specifically. Why? She tilted her head a fraction, a mirror of his earlier gesture of appraisal, but hers was one of genuine, clinical inquiry. He tilted his head the other way, a parody of thought, his neck cracking softly with the movement. Figure it out, Special Agent. You're the profiler. That's your party trick, right? Reading minds from the scraps, he spread his cuffed hands slightly, as if offering himself up for examination. Go on. Tell me my life story. I'm all ears. I'd rather you told me. Saves us both time. She kept her voice level, a gentle, persistent pressure, like a thumb testing a bruise. Try harder. He shifted in his seat, trying to find a comfortable position and failing, the chains clinking with a hollow, final sound. He let out a short, breathy laugh that smelled of stale coffee and neglected teeth. But I'll trade you. What has two thumbs and would rather talk to a young woman than some washed-up sheriff or a stone-cold bitch who looks like she chews nails? He held up his cuffed hands, thumbs extended awkwardly, the gesture clumsy and constrained by the steel. This guy. The crass, performative bravado threw her for a half-second. She de-prepared for a sullen, avoidant man, coiled in defensive silence or a raging, defiant one. This was a performance. He was playing a role, the unimpressed, crude loner who wasn't afraid of them, who found the whole situation vaguely amusing. It was a mask, and like all masks, it had cracks. She noted the over-delivery of the line, the slight, theatrical widening of his eyes as he said, "Stone-cold bitch." The way his gaze darted to the mirror behind her immediately after he spoke, checking for his audience's reaction. He was playing to the observation room, to Shaw and Mitchell. He wanted to show them he wasn't cowed. She decided to ignore the provocation entirely, changing tack with clinical precision, as if he'd said nothing of consequence, as if his attempt at shock was a minor, irrelevant noise. Let's talk about your workshop. The tools. The specimens you collected. A spark of genuine interest lit his dull eyes, a quickening that was unmistakable. It was the first real emotion she'd seen, cutting through the performance like a knife through gauze. His posture shifted minutely, leaning forward an inch despite the cuffs. It's a legitimate business. Or it was before you people tore through it like a tornado. His voice lost some of its rasp, gaining a defensive, proprietary edge. Taxidermy requires specimens. You can't just order them online. Not the good ones. You have to find them. Prepare them. It's a craft. Specimens that you starve and torture. That's a business choice. Keeping raccoons in cages so small they can't turn around. Letting infections fester without treatment. Her voice remained calm, dispassionate, stating facts as if reading from an inventory list. She saw a muscle in his cheek tighten at the word torture, a tiny tick beneath the skin. His jaw clenched. He chuckled, a dry, crackling sound like leaves being crushed underfoot. That's a hobby. Separate from the business. Quality control? He said the last two words with a strange emphasis, as if they were a sacred principle. You see how an animal behaves under stress, you learn its true form. The fight in it, the fear, makes the preservation more authentic. You capture the moment, not just the shape. Anyone can stuff a hide. I capture the essence. Disgust was a sharp, coppery taste at the back of her throat. She felt her own throat constrict, but she controlled her breathing, kept her hands relaxed on the table, fingers still. She willed away the image of the small, frantic creatures in their filth, the stench of the basement, the rows of glassy-eyed trophies. Your hobbies have earned you a list of charges. Animal cruelty. Theft of protected species. Assaulting a federal officer. She leaned forward an inch, a small invasion of his space. The cold of the table pressed harder against her forearms. And that's before we discuss where you were 2 nights ago, around midnight. That's not a hobby. That's a different category altogether. His posture stiffened. The performative slouch disappeared, his spine straightening a fraction against the cold chair back. The tremor in his legs stilled, frozen. His eyes, which had been roaming her face, now locked onto hers with a new intensity. What about it? The words were cautious, guarded, each one measured out. A live-streamed murder was broadcast from the Delacroix Chemical Company. A man was killed. I think you were involved. Me? His voice rose in what sounded like genuine, sputtering outrage, cracking on the word. His eyes widened, showing yellowed whites veined with red. He tried to throw his hands up in a gesture of disbelief, but the cuffs yanked them back to the table with a sharp, metallic rattle. You're insane. I was home. I'm always home. That place is a death trap. Why the hell would I go there? You attacked me with a power tool tonight, she said, her voice dropping a degree, becoming more intimate, more accusatory, forcing him to lean in slightly to hear. A drill. You don't get to play the shocked, law-abiding civilian now. The man I met tonight is fully capable of violence. Of ending a life. You enjoy the process of ending things. You just told me you do. I was defending my property from trespassers. He snapped, his voice rising again, the cords in his neck standing out. You were breaking in. In the middle of the night. I'm not a killer. He spat the last word, his lips curling back from his teeth in a grimace of distaste, as if the very concept was foul in his mouth. A house full of decaying monsters and suffering creatures, paints a picture, Walter. It suggests a sadist. Someone who needs total control over living things because he feels he has control over nothing else in his life. She leaned forward another inch, her voice softening into something almost sympathetic, a confiding tone that contrasted with the icy room. It makes me wonder when the subjects of your experiments stopped being just animals. When the need for control, for that authentic moment of fear, demanded a higher stakes subject. A subject that could talk back. A subject that could really fear you. One that could understand what was happening. I've never killed a person. His denial was flat, automatic, devoid of the earlier theatricality or outrage. It was a rote line, well practiced, maybe even said to himself in the dark, in the quiet of his rotting house. He looked down at the table between them, not at her, focusing on a deep scratch in the steel. Then, give me your alibi for last Friday night as well. Around 10 p.m. A man named Earl Duchamp was killed at the Beaumont building. He shrugged, the movement jerky and truncated by the cuffs. The earlier smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth again, but it was weaker now, a ghost of the bravado, lacking conviction. Home. Alone. I've been busy with my projects for weeks. No witnesses, unless you count the possums in the crawl space. They're not great conversationalists. You could ask them, but they're shy. He tried to inject a note of levity, but it fell flat, the words echoing dully in the cold room. His smug tone was a live wire against her patience. She felt a heat rise in her cheeks but willed it down, focusing on the cold of the table under her palms, on the slow count of her own heartbeats. The tough guy routine just makes you look guiltier. The man we're after is facing life in a supermax. Or lethal injection at Angola. This isn't a game, Walter. This is the end of the line. The only thing you get to choose now is how you walk down it. Alone, denying everything, or giving us something we can use. Finch ignored the implication, the threat of consequence. He studied her face with a renewed, unsettling intensity, his eyes narrowing to slits. The fear and outrage seemed to drain away, replaced by a cold curiosity. He was retreating into observation, into analysis. Did you have a pet? When you were little, the question came out of left field, soft, almost conversational, as if they were two acquaintances sharing a memory. The shift was jarring. She decided to follow the thread, see where he was trying to lead her, what vulnerability he was probing for. She kept her expression open, neutral. A dog. A golden retriever. His name was Sam. A faint, knowing nod. I had one too. A mutt. A scrappy thing. Followed me everywhere. Got old. Sick. Couldn't walk. Couldn't control his bowels. His eyes held hers, unblinking. The room felt even colder, the air thinner, as if he were sucking the oxygen out of it with his story. I put him down myself. Out behind the shed. With a shovel. One clean hit. He paused, his gaze drifting to the middle distance, seeing the memory. He was my first. He said it with a strange, solemn pride, a craftsman discussing his inaugural work, his voice tinged with a perverse nostalgia. He was probing for a reaction, trying to reclaim the unsettling ground, to paint himself as a merciful executor rather than a torturer, to find a common thread of hard necessity in the ugly business of death. She turned it back on him, her voice devoid of judgment, simply connecting dots, weaving his story into the darker narrative she was building. And after that, you worked your way up the food chain. Dogs, then strays, then protected species. pushing the boundary of what you could control, what you could end. Testing the feeling. Seeing how far you could go. Until nothing was off limits. Because if nothing is off limits, you're finally in charge. No one can tell you no, not even your own conscience. The line just disappears. Wrong. The word was sharp, a crack in his facade like a gunshot in the quiet room. A muscle in his jaw twitched, a tiny, frantic pulse beneath the skin. His breathing hitched, becoming shallow. The detached curiosity was gone, replaced by a flash of something raw anger, or maybe a deep personal offense. You don't know what you're talking about. There's a line. There's always a line. She went for the psychological kill, her voice dropping to a near whisper, forcing him to lean in slightly to hear, drawing him into her space, making him a participant in his own dissection. Was it because of your father, Walter? The nightly visits to your room? She saw his pupils dilate, a black expansion in the muddy brown of his irises. She pressed on, her words soft, precise, and devastating. You'd lie there in the dark, pretending to be asleep, the sheets pulled up to your chin, the rough cotton against your skin, praying he'd skip you just once. Your heart pounding so loud you were sure he could hear it, a drum in the silent house. She paused, watching the color drain from his face, leaving it a waxy, bloodless yellow. His lips parted slightly. He never did, though. So the next day, you'd find something smaller and weaker to hurt. A cat. The bird. To feel powerful again. To feel like you had a choice. That's how the engine started, wasn't it? A little spark of control in all that helplessness. And it's been running ever since. You've just been feeding it different fuel. Animals. Tools. Now people. Finch recoiled as if physically struck, his shoulders jerking back against the chair with a thud. His face paled to a sickly gray, then flushed with a violent, mottled red that crept up his neck and into his hairline like a rising tide of fury. His breath hitched, coming in short, sharp gasps that fogged faintly in the chilled air. Shut your mouth, he snarled, the words thick choked. You don't know anything about my life. You're just making up stories. You're a fucking vulture, picking at bones you don't understand. And you never escaped it, she continued, relentless, her voice still calm and measured amidst his gathering storm. She didn't raise her volume. She made him strain to hear the condemnation, leaning into the silence she created. That's why you live in that rotting house at the end of a forgotten road, surrounded by your creations. It's not a retreat. It's a mirror. A museum of your own damage. Because you know, deep down, you don't belong anywhere else. You're as monstrous as the things you make, Walter. You just wear a different skin. Enough, the word was a raw, guttural scream that tore from his throat, raw and ragged. He slammed his cuffed fists down on the steel table with a deafening, metallic bang that echoed like a gunshot in the small, hard room. The vibration traveled up through the table and into Katie's arms, a jolt of pure, adrenalized force. The manila folder jumped, skidding an inch toward her. Outside the door, the silhouette of the guard shifted, turning sharply toward the window, a dark shape swelling in the wired glass, a hand going to his belt. Finch's body shook, tendons standing out in his neck like straining cables. His hands, still cuffed to the ring, clenched into white-knuckled fists, the skin stretched taut over the knuckles, pale and bloodless. I kill animals. I stay away from people. That's the whole fucking point. That's why I live like a goddamn hermit. You think I want this? You think I want any of this? Spittle flew from his lips, catching the harsh light in tiny, fleeting sparks. He took a heaving, ragged breath, his chest straining against the coarse orange jumpsuit. And they're not creations, they're real. They have names. Don't talk about what you don't understand. You don't understand anything. In his rage, Katie saw something terrifying, raw, unfiltered truth. His denial about the murders wasn't the practiced lie of a guilty man weaving a story. It was the furious, defensive conviction of someone accused of a sin they genuinely hadn't committed. He believed what he was saying. The violence, the cruelty, the sickness, he owned all of it, wore it like his jumpsuit, but he had drawn a line at human life, and her accusation that he had crossed it was, to him, a profound and offensive injustice. The outrage was real. The betrayal was real. The line, for him, existed. And she had just accused him of vaulting over it. She waited for the storm to pass, sitting perfectly still, her face a placid mask, her hands still flat on the table, though her fingertips had gone numb from the cold. His breathing gradually slowed from ragged, wet gasps to harsh, rhythmic pulls that sounded painful. The violent trembling subsided back into the earlier, nervous tremor, now amplified by exhaustion and the crash from his outburst. He stared at the scarred surface of the table, refusing to look at her, emotionally spent, his head hanging forward so that his lank hair fell over his eyes. Calmly, deliberately, she reached out and opened the manila folder. The sound of the cardboard flap breaking the seal was loud in the new quiet, a crisp, official sound that seemed to reset the room. She lifted the first glossy photograph by its edges, careful not to leave prints on the shiny surface. "If you're innocent of these," she said, her voice returning to a professional, detached tone, the intimate whisper gone, "then you won't mind looking at these. Help us understand what we're actually dealing with. Since you're an expert on authentic moments," she slid the top photograph across the smooth steel toward him. It was the scene from the Delacroix plant, the grim industrial setting, the vat, the evidence of a staged theatrical murder. The colors were too vivid under the crime scene photographer's flash, the contrast harsh, illuminating every rust-stained detail of the abandoned factory turned charnel house. Finch's eyes flicked down, drawn by the movement of the sliding paper. He glanced at the image for less than a second, a flash of color and shape and implied violence, and jerked his head away as if burned, a full-body flinch that made his chains rattle. "Jesus Christ. That's vile. I don't want to see that. Get it away from me." He squeezed his eyes shut tight, his eyelids fluttering. "You have a basement that smells like a slaughterhouse, but a photograph of a murder scene disturbs you?" She left the photo where it was, a silent, gleaming accusation on the table between his shackled hands. "Look at it. Tell me what you see." "I don't like looking at dead people," he insisted, his voice tight and thin, strained. He kept his eyes averted, focusing on the wall to her left, on a water stain shaped like a continent. "It's different. It's wrong. It's not right. We believe the killer was copying H.H. Holmes here. The murder castle from Chicago, was it?" She feigned uncertainty, frowning slightly as if trying to recall a distant fact, tapping her chin with a finger in a gesture of thought. She was presenting herself as slightly unsure, inviting him to correct her, to engage with the facts and step away from the emotional horror of the image. "Chicago," Finch muttered automatically, his eyes still averted, his voice hollow. "The World's Fair Hotel. 1893. He built chutes to move the bodies to the basement. Gas chambers. Dissection tables." He recited it like a student recalling a lesson, his tone flat. "Right. A coward who built a hotel to trap and kill people because he thought he could outsmart everyone. Because he liked the control. The architecture of it. Finch's eyes flickered, finally moving from the wall to her face, then quickly away again, avoiding the photo. Holmes. Yeah. I've read about him. Insurance fraud mostly. Was this one for money too? There was no judgment in the question, only a clinical, almost academic curiosity. He was retreating into facts, away from the image, into a world he understood, the mechanics of murder, not the meat of it. We don't think so. Finch nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the tabletop, but carefully avoiding the photograph, focusing on a different scratch in the steel instead. Maybe he was just bored. In that world, you know. Empty places. Dangerous ideas. He said it without heat, a simple, callous assessment, as if discussing the weather. Nothing to do, nowhere to be. The mind wanders to dark places. She let the comment hang in the cold air, a data point to be logged. A boredom. Empty places. It fit a hermit's psychology, but it was too generic, too easy. Then she produced the next photo, placing it beside the first with a soft, deliberate tap of her fingernail on the glossy surface. Earl Duchamp at the Beaumont building, the dark, congealed pool on the floor like a shadow, the fine spray pattern on the display case behind like a macabre abstract painting. This man was bludgeoned in a place he watched over for years. The scene was a mess. Sloppy. Emotional. We think it might be a copy of Ed Jane. Grave robbery, post-mortem mutilation in a domestic setting. Amateur hour, really. Someone in over his head, trying on a persona that doesn't fit. She injected a note of professional contempt into her voice, dismissing the killer's skill. Never heard of him, Finch muttered, his gaze fixed on a point on the wall above her head, his jaw working as if he were chewing on the inside of his cheek. But she saw his pupils contract slightly, a minute flinch at the very periphery of his vision as the new image entered his field of view, a subconscious recoil from the violence. He hadn't heard of Jane, but the sight of the blood, the intimate violence of a bludgeoning in a quiet place, affected him viscerally. The third photo came out. Eleanor Moss in her bloodied bed, the sheets a chaotic riot of crimson, her small form nearly lost in the violence of the color. An elderly woman, stabbed repeatedly in her sleep. She never had a chance. Didn't even wake up. A coward's crime. We think it's a botched copy of Aileen Wuornos, the female serial killer who shot her victims. Guess you need a woman to do a woman's job right. She infused the last sentence with a hint of contempt, aimed at the unknown killer's incompetence, trying to provoke a reaction of pride or correction. This time, Finch gave the photo a cursory, sweeping glance, his eyes moving across it and away in one fluid, dismissive motion. His expression was one of detached distaste, the corners of his mouth turning down, his nose wrinkling slightly, like someone looking at a roadkill animal they have to steer around. Living to that age, bedridden. Killer probably did her a favor. Put her out of her misery. Saved the state some money. He shrugged again, the chains clinking with a hollow sound. Not very creative, though. A stabbing. A messy. A personal. If you're gonna do it, at least make it interesting. He showed no flicker of recognition, no hidden pride of authorship, no secret smile of satisfaction at seeing his work displayed. There was only a detached, almost clinical distaste for the subject matter itself, death, disorder, the human body violated. It was the reaction of a man who lived with death, who curated it, but had a specific, narrow compartment for it. These images of human death didn't belong in his compartment. They were foreign, disturbing, other. His cruelty had a taxonomy, and this wasn't part of it. The realization was a cold stone dropping into her gut. A wave of fatigue, cold and heavy, crashed over Katie. It settled in her bones, made her eyelids feel weighted with lead. It was mixed with a rising tide of frustration that tightened her scalp and made her fingers ache to curl into fists against the cold steel. The urge to reach across the table, to grab the front of his jumpsuit and shake the truth out of him, to scream, "Just look at it, you did this," was almost overwhelming. She could feel the seconds ticking away in the relentless hum of the lights, each second a grain of sand falling. Her theory, their theory, the one that had brought her here, that had felt so brilliantly, devastatingly right in the quiet of the motel room, and the chaos of the farmhouse, was beginning to leak air like a punctured tire, hissing softly into the sterile, cold room. He was wrong. He had to be wrong. The farmhouse, the taxidermy, the rage, the pathology, it all fit like a lock and key. But the chilling realization seeped in, cold as the air on her skin. It was fitting around the edges of the wrong man. The key turned smoothly in the lock of his psyche, but the door didn't open to the room they needed. It opened to a different horror, one that was adjacent but not identical. The disappointment was a physical ache, a hollowing out beneath her ribs. Finch let out a long, weary sigh, a sound of profound exasperation that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, as if he were the one being inconvenienced by this entire charade, by her failure to see the obvious. "Look," he said, waving a dismissive, cuffed hand in the air between them, the chain rattling like a loose tailpipe. "You're throwing famous names and ugly pictures at me like I'm supposed to know something, like I'm supposed to be impressed or something. And I told you. I didn't do it. I don't know who did. I don't care who did. We're done. I'm done. I want a lawyer, and I want to go back to my cell. This chair is giving me a pain in my back." Katie opened her mouth, hunting for one last angle, one final pressure point she hadn't tried. There wasn't one. She could feel the interrogation's momentum, already fragile, collapsing completely now, folding in on itself like wet paper. Whatever Finch was, and he was something violent and damaged and capable of cruelty that most people would find unimaginable. He was not the architect of the museum, not the man who had stood in the east wing of the Beaumont building for hours, motionless, waiting. He did not have that kind of patience. She understood that now in the way you understood things after the fact, clearly and too late, with the particular shame of having believed your own certainty too completely. She pushed back her chair, the legs scraping on the linoleum with a sound like a complaint. The door burst open. It hit the rubber stop on the wall with a crack like a gunshot, and Katie's hand moved to her hip by reflex before she'd registered the figure in the doorway. Nina Shaw stood backlit by the brighter hallway lights, her expression stripped of its usual professional armor. What was underneath was something Katie hadn't seen on Shaw's face before. Not fear exactly. Urgency at a register that bypassed the normal chain of command. Her chest rose and fell with quick, shallow breaths. Her eyes, wide and dark, locked onto Katie's and delivered their message before she spoke a word. "Agent Ford," Shaw said, her voice cutting clean through the stagnant, cold air of the room. "We need to talk. Now." Katie was already on her feet. She didn't look back at Finch, didn't offer a closing formality, didn't acknowledge the small, sour smile she could feel forming on his face behind her. She crossed the room in 4 steps and followed Shaw into the hallway, pulling the door shut behind her. The fluorescent lights out here were merciless after the interrogation room's sickly half-dark, and she blinked against them. Shaw had already moved 3 paces down the corridor, putting distance between them and the door. She turned, her voice dropping to just above a murmur. The ME's office just called. Dr. Porter never came back from his break. His receptionist has been covering for him. She thought he'd just stepped out for an extended lunch. He hasn't been in since this morning. She held Katie's gaze, letting the weight of it settle. His car is gone from the parking lot. His phone goes straight to voicemail. The corridor was very quiet. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and closed, a distant domestic sound from another world. He knew we'd get to Finch, Katie said. The thought arrived already fully formed, the logic assembling itself in the 2 seconds of silence. Finch was always a dead end. Porter knew that. He's been watching this investigation from inside it. She felt the cold move through her, a slow, thorough chill. He's not hiding. He's in motion. Shaw's jaw tightened. That's what I think. Then we need to move faster than he is. Shaw turned toward the exit without another word, already pulling her phone from her jacket, already dialing. Katie fell into step beside her, the interrogation room and Walter Finch, and the whole exhausted dead end of the last 2 hours dropping away behind them, irrelevant now. The real investigation was somewhere outside, in a car moving. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The GPS had been so confident about it. That was the thing Jamie Walsh kept coming back to, even later, when he was trying to explain it to people who asked why he hadn't just turned around. The voice on the app had been calm and certain, recalculating around the closed highway on-ramp without any drama, routing him down the state road, and then the county road, and then the unpaved track with the same placid authority it used for shopping centers and drive-thrus. In 400 feet, turn right. Like it was nothing. Like this was normal. He'd taken the gig through the app. Courier work, same as always, pickup at a warehouse address on the east side, delivery to a residential address 40 miles out. The pay was triple the standard rate, which he'd noticed but not questioned, because triple rate was rent money and he was 3 weeks behind. The warehouse pickup had been legitimate enough, or at least, it fit the pattern of the cash-in-hand jobs that sometimes rooted through the platform to keep things arm's length. The address was a low, corrugated metal building in an industrial park that was mostly dark by 8 p.m. A single loading bay door was open, spilling a rectangle of harsh white light onto the cracked asphalt. Jamie pulled his Honda up to it, the engine sounding too loud in the quiet. A man stood in the bay, silhouetted against the light. He was maybe 50, wearing a stained canvas jacket. He didn't move as Jamie got out. "I'm here for the pickup for Walsh," Jamie said, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space behind the man. He could smell oil and concrete dust. The man turned without a word and walked into the warehouse. Jamie hesitated, then followed him in. The space was vast and mostly empty, just a few pallets stacked against a far wall. In the center of the floor sat a single crate, about the size of a microwave, wrapped in thick brown plastic and sealed with heavy-duty tape. No markings. No shipping label. The man stopped beside it and nodded at it, then at Jamie. His eyes, deep-set and shadowed, never quite met Jamie's. They focused on a point just past his shoulder. "That's it. Do I need to sign anything? Get a receipt?" "No," the man's voice was flat. He shifted his weight, his boots scraping on the concrete. The message was clear: take it and go. A flutter of discomfort stirred in Jamie's gut. It was the lack of eye contact, the absolute absence of any procedural chatter. But the crate was there, the job was there, and the money was already pending in the app. He pushed the feeling down. This happened. Some clients were just like that. He hefted the crate. It was heavier than it looked, with a dense, solid weight that didn't shift when he moved. Maybe machine parts. Books. He didn't know, and it wasn't his job to know. He carried it out to his car, the man watching from the loading bay door, a still, silent figure. Jamie managed to get it into the trunk, the plastic wrapping cool and slightly gritty under his fingers. He closed the lid, got in the driver's seat, and started the engine. When he glanced in the rearview mirror as he pulled away, the loading bay was dark, the door already rolling down. He'd loaded it in the trunk and followed the GPS. That had been 40 minutes ago. Civilization had dissolved around the 20-minute mark. The strip malls and gas stations of the state road had given way to the sporadic houses and Baptist churches of the county road, their windows dark. Then the county road itself narrowed, its asphalt cracking, grass and weeds growing through the center seemed like a stubborn green scar. And now this, a dirt track between walls of cypress, draped with Spanish moss that hung like tattered shrouds in the headlights, brushing the roof of the car with a soft, whispering scrape. The air coming through the vents had changed, growing damp and thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying vegetation. The last bar of cell signal had dropped out 10 minutes back. The GPS was running on cached map data now, its blue line threading through the dark with total, lunatic serenity. The voice remained infuriatingly calm. In 1.2 miles, your destination will be on the left. Jamie slowed the car to a crawl, the undercarriage scraping over a submerged root with a metallic groan that made his jaw tighten. He was 19 years old and he needed the money. And he had driven himself into the middle of nowhere at 9 o'clock at night with a crate in his trunk, and no signal, and no one who knew exactly where he was. His landlord's text from that afternoon flashed in his mind. Need something by Friday, or we start the process. The process meant court, which meant more fees he couldn't pay. He stopped the car. He sat for a moment with the engine idling, the headlights illuminating 20 feet of track ahead before the dark swallowed it completely. The beams caught the glittering eyes of something small in the underbrush before it vanished. The GPS pulsed gently on the dash mount. Continue for 800 feet. Destination on left. His hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles pale. He could turn around. The track was narrow, ditched on either side, but he could manage a 3-point turn. It would be a pain, but he could do it. Drive back the way he came for 20 minutes until he got a sliver of signal. Call the platform support line, report a failed delivery. Eat the penalty fee, which would be most of what he'd made this week. Lose the money. Go back to the apartment and face the silence and the notice on the door. He thought about the 3 weeks of back rent. He thought about the finality in his landlord's voice. He took his foot off the brake and drove the 800 feet. The house appeared abruptly, a modern box of gray siding and dark windows, all sharp angles and clean lines, sitting in a clearing hacked from the cypress. A detached metal shed, the color of dull pewter, stood off to one side like a sentry. It looked completely wrong out here, too clean, too deliberate, like something placed by a crane rather than built by human hands. No porch, no steps, just a slab foundation. A single exterior, light above the front door threw a harsh yellow cone onto the muddy ground, making the shadows beyond it seem even deeper. The number on the post by the track was 11, the numerals white and precise, as if freshly painted. Jamie pulled up and cut the engine. The silence that replaced the car's noise was enormous, just the rapid tick-tick-tick of the engine cooling and somewhere distant, the lonely, looping cry of a night bird. The absence of any other sound was a pressure in his ears. He sat for a moment, his hands still on the wheel, feeling the sweat dry cold on his palms. He took a deep breath, the air inside the car now stale. In and out. Get the signature, get paid, get gone. The front door opened before he could even reach for his seatbelt. The man stood in the doorway, backlit by the interior light. Late 30s, neatly trimmed dark hair, a dark sweater over charcoal trousers. He stood perfectly still, one hand on the doorframe, and let his eyes travel over Jamie in a slow, deliberate sweep that started at his scuffed sneakers, moved up his jeans, over his worn jacket, and finally settled on his face. It was an inventory, assessing utility, strength, fear. There was nothing welcoming in it. Then his expression shifted, a fixed, slightly too wide smile stretching his lips. Jamie. Right on time. He stepped back, gesturing into the house. I come in. The direct use of his name, the assumption of entry, sent a jolt through Jamie's system. He stayed planted on the concrete step, the damp night air chilling the back of his neck. I've got your delivery, he said, forcing his voice to stay even. It's in the trunk. I can bring it to the door if you want to check it before signing. I come in. The repetition was pleasant in tone, a gentle suggestion, but the words were absolute in intent. Not an invitation. A direction. The man's smile didn't waver, but his pale eyes held Jamie's waiting. The flutter in Jamie's gut returned sharper. Protocol warred with prudence. The app said deliver to the address. The client was telling him to come inside. He'd done it before for elderly recipients or in bad weather. This was neither. Sir, I really should just get your signature on the... It's cold out there, the man interrupted, his voice still smooth. And you've come all this way. The least I can do is offer you a moment out of the damp. Come in. Please. The please was the worst part. It was a veneer of politeness over steel. Jamie's mouth had gone dry. He glanced past the man into the house. He could see a slice of the interior, polished floor, a stark white wall. He thought of the crate, the money, the 3 weeks' rent. He took one step across the threshold. The man closed the door behind him with a soft, definitive click. The sound of the bolt engaging was a quiet, heavy thud. The interior was the same jarring wrongness as the outside. Polished concrete floors that felt cold even through his shoes. White walls completely bare, except for a single abstract painting in shades of gray. Minimalist furniture, a low black sofa, 2 angular chairs, arranged with a showroom precision that suggested no one ever actually sat in them. The air was warm, carrying a faint, astringent lemony scent of cleaner that didn't quite mask something else underneath, something vaguely chemical, like acetone or rubbing alcohol. It was too clean. Too quiet. The silence here was a vacuum, absorbing sound. He realized he couldn't hear a refrigerator hum, a clock tick, the whisper of central air. His eyes, searching for anything normal, landed on a console table against one wall. Family photos in simple frames. A smiling couple with 2 young girls at a beach, squinting in the sun. The same family around a Christmas tree, the girls in matching red dresses. Standard, happy, generic. But none of the photos contained the man standing in front of him. Jamie's gaze darted to the kitchen area, a galley-style space separated by a breakfast bar. A glossy photo calendar was tacked to the wall beside the refrigerator. The man in every monthly photo, fishing, grilling, holding a trophy, was blonde, broad-shouldered, grinning, completely different from the dark-haired man watching him. "A drink," the man said, moving past him toward the kitchen. "It's a long drive out here." "I have water." "A soda." "Something stronger." He opened a cabinet, revealing glasses that were all identical, perfectly aligned. "I'm good," Jamie said, his voice sounding too loud in the hushed space. He remained standing just inside the door, his back to the bolted wood. "I really just need a signature for the delivery, and I'll be out of your hair. The app requires it to release the funds." He was babbling, clinging to the script of the job. "The crate can wait." The man closed the cabinet without taking a glass. He turned and leaned against the breakfast bar, crossing his arms. The gesture was casual, but it blocked the path to the sliding glass door Jamie had just noticed at the back of the living area. The man gestured toward the sitting area with his chin. "5 minutes. Sit down. You look like you could use it." The flutter of discomfort was a live wire now, sparking in his chest. His heart was beating a quick, hard rhythm against his ribs. He didn't sit. He took a small, deliberate step sideways, putting more distance between them, his shoulder brushing the console table. "I've got other pickups scheduled tonight. The platform tracks my time. If you can just sign." "The GPS brought you here," the man said, cutting him off pleasantly. He uncrossed his arms and took a single step forward, stopping just at the edge of the living area rug. His pale eyes were steady, unblinking on Jamie's face. "Do you know how easy that is to arrange? To redirect a delivery app's routing. You insert a false traffic event on the standard route, an accident, a road closure, a police checkpoint, and the app's algorithm recalculates around it automatically. It doesn't question. It just finds a new path. It routes you wherever you want." He tilted his head slightly, a bird-like motion. "The pickup at the warehouse was real. I arranged it. The delivery address in the system was always here." A pause, letting the words settle in the sterile air. "You drove yourself here, Jamie. The app just told you it was your idea." The silence in the room was absolute, a physical weight. The meaning crashed over Jamie in a cold wave. This wasn't a delivery. This had never been a delivery. The triple rate, the isolated warehouse, the man who wouldn't look at him, the track through the swamp, all of it was a funnel, and he was at the narrow end. Every instinct screamed run. Jamie moved. Not toward the front door, the solid click of the bolt was too fresh in his mind, but sideways, toward the kitchen and the sliding glass door. His hand, swinging out for balance, found the ceramic bowl on the console table. It was heavy, cool, and smooth. He grabbed it without breaking stride, his fingers curling around the rim. The man moved faster. He didn't lunge. He stepped with an economy of motion that was almost casual, coming around the near side of the black sofa and cutting off the angle to the kitchen in 2 swift strides. He was between Jamie and the sliding door before Jamie had covered half the distance. His hands were empty and relaxed at his sides, but his posture was coiled, ready. "You don't need to do that," he said, and his voice had changed, taking on the low, soothing register of someone talking down a spooked animal. "It was practiced. Just put the bowl down." "Get out of my way," Jamie said, the words tight. He hefted the bowl like a weapon. "The front door is bolted from the inside." The man took a slow, deliberate step toward him, shrinking the space in the room. The shed outside is locked. The track out is 400 meters of mud, and you left your keys in the ignition, which I appreciate. It saved time, but I've already moved the car off the track and into the shed. It's what I did in the 30 seconds it took you to walk from your car to the door. Another step. His voice was calm, explanatory. You're not going anywhere tonight, Jamie. So let's not make this difficult. The casual revelation that he'd been outside, moving the car, while Jamie was just standing here, was a sucker punch to the gut. The reality of his situation closed in, suffocating. Panic, hot and bright, overrode calculation. Jamie threw the bowl. It was a wild, desperate pitch. The bowl spun through the air, clipping the man's shoulder rather than striking his head, and shattered against the pristine white wall behind him with a loud, explosive crash. Shards of pale ceramic rained down on the concrete floor. The man barely flinched. A single piece had nicked his cheek, drawing a thin, dark line of blood. He touched it with his fingertips, looked at the blood, and then his eyes locked back on Jamie. All pretense of pleasantness vanished, replaced by a flat, focused intensity. He closed the remaining distance in 2 quick, efficient strides. Jamie tried to backpedal, but his heel hit the leg of the console table. The man's hand shot out, not a fist, but an open-handed grab that seized the front of Jamie's jacket collar. The grip was iron-strong, the fabric twisting tight against his throat. The man walked him backward, easily, as if Jamie weighed nothing, until his spine hit the wall with a force that jarred his teeth and knocked the breath from his lungs in a pained gasp. The grip on his collar tightened, the twisted fabric pressing into his windpipe. "That's enough of that," the man said quietly. His face was inches away. Jamie could smell the lemony cleaner on his clothes, see the pale stubble on his jaw, the utterly calm, almost bored expression in his eyes. Jamie drove his knee up hard, aiming for the groin. The man saw it coming, twisting his hips away, taking most of the impact on his thigh with a grunt. The grip on the collar broke for an instant. It was enough. Jamie shoved off the wall with all his strength, using the momentum to spin away, and ran for the front door anyway, pure animal panic, overriding the certain knowledge of the deadbolt. His fingers found the cool metal of the lock, fumbled, turned it. The bolt slid back with a heavy clack. He yanked the door handle, pulling it open, a sliver of cold night air hitting his face. A hand closed around his left ankle, fingers digging into the tendon, and yanked. His feet went out from under him. He went down hard on the entryway tiles, the impact jolting up his arm as he threw a hand out to catch himself. Before he could even process the pain, get his legs under him, the weight was on his back, driving the air from his lungs again. Both knees pressed between his shoulder blades, pinning him. Hands, strong, practiced, found his wrists, wrenching them behind his back and holding them there in a single, unbreakable grip. Jamie thrashed, bucked, tried to roll. He got one arm half free, his elbow connecting with something soft, and then a forearm came down across the back of his neck, not a strike, but a precise, practiced pressure applied to the nerves. It drove his cheek into the cold tile and sent a burst of white static across his vision, his muscles going momentarily slack. He stopped moving. Not because he chose to, but because his body briefly stopped responding, stunned into submission. "There," the man said from above him. His voice had regained that calm, procedural tone, the tone of someone who has completed an expected step in a familiar process. He was barely breathing hard. "Stay still. It's much simpler this way." Jamie's cheek was pressed against the unyielding tile. He could see the bottom of the front door, still slightly ajar, the thin, tempting line of outside dark underneath it. He could smell the lemony cleaner, and the sharper chemical smell beneath it, and the cold, sour sweat coming off his own skin. He felt the man shift his weight, heard a faint rustle of clothing. Then he became aware of a new pressure against the side of his neck, just below his ear. Not a hand. Something smaller, cooler. Cylindrical. Plastic or metal. "This will help," the man said, his voice almost kind. The pressure increased for one sharp second, a click-hiss sound, barely audible, and then a sudden, burning sting pierced his skin. The room began to tilt, in a way that had nothing to do with being held down. It was a warm, woozy, sideways lurch that started at the base of his skull and washed forward, a wave of chemical numbness. It washed the static from his vision and replaced it with a heavy, encroaching gray, like fog rolling in from the edges of his sight. His limbs felt distant, disconnected. No, the thought was clear and desperate, but it came from far away, like a voice shouting from the other side of a closing, heavy door. "No, get up, fight." His left hand was splayed on the tile, near his face. He pushed against the floor, muscles responding sluggishly. His right wrist was still pinned in that vice-like grip. As he pushed, his fingers brushed against something small and hard that rolled under his palm. The button. The coin. His fingers, acting on a reflex deeper than thought, closed around it. It was a key. Small metal with a serrated edge. A handcuff key or for a padlock. He had no idea where it had come from. Had it fallen from the man's pocket during the struggle? Had it been on the floor, left by the real homeowner? It didn't matter. It was solid. It was real. His fingers locked around it, the tiny teeth biting into his skin. The gray fog was thickening, pulling him down. He had one chance. With a sound that was part groan, part scream, he drove his left arm up and back in a single, convulsive motion. He had no aim, just the direction of the weight on his back. He felt the small, hard key in his fist connect with something soft, an eye, a temple he didn't know. The man above him made a sound he hadn't made before. A sharp, wet, involuntary gasp of pain, utterly real and unguarded. The pressure on his neck vanished. The weight on his back shifted, loosened. Adrenaline, fighting the chemical tide, surged. Jamie got his knees under him, heaving the disoriented weight off. The gray fog was still there, pressing at the edges of his mind, making the world swim, but the forward momentum of getting upright gave him a line to follow. He planted one foot flat on the tile, then the other, staggering. The man was behind him, making a different sound now. A low, controlled, furious exhale, one hand pressed to his face. Jamie didn't look back. He lunged for the door, hit it with his shoulder. It swung open on the unlocked deadbolt. He stumbled through it, into the shocking cold of the night air, and ran. The ground was a nightmare. The churned mud from his own tires had frozen in jagged, uneven ruts that grabbed at his feet. Hidden holes, filled with icy water, twisted his ankles with wrenching jolts of pain. The cold air burned his lungs, but it also helped clear the fog in his head a little. He hit the edge of the track, his feet sliding out from under him on a slick patch of wet clay. He went down on his hands and knees, mud soaking through his jeans instantly, the impact shuddering through his bones. The key was still clenched in his fist, a tiny anchor. He shoved himself back up, his arms trembling. The chemical had done its work on his nervous system. His legs felt packed with wet sand, heavy and uncoordinated. He willed them forward anyway, a stumbling, staggering jog, following the dark tunnel of the track away from the single yellow light of the house, the cypress walls closing over him. How long he ran, he couldn't have said. Time had gone soft and strange, measured only in the ragged sawing of his breath and the pounding of his heart in his ears. The track seemed to stretch forever, a winding ribbon of deeper black. He fell again, twice more, each time rising slower. Finally, the dirt underfoot gave way to the uneven, pitted surface of cracked asphalt. The county road. His legs gave out then, simply folded beneath him, as if the sight of civilization, however minimal, released the last of his strength. He went down on his hands and knees on the rough asphalt, the tiny key still a hard knot in his palm, and stayed there, his breath coming in ragged, shredded gulps that tore at his throat. His vision tunneled, blackness creeping in from the sides, then receding. He was shivering violently, from cold, from shock, from the aftermath of the drug. He didn't know how long he knelt there on the road. Long enough for the deep cold of the asphalt to seep through the knees of his soaked jeans, a dull ache. Long enough for his hearing to come back fully, the chorus of frogs in the distant swamp, the wind sighing through the pines, the absolute, profound silence of the empty road. Then a new sound. A low, grinding hum growing slowly closer. Headlights. Two distant pinpricks of light, swaying with the bumps in the road. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through the numbness. He raised his arm, a feeble gesture. The hand still had the key in it, small and stupid, and he had no idea why he'd held onto it through everything, but he held it up with the rest of his hand and waved, a weak side-to-side motion. The headlights slowed. The hum resolved into the specific rattle and wheeze of an aging engine. A dented silver Civic, one fender a different color, rolled to a stop 20 feet away. The engine ran rough, missing a beat. The driver's door opened with a protesting squeak, and a woman in her 20s peered over the top of it, her face pale and wary in the greenish dashboard glow. Her eyes wide did a rapid, frightened calculation. His mud-smeared face, his empty hands, the dark, empty road stretching behind him. "Help me," Jamie croaked. His voice was wrecked, barely above a whisper, raw from panting and screaming. He swallowed, tried to wet his throat. Please." He tried, the words caught. He tried again, forcing them out. "He tried to kill me." Her eyes went wider. She looked past him, down the dark road toward the unseen track, making the decision. Fear for him warred with fear for herself. Then her jaw set. "Okay," she said, her own voice tight. "It's okay, come on, get up." She came around the door, movements quick and nervous. She got her hands under his arms, her grip surprisingly strong. "Can you walk? Get in the car. Hurry." He managed to get his feet under him, leaning heavily on her. She half-dragged, half-guided him to the passenger side, yanked the door open. He collapsed into the seat, the smell of old fast food and cherry air freshener overwhelming him for a second. She slammed his door, ran back to the driver's side, and slid in, pulling the door shut with a solid thunk. She hit the power locks, a definitive, reassuring sound, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed, a wet, protesting sound. It sputtered, died. A puff of black smoke ghosted from the exhaust, visible in the red wash of the taillights. "No, no, no," she whispered, a frantic chant. She turned the key again. The starter ground, slower this time, labored. It clicked once, decisively, into silence. She pumped the accelerator uselessly, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Come on, not now, please not now." Jamie, his breath still heaving, looked past her through the grimy windshield, back down the road the way they had come. At the edge of the tree line, where the dirt track met the asphalt, a figure stood. Dark clothing. One hand was pressed to the side of his face, holding a dark cloth or his hand against it. In his other hand, swinging loosely at his side, was something long and metallic that caught a sliver of moonlight, a tire iron or a pry bar. He stood for a moment, perfectly still, looking at the stranded car. Then he began to move. Not a sprint, but a purposeful, loping run, eating up the distance between the tree line and the road with a steady, ground-covering stride. He was coming toward them. There was no panic in his movement, no frenzy. Only the patience of someone who had already done the important calculation. The dead car, the empty road, the two trapped people inside, and knew exactly how it would all come out.